Oh, yes, silly old Kate. Couldn't even be bothered to turn up to court. She basically stuffed the lot of you. And she didn't send one of her children to school because apparently she's a celebrity. No, you're not. No, you're not, dear. You're just a complete and utter bloody waste of space. You've had failed marriages, failed relationships. You've shoved half of Columbia up your nose. Your poor children had to suffer with their embarrassment of a mother. And now she's been fined £1,000. What's the betting? She puts herself into bankruptcy for the third time. That's generally what she does when she can't explain anything. Henry Sandon from the Antiques programme, he's 90. He spent 20 hours in agony on the kitchen floor. He fell over and he couldn't get back up again. And there was obviously nobody there to help him, poor soul. Dog theft surging to nearly 2,000 in a year. These are people who come and nick your dogs from your garden. You know, people leave their dogs out in the garden. Somebody will be going past on a truck or whatever it is, and they literally just pick up dogs and then they take them away and then they send you a ransom note. That's what some people do nowadays. You wouldn't believe it, but they do. Katie Price thinks she looks like a space invader. Well, you look spaced out, dear. No, a space invader. And a burial site near a supermarket is Britain's answer to Tutankhamun. So that's nice, isn't it? I was wondering when we were going to get our own Tutankhamun. Walnuts can ward off heart disease. And the naval veteran in a gay sex sacking demands his medals back. They took his medals away from him because in those days you couldn't be gay and in the armed forces. Now you can be as camp as a Christmas tree. Nobody says a word. Makes no difference. It just means that if you are gay and you're in the army, you're not getting up at that time of the morning. Excuse me. I get out of bed at 10. I have a light breakfast. Then I might take a shower or a bath. And only after I've done that will I appear on the parade ground. This bloke... he's in the, I think he's in the Navy, actually. He gets his medals cut off him because he had to keep it quiet that he was bisexual. And the reason he kept it quiet was the fact that he didn't want people to know about it because he could get into a lot of trouble. So he kept it quiet. Unfortunately, they found out. He said if he discovered that somebody else was gay, he would avoid them because people would be watching. You know, walls have ears and people whisper and stuff like that. And so in his particular case, he kept it quiet. They took his medals away. Now, of course, it's perfectly legal. He wants his medals back. Thank you very much indeed, and I see no reason why he shouldn't have them back either. Jamie Oliver got a bit of a roasting over a plan to spruce up his home. I thought he lived in it's a very old house. I think it's up at Hampstead. He's got this Tudor mansion. Looks gorgeous. Absolutely, seriously. He bought it, I think, a little while ago. It's very nice. But anyway, he wants to spruce up his home. But of course, if you've got a Tudor mansion or something like that, they are so wrapped up in red tape and this and that. You can't do anything to them. You can't take this away. You can't take that away because it's all listed. So he's got a bit of a problem on his hands at the moment. Zara McDermott, you won't know who she is. She's just another one of those from Love Island. She's 22, but mental playing age, probably about 12, I should imagine. And she went out with Ollie Murs, so she gets a little bit of publicity. And here we are with Ollie Murs, and we are holding hands, and here we are emerging from the bedroom, and here we are doing this and doing that. And now she's decided, because she's very worldly wise, she's really intelligent, that she doesn't want to go out with him anymore because he's too old. He's too old, apparently. So, as I say, she's had her little bit of publicity, and that's it. She now fades back into obscurity, which is the place that most of these people are going to end up in. Very embarrassing, very embarrassing. We've got a car mechanic, who spent all his life... The family thought he was looking after car engines. He was making guns for criminals. That's what he was doing. Also an allergy alert for all snacks, because I don't know what you're allowed to... I don't know whether you're allowed to sort of eat things now without seeing what's actually in it, which is a bit of a shame. And there was a stag turned away from a Guinness tour. I don't know if it's a Guinness tour. I think he was a stag, part of a stag show, for being in a Britney schoolgirl fancy dress. Well, I thought that's what people did. When you went on stag nights, don't people dress up? Don't people put on women's clothing? I mean, actually, it's really bizarre, isn't it? The men want to put on women's clothing, so, like, we're all going to dress as Britney Spears, and yet the women go out dressed as women. Makes perfectly. And another one here. Oh, it's Bomber Charles. I'll tell you about Bomber Charles a little bit later on. He's just died, actually, at the age of 95. But as we say in the business, and I know it sounds cliched, good innings, good innings. Getting dirty in the shower is the top sex fantasy for Randy Brits. So if you're a Randy Brit, you want sex in the shower. I mean, I suppose it makes perfect sense. I suppose. I mean, I don't know. Goodness sake. Vicky Patterson sparked worries last night, admitting she's lonely and sad. It's odd, isn't it, really? You can't quite understand what goes on inside the minds of people. But inside the mind of TV star Jason, he has opened up on struggles with his life. He's bravely opened up about his mental woes. That would explain why he was sexting people, sending dirty texts. And 2010, he was sex messaging fans. Then he had to leave the One Show to concentrate on his family after they emerged. But he was back at it again in 2017. So I'm assuming that's the answer, or is that just the excuse? Ridiculous, really. I mean, just 5 weeks before he married his wife. But he was doing the old dirty man bit. I don't know why these people do. They're going to get caught out. They really are going to get caught out. It's very sad, isn't it? And the cheeky girls have a secret, sinister side. What is the secret, sinister side of the cheeky girls, apart from the fact that we are the cheeky girls, we are the cheeky girls, touch my bum, don't you dare. So it goes on, but apparently, according to Abs Love, you remember he's the mad one, the one who talks like he's sort of come down from, the east side of New York, but in fact he comes from Enfield, and he thinks they're vampires. I mean, that's, seriously, he says, nobody's going to believe me. They are vampires. They drink blood. He's quite mad, quite mad. I don't know what's the matter with him, but, I'm sure he'll disappear somewhere. Other stories of the paper today. A girl on the internet tries to eat an octopus. A live octopus. This is the big mistake. The big mistake, because this octopus latches onto her face when she tries to eat it alive. So, in other words, she tried to eat it tried to eat her. And somebody says she deserves it. She absolutely deserves it. The woman shouted, I'll be eating it in the next video. I don't know what's the matter with these people. They've got screws loose or something. They all seem to go out there. Why would you want to eat a live octopus? I mean, surely there must be laws against things like that. Also, EasyJet, branded shameful after flight prices to Madrid for Liverpool fans rocketed overnight. The lowest fare involved jetting out on the 31st of May for £750.49, with the return flight to the UK costing £237. Liverpool City Mayor Steve Rotherham tweeted an image of a quote he'd been sent for EasyJet flights between Liverpool and Madrid. But I suppose people do that, don't they? People do that. It's, people always charge extra. If you want to go and buy flowers for Mother's Day, you'll find they're a bit more expensive than they are the rest of the time. They will say it's because it's supply and demand. And everybody else will be saying, no, it's because they want to make loads of money. And they do make loads of money. Mother's Day, there'll be loads of flowers, weddings. Having been, as you know, to do flower arranging the other day, I can realise how expensive flowers are. And the markup is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then here she is, Kerry Coat-Toner, an embarrassment to everybody. She thinks she's a celebrity. Unfortunately, the word failure comes to mind. So she's now been fined £500 for failing to send one of her 5 children to school. At one point, the child, who can't be named, but it's one of her 5, had an attendance record of 48%. Kerry Coat-Toner blamed work commitments for the absences. It's the second time she's been convicted of such an offence. I mean, she's either incredibly thick and dim, or she's got loads of money, which of course we all know she hasn't. 2017, she took the family on holiday to Barbados. She initially denied the charge. She didn't appear at Brighton magistrates. Her defence solicitor entered a guilty plea in her absence. If I was the magistrate, I'd go, get your flabby little bum in here and stand in that dock, you crook. Anyway, she's not had childcare and has to take the children to work. Oh, what, like normal people, Kerry? What a drip you are. What a drip. You can't even hang on to a man, can you? I mean, it's just, I'm not being cruel. I'm just telling you the facts. I mean, who's remotely interested after Kerry Coat-Toner sat on television with the children and talked to them about shoving Columbia up her nose? You imagine? That's my mother, the drug addict. Dear me. Then she fell out with Daniela Westbrook. That's a difficult thing to do, isn't it? Because you don't have to look at Daniela Westbrook to get really angry. There's another one who shoved half a Columbia up her nose. No, they weren't best friends. They were best friends, and then apparently they were a crutch for each. They were helping each other through their torturous lives. So I can get 4 children to school, but the 5th one was just really defeating me. So they fined her another load of money, £325 in costs and £100 surcharge. I mean, she's been declared bankrupt twice because she's bone idle. People like that really, really annoy me. I'm allowed to get annoyed about people who are bone idle. I mean, to actually, to tell people, oh, I couldn't do this because I'm a celebrity. I'm terribly sorry, I can't do that. I'm a radio presenter. I'm terribly sorry, I can't do that, says Ollie, because I'm a Lothario. and I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, you know. I mean, God help us. Yeah. You've not got another date, have you? Oh, please tell me you've got another date. Do you think you'll get one before Christmas? I mean, we're all getting quite disturbed. I mean, I'm hoping before Christmas. Yes, you're hoping too. Perhaps you're doing it wrong. Perhaps there must be some way that you can get dates with people without it becoming stressful. Because you get yourself into a mindset, I've discovered. You go, oh, I'm never going to find a date. I mean, you can't do the apps. No. Oh, you mean Tinder and things, or whatever they're called. But you can't do those. You know why? That's just blatantly going out just looking for sex, isn't it? I mean, we couldn't do that. It's not at your age. I mean, because basically you're supposed to have some experience of it. And at the moment, it's not looking very good. It goes there. You know, that would be one of the lines you'd be hearing. It's difficult, though, isn't it? You know, because you always want to tell people, because you get nervous. And men are expected to perform. Unless we are looking at a flagpole with a huge flag on it, nobody's bothered. And then they go, oh, sorry, is that it? And you go, oh, you hate it. All of a sudden you get depressed. And when you get depressed, you have to go to the shop and buy the little blue tablet. And then you take that and you think, I don't know, what time do I take it? Do I take it now or do I take it later? Because you don't know. Nobody tells you. There's no ground rules. I mean, I've been watching this programme on the television. And to be honest with you, I just feel embarrassed for these people that they have to display their love life to. Who cares? You only have to look at them to realise the word pervert comes into it. Why would you want to exhibit yourself in front of a camera? I mean, there's nobody got nude photo. Anyway, other stories which are in the papers today. Imagine a photograph surfaces of Steve Allen stark naked as a baby. As a baby. I told you Dale had that wonderful thing where the newspaper phoned him up and they said, we've got a picture, Dale, that we're going to run this weekend of you in bed with a man. And he went, I don't think so. And they said, no, we have. We've got a picture of you in bed with a man. And he went, and where would that be? And it turns out he was trying a bed in a bed shop in Tottenham Court Road. And he just happened to lie on it with a friend of his to see whether it was sort of, you know, the right length or something, and somebody happened to be going past and they got a picture of it. He said to me, it was so funny. Mind you, we had so many funny stories. We had a male stripper claim that he'd done drugs with Dale. I mean, seriously, there were some odd people out there, I tell you. But as I say, naked pictures of me. Are there naked pictures of you, Ollie? Have you ever sent naked pictures of yourself to anybody? Oh, you're thinking about it. That's bad. You were thinking about it too long. The answer is no. Pictures. Not pictures. Oh, right, not... What, we've done a line drawing or something. Not pictures. What's that? Am I supposed to read something into that? I can't read anything into this now. So you haven't sent pictures. And then you go, not... What? What are you not telling me? What do I not know? Why am I not getting this? So, have you done FaceTime? Have you done naughty FaceTime? Have you really? Oh, wow. You see, that's quite interesting, actually. He says, oh, right. Never to me. It's always to somebody else, isn't it? It's always to some... Of course, now you've got FaceTime, so there's no evidence. Ah, right. That's quite good. That's... Oh, yes. Oh, right. Wait a minute, have you been to Guernsey yet? No. Are you... Oh, it's Henry's. That's right, Henry, sorry. Oh, right. I don't think she's interested. I don't want to be rude, but to be honest with you, you can't have... Although somebody phoned up the other day and said they could do a long-distance relationship. And I said, well, I don't know how you can manage that, unless, of course, you had FaceTime. And that might be the thing that keeps it together. Oh, it's too awful to even think about. I get embarrassed standing in front of the mirror with nothing on. It really is. It's all right when you're young. When you're young and you're slim and you're like, and then you get to a certain age, and I think I'm at it, where you just go, it's all just sagged, hasn't it? There's no way. I'm grateful for big coats, because you wrap them round you and you think, oh, God, now I can breathe out. Because before that, you couldn't breathe out. I mean, Moyles' producer, one of his producers in there, he's this thin. He's about as thin as a pencil. I've never seen anybody so thin, have we, Thomas? There's nothing of him. And yet put him in clothes, and he looks so... Not that I've seen him out of clothes, I'm just sort of saying, but he's so slim. I mean, and he does eat, apparently. He does eat. There's a lot of people working on our sister station round there. gender fluid station, and they're all slim as well. Luckily, I'm working with a load of old fatties, so that's okay. Well, he's the only slim one. You are certainly not slim. Thomas, you're absolutely not slim. You're about as slim as Ollie. About as slim as Ollie. Yes, no offence, Ollie, I'm terribly sorry. We weren't really being rude to you. But it's true, and you're at that age now, Thomas. You're 25, and then all of a sudden you start getting... How old are you, Ollie? You're 22, aren't you? 22, I remembered. But, I mean, I think you're all right for a few more years, and then whatever you eat just seems to go on. I don't know why. Were you a big baby? When you do you know what you weighed? No. Oh, you were born early. When you say early, what, sort of like January? January, February. Wanted to be born in the spring. Oh, a month. Oh, right. Premature baby. Oh, right. God, you've caught up fast, haven't you? Good Lord above, honestly. You've wasted no time in your household. But that's the other thing. A, we don't know what time we were born. B, we don't know how much we weighed. And thirdly, we don't know if we were breastfed or not. I wouldn't know. Born at 11:10. What, in the morning? Oh, that's very sensible. Yeah. You wake up at the time that you were born. And were you a breastfed baby or not? See, we don't know, do we? We've got no... Our parents don't say, by the way, you really enjoy... Yeah, you would know, Thomas, wouldn't you? You would know, yeah. That's the old Joan Rivers thing. She said, I was doing a show the other week. She said, there's a woman in the front row breastfeeding. She said, who would you look at, me or the woman? The kid was 26. You can't do things like that. But I still get breastfeeding in Twickenham. You get people sitting in Starbucks window breastfeeding. And you don't like to say anything, but you think, could you not maybe do it at the back of the shop? There's odd people in this country. We know there's odd people. And they're not used to seeing people getting their whatsits out and start breastfeeding. Yes, thank you. I'm not saying that. Not going to get me into trouble, I tell you. I've got a contract. So far. I don't know. My friend Jordan just said, how come they pushed the button on you before? What does that mean? No. What do you mean, Jordan? We don't know what you mean. Perhaps he sent it to the wrong person. He might have sent it to the wrong person. Oh. Oh, right. Are you listening on Alexa? I have to whisper it because it sets all these blooming things up. Oh, would that make a difference? Right. Oh, that's what it might be. If you're listening on Alexa. He could be listening on Alexa. I don't know. Why is he up at this time of the morning? Ridiculous. Locked into the spike, says Waj. Good. I can think of some more famous Archies. The Archies who sang Sugar. Dun, 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 dun. Archie Leach from Bristol. He went to the States and became Cary Grant. Where can I find the footage of you winning your 40-year award that you won a few months ago? Says Carl. I think you find it on the LBC website. It's on the LBC website. That's all I know. And so I've not even watched it. I've not seen it either. I've not seen it. I know loads of people... Do you know, I was watching... I keep coming back to Riverdance. There's something about Riverdance. First time I saw Riverdance was at Eurovision. And I remember being so blown away by it. And then went on to talk to a lot of the people who were behind the creation of it, including Michael Flatley. And it's never failed to move me. It never fails to move me. You watch it. They were showing a clip the other day on YouTube outside the Gaiety Theatre in Dublin. And they had Riverdance on there. What else? And it was so exciting to watch it again. I still get excited watching it. I still get very emotional because it's just such a good piece of music. Apparently Meghan doesn't want her son to have a royal title. Does that mean we don't have to pay their maintenance? They have big plans to move to California. No, I don't think so. I mean, put it this way, the child doesn't have a title now, but it will have a title. It will have a title. It will end up being Duke of Sussex or something like that. Not impressed with the McDonald's by Paddington Station, says Donny. At first, I thought they'd gone up market and started to use loose tea leaves, but then realised the bag of PG tips split in the cup. I shall lodge a complaint with Ronald McDonald. Well, you're a bit out of touch. They haven't used Ronald McDonald for McDonald's for blooming ages. Because mainly people were actually complaining about clowns. That there is a name if you have a fear of clowns. I can't remember what it is. And it means that you have whereas I used to quite like clowns, but some people... I've got no idea what it's called, but we will find out. And then I shall be able to educate you as well as myself at the same time. And children, they cry at clowns, whereas it's called what? Coulrophobia. Coulrophobia. Okay. And that's a fear of clowns, is it? Is that any sort of clowns, or... Here we go, let's have a quick look. The evil clown, yes. Coulrophobia, the character playing off the sense of unease felt by sufferers of coulrophobia, which is the fear of clowns. I mean, some clowns can look very scary. The picture I'm looking at evil clowns is actually quite scary. And if you were a little child, you'd be worried about it. But clowns are generally very happy, aren't they? Very happy. I mean, the first one, I suppose, was Grimaldi, who was there. Because you have the white-faced clowns, and then you have all the other... They're all registered. All their faces are registered. So once you've used your makeup, you do that makeup every time for your character. And I think in the Clown Museum, they have all these eggshells with the faces painted on, so you can see everybody's elaborate makeup. I think that's quite clever. I mean, I quite like the idea of clowns. I don't have a fear of clowns, like a fear of bees and wasps. Actually, not bees, wasps in particular. Wasps in particular, good Lord above. Ariana Grande's tour is her showing off her boobs, which is lovely. Which is actually a bit the same of no likey, no likey, no lighty, no likey. His wife, Christine McGuinness, she goes to a Pride kind of thing up in Manchester. What she's got to do with it, I've got no idea. But they seem to invite third-raters, and she goes along with her boobs hanging out. I mean, very tacky, very, very tacky. Amal Clooney goes out in Los Angeles for the premiere of George's new wartime miniseries. Is it my imagination, or are they over-egging the pudding when it comes to George Clooney? He's not a great actor or anything like that. He's only done a few bits and pieces. He was only famous for going out with loads of people much younger than himself. I didn't think anybody ever went, oh, great actor. They don't do things like that. Well, I don't think so. Mind you, you can only get away with this on a TV programme. Paddy McGuinness and Keith Unfunny Lemon can't resist having some saucy fun with Holly Willoughby, pretending to lick her boobs. If this was anybody else out on the street, they'd be hauled into court, wouldn't they? But apparently they were getting up close and personal. Holly's previously admitted she likes her naughty nickname. Of course she does. After she's had a few drinks, she can get away with anything with Holly Willoughby. Definitely. And then somebody falling for it, writing to the Daily Star today. I love things like this because it means that people really are gullible. Piers Morgan is so rude, constantly talks over the stunning Susanna Reid. And you think, no, it's an act. It's an act. Like Lorraine Kelly. It's an act. That's not how she is normally. And then sort of people are talking about Phil in Leeds. Are you mad? Gemma Collins in Corrie. It's a northern programme, not a has-been Essex plastic surgery altered ego programme. No ice to fall over, though. I like that idea. I like that idea. But her career's finishing, isn't it? I mean, there's not much else she can do now. She's done the diva bit, she's done the tantrum, she's done the whole bit, she's been out with Arj, she's had sex with various people, she told us about every single one of them, and now she's, twiddling her thumbs. Must be something up her sleeve. It's got to be either a DVD for fitness, for fat birds who want to get thin, which is odd because her clothing shop only sells clothes for fat birds. So what's the point of losing the weight? You're kind of, biting the head off the chicken, aren't you, on that one? Dreadful, really, dreadful. Also, what did we have here? Vicky Patterson, we've done Vicky Patterson. Also, the allergy alert. When I pick up a sandwich, I'm not looking at it going, I wonder if I'm allergic to anything, because I don't know, unless I take a test, and you can take a test now, where they give you swabs and things like that, and then they can work out if you're allergic to anything. And I don't know, I mean, I've heard of people allergic to washing powder, so they have to wash their clothes in something different. And I've never had that, really. I do get various little skin complaints, but I just put that down to day to day. And then there's a piece in the paper, just what I didn't need to read, especially not on a Thursday, when I'm having a very nice week. I'm having a bit of a lazy week, really. Sort of a lazy kind of week. You know, when you sort of get in and you think, what shall I do? And I found some of that glue, that lovely glue I like. I found half a thing of it in the car. So excited. No, I haven't found anywhere to buy it, no. I'm surprised, actually, after all the help we were sort of asking from you, dear listener, we didn't manage to get this stuff, which was a shame. Doesn't matter, really. Steve, George Clooney's an Oscar-winning actor for Syriana. That's it, is it? I've never even heard of Syriana. Syriana is a 2005, a geopolitical thriller film written and directed by Stephen Garn and executive produced by... Oh, George Clooney's executive producing it. Well, I've never heard of it. Never heard of it at all. So he got the Academy Award for Best... He's not Oscar. Wait a minute. Yeah, he got an Academy Award. That's not an Oscar, is it? That's an Academy Award. The Academy... Oh, also often referred to as Oscar. Oh, right, so it's an Academy Award. We only got one. It's been given to 74 actors. Oh, right. I like watching the Oscars. I think they're quite good. I love the people who kneel down in the aisles. Because they're the toilet people. So in other words, if you're a celebrity and you need to go wee, like... You know what I'm saying? And you need to get out quickly. They sort of run out to the toilet, and the person who's kneeling next to them, because apparently you signify by sort of pushing a button or something, like, I'm needing to go to the toilet, and this person nips into the seat and sits there until you get back. So it always looks as though it's full. Otherwise, the toilets would be... Sorry, dear? He's won 3 Golden Globes. We don't count Golden Globes. We're talking about Oscars. We're talking... Yeah. 2012. Yeah. Yeah, well, I get an Oscar every day. You think he's very good looking? Really? Well, you won't look like him. There's no chance you're going to look like him. Apart from the fact that he's just very lucky, isn't he, that he's got that permanent tan that comes with being associated with creosote. And he's got... It's the bones, isn't it? As we were saying earlier on, it's the bones. Thomas has had his hair cut today, and I said, you know, you're lucky you've got good bone structure, because it shows off... When you go into the hairdresser, do you take in a photograph of me and go, I want to look like that? Or do you say, don't make me... Ooh, that's not very nice, is it? Not very nice. Very cutting to talk about the lack of hair. The lack of hair is a virility, apparently. So, I don't know why they say that. Why would they say that if you haven't got any hair, it means you're very virile? Because that's a load of old rubbish, I'm telling you. Next door's cat's more virile than I am. I'm not like that at all. I'm sort of, rather sit down with a cup of cocoa. Feral, not virile. We had those in Gran Canaria. There was a couple on the television the other day. It was on... morning, nice to have your company, nice. Jill says it's beginning to sound like our Meghan doesn't want very much to do with the royal family, but's happy to accept everything that comes with it. Well, I mean, if you marry into the royal family, it just comes as standard, doesn't it? And it doesn't get much better than Harry. And they do seem to be quite tight together. It's just that for some reason people don't like her. I think because that she doesn't understand how it works at the moment. She really thinks that you order people around, which is how it's coming over through the media. But she'll learn. It won't be like that all the time. Steve Holly says Kel needs to change her name to Holly Willaboozy. She does like a bevy, doesn't she? She's not very good with bevies, I'm afraid. Perhaps that's why. She does these dreadful programmes. There's another one coming up as well. It's another sort of chat show kind of thing, but sort of late. Jim says, here's the news so far this week, in case you missed it. Woman has baby. Football team wins game. Second football team wins game. Mother and father name baby. New father, Prince Harry, plans solo trip to vice capital of Europe. Yes, that was always on the cards, though, wasn't it? It all fell into place. So she was induced because she was listening to my programme. I can say that. And Donald says, excuse me, you can't say that she's acting when you're talking about Lorraine. You should, for tax purposes, have said the company is acting. No, it's her. There's no company. It's her. This is the woman. I mean, I do laugh when I see Lorraine's advert on the television for this furniture company who are paying her oodles of money. And she goes, oh, you can do this and you can do... And I'm thinking, you're being paid by this company to say that. Because they're using her because she's on daytime television. But now we know she's acting. I'm not sure I want to buy into this company. That's what she said. The Lorraine you see on the television is not the real Lorraine. That's an acting... She's acting like, hello. Really, she's like, I'll have another gin. You know, and I was... Oh, don't you like her? She likes you. She's always talking about you. Yeah, because you're another Scottish person, and they like, the Scottish people all hang around together, don't they? Well, she sends texts to me. Yeah, and I then, I'm supposed to pass them on, but I don't do that. Because it's unnecessary to make your head any bigger, because then when next time you have a haircut, they'll have to leave a little bit more on there to cover the head which is grown. Yes, that is. The trouble is, now you've obviously decided that you're slim. You're really not slim. I'm sorry to say, you're what's called well filled out. You're well filled out, that's what you are. Well filled. I know. I've seen the picture of you with the cruise ship in the background. It's as simple as that, That's See, he said no. Oh, that's right. He's sealed his fate. He's out. You'll be out straight away. I love it, honestly. Where else could you have this much fun at this time of the morning and be paid? Every paper this morning, Archie, Harry's son. So he's Archie Harrison Mountbatten Windsor. It's okay? That's okay. Don't have any problem with that. Lovely. And they both look very happy. And everybody else is happy. It's the way she keeps touching him. They don't do touching in the royal family. I know she's started doing it for him, but they don't normally do it. Have you ever seen people touch the Queen? No, they don't. But she was out the other day with Prince Philip. So the Queen's 8 great-grandkids. There's Savannah Phillips, Isla Phillips, Prince George of Cambridge, Mia Grace Tyndall, Princess Charlotte of Cambridge, Prince Louis of Cambridge, Lena Elizabeth Tyndall, and now Archie Harrison Mountbatten Windsor. I think that's a great name. I really think that's a very good name. And they've said, here, this is the transcript speaking in St George's Hall in Windsor Castle. It's magic, says Meghan. Pretty amazing. I have the 2 best guys in the world, so I'm very happy. He has the sweetest temperament. He's really calm. And Harry says, I don't know where he gets that from. And Meghan says he's just been the dream, so it's been a special couple of days. There you go. Everybody happy. God, listen, everybody's smiling. God's sake, we need a bit more smiling, don't we? We don't get much smiling. But then they start analysing how much were clothes. There's one here. This is a custom-made, embellished wool twill white dress. Okay, it's specially made, so you can't go and nick it off the shelves, although somebody will have a copy out very shortly. This is just under £1,700 for a dress. That's a lot of money. I can get a complete outfit, including pants, socks, jeans, shirt, jacket, for well under that. The shoes are 4-inch sandy beige pointed toe pumps, £495. Jennifer Mayer provided the gold and turquoise necklace, and that's £576. The ivory leaves and flower baby shawl, £105. The white cashmere hat that baby's wearing is £64. Not a lot of money for a cashmere hat, but I suppose it being cashmere. But Archie was swaddled, made by the same family-run firm chosen by the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge for their children. Because they don't know. You probably find Harry phoned out and said, Will, okay, like, where'd you get the hat from for the baby? And a shawl. We need a shawl. Okay, where'd you get, you got a spare one? You got a spare shawl? Be nice, wouldn't it, to think of that. Also, oh dear, so many depressing stories in the papers. I don't want to do the depressing ones today. I'm trying to find some happy stories, but there's not really a lot. Apart from we found a royal burial site next to Aldi in Essex, and they say it is Britain's answer to Tutankhamun's tomb. Of course it's not. Don't be so ridiculous. The grave under a verge near a railway in Southend is thought to be that of Siaxa, brother of an Anglo-Saxon King Sabert. 40 artefacts found inside led the archaeologists to conclude it is a royal grave. They found a stringed instrument in there, a 1,400-year-old painted wooden box, the only one of its kind to be found in Britain, and they've also got all sorts of bits and pieces. One Aldi shopper said, because we're in Essex, you'd think the artefacts must have included gold chains and medallions, and they weren't wrong. So it's our equivalent of King Tut, where they sort of build an underground chamber and the body's lying there, and then they put, I suppose, very similar to the way that the pharaohs were buried in Egypt. They were put in there, sometimes buried with servants, with animals, and with a map to guide them. They didn't have sat-nav at the time, so that was quite nice. Also, turn off television and turn on your partner with our help. And so they've got all sorts of things here that you can do to freshen up your naughty side. Sneak into work for a quickie in the stationery cupboard, they say. Suggestively remove your workwear with a slow striptease. Don't bother. So just get it off. And also, how about doing it in front of a mirror? What for? Also, attempt the head-over-heels sex position. If you're over 60, none of this applies to you. Please don't go there. It's very unnecessary. I don't want people writing in saying, I've just dislocated my hips, Steve. And you can try phone sex. I don't know how phone sex... I mean, do you have to know the person at the other end, or is it better that you don't? Also, ditch black undies for something with a flash of colour. Please, God, not red. Why red is supposed to be seductive? I don't know. I never worked that one out, really. Also, get a pair of handcuffs for some kinky fun. So, in other words, you sort of chain somebody to the bed and then just tickle them. That generally works, doesn't it? I hate being tickled. I hate it. I'm liable to wee if they tickle me. I've got to that stage now. They go, like that. But we do it as children. They'll be doing it to their baby. Archie will be getting the woo, 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 like that. And the baby will be sitting there going, you are quite mad, aren't you? Also, you can do a joint striptease with your other half. You take it in turns to take off a layer of clothing. I don't think so. I don't think I'd be wearing a Winsett nightie or something like that. Also, you can blindfold people. I tried that once. I tried the blindfold, and I was sitting there for ages and ages. When I took the blindfold off, they'd gone. I mean, how does that work? That's not supposed to be how it works, is it? You're supposed to sort of imagine things. I don't want to imagine anything. Like, you know, you can't see them, and you can't see what they're going to do. No, thank you. Not my idea. Also, indulge in same-sex fantasies. So, in other words, if you hadn't thought about going trans or gay, now is a good opportunity. You know, just put it down to the fact you'd had 20 pints. It's so much easier. Otherwise, you know, people are going to be talking about you, and it's going to be dreadful. The stag, who was dressed up as Britney Spears, was turned away in Dublin. I thought in Dublin you could get away with just about anything. And am I the only one who thinks that Madonna, who was going through an airport, she caught a flight at New York's JFK by putting a burqa on with a parka coat over the top of it? Isn't that just an insult? She's not Muslim. Why is she wearing it? She's wearing it to not be identified. I think that's something sinister. Something sinister. Also, the mechanic, will come around to him a little bit later on. And 40 people suspected of involvement in Rotherham paedophile gangs have been arrested. 38 men and 2 women quizzed over claims from 13 victims aged 11 to 26. 11 to 26? Good Lord. But we'll be following that one, I suppose. And oh yes, Ollie Murs dumped because he's too old now. I do quite like it because they say, oh, Ollie Murs has been out with Melanie Sykes and Amber Davis, and he's been out with Emma Coney Bear. He's been out with loads of people actually, but the latest one is another one of those dreary people from Love Island. Very, very dreary. Friends are like boobs, Steve. Some are big, some are small, some are real, some are fake. And as I'm a bloke in my 40s, I've got 2. They've just advised... Who is it they just advised? Somebody the other day to have an operation, to have their boobs reduced. Nick Ferrari's had it done. And it's where they... I've come up with... They call it... Was it freezing your boobs or something? I didn't quite understand what it was, but there was somebody else who was told the other day, you should get that done. And I remember looking at it thinking... I mean, because James O'Brien's got the same problem. It's obviously something, because he's certainly not as big as I am, Mr. O'Brien, and yet he's definitely got boobs. Some people seem to like them. Some people seem to... It depends whether you've got very sensitive boobs or not very... If you're a man. I can't do the women's side of it. And so, what do they call it? There's a name, isn't there? Tell me the name of it, and I shall get it. It's called Frozen the Fat Off My Chest. In a brave account that will resonate with many men, Nick Ferrari reveals how he finally resolved his lifelong battle with gynecomastia. Gynecomastia. Here you go, gynecomastia. You want parmesan with that? Yeah, we have parmesan with that. And so he had it. So it's enlarged breast tissue from his adolescence. And now he's done this non-invasive procedure. How much it costs, I've got no idea. I've never seen it. I've never seen it before. I think it's very brave to take your shirt off. To be honest, I mean, you wouldn't get me taking my shirt off or anything. And it's very interesting, isn't it? So that's what it is. See, I don't have that, and I'm the same size. I reckon if we were weighed, we'd probably weigh very similar. But it's probably body fat distribution, isn't it? So I suppose if you have droopy boobs, some people don't like it. I think he looks okay. He's very brave. I wouldn't have done it, to say nothing on God's earth would have got me to do that. Would you like to take your shirt off, Steve? No. And yeah, I'll do it in a hospital. I've got to do that in a month's time. They're going to have to go through all my burns and everything else. So I'm going to have to... First of all, you take the shirt off, which is okay. Then you take the jeans off, and then you're sitting on the bed in your pants, and there's people going, right, you've got this and got that. I mean, to be honest with you, I quite like it. And sometimes I'll just sit on a park bench and take things off, you know. It doesn't go down too well with the local constabulary, but at least I'm making an effort. 12 minutes to 5. Should we have a check on the roads? No, we're not. We're too early, aren't we? I don't know why I'm trying to jump this programme forward this morning. Morning, do you know women are driving a record number of fat-related NHS hospital admissions? Cases linked to flab went up 15%. It's dreadfully worrying, isn't it, this flab thing? I mean, luckily, I'm not particularly flabby. I don't think so, anyway. I'm just a little bit plump. A bit plump. I put it down to insulin. Somebody said to me, if you take insulin on a regular basis, which I do, they said that makes your weight increase. So, of course, I've dined out on that story for ages. And I always say to people, it's insulin, you know. And they go, yeah, right. I go, no, it's really insulin, I promise you. Makes you fat, insulin. Although there was a piece in the paper today, how to depress the start of your weekend. And it said, if you're diabetic, you stand, and if you're a male diabetic, you stand a greater chance than women who are diabetic of developing cancer. And I thought, oh, good. How lovely. What a lovely thing to think about. And I suddenly realised, actually, I mean, some people are just so unlucky with illnesses, because I'm led to believe that we've all got cancer. It's in us somewhere. It just takes something to trigger it. So I'm trying all sorts of different foods just to make sure I don't. But I'm not worried about anything like that. I'm always worried about the fact that they can catch something quicker now than they ever could do, and the amount of drugs which are available are so much better than they used to be. It was almost a death sentence. There was a book that came out called Living with Cancer. You can live with cancer. It's just sometimes when you have secondary cancer that maybe the outlook is not particularly as bright as you want it to be. But normally everybody's spoken to about things like that, because what it means is that the cancer has learnt to fight everything and spread very quickly. So my mother had cancer, so they removed it, but they always miss a little bit. I don't know how, a little tiny bit, and that then learns to combat all the drugs and everything else. It's very sad, isn't it? Very sad. There will be people in hospital at the moment, but that's why I always say our hospitals do a marvellous job. Marvellous job. So if you're going through things like that at the moment, and I meet a lot of people, believe you me, who say, you know, you got me through this bad time. If you're in a hospital, it's this time of the morning, it's the worst. The worst, because you're sort of lying there going, how much longer for a cup of tea? That's all you think about. A cup of tea or some water. So you've always got the water on the side table next to you. And then you're sort of going, oh, perhaps they'll be coming. Then the cleaners come in, and then eventually somebody comes round with what would you like for breakfast? You go, everything. And they go, wait a minute, just let me look at your chart. No, it's just water for you. And you go, oh, God. You just want to cook breakfast in the morning, don't you? You want all the normal things that you might have outside. Not so good. So they're moving home. This is the MPs, and they've done a picture. The plush office is in Earl's Court, where the Department of Health used to be, replicate features of the Commons Chamber. Who cares? Why don't you just sit them on school benches? They're not doing anything else, are they? Ed Sheeran's enjoyed plenty of notes in the past year. He's worth 160 million. He is now the 17th richest musician, which is amazing. But Niall Horan, who was in One Direction, I don't think he's done anything outside of One Direction, has he? He's got 49 million. Louis Tomlinson, 44 million. Liam Payne, 42 million. Zayn Malik, who I thought was doing quite well in the musical department, 36 million. It's quite a bit of a difference, isn't it? Sam Smith, 32 million. Rita Ora, 18 million. She added 2 million to her coffers this year. Little Mix, 45 million, up 5 million, but that's for all of them combined. Lord Lloyd Webber is top. He's 71, and he's worth £820 million. Can I have a cup of tea? No, a cup of tea, thank you. £820 million. That's overtaking Paul McCartney, the only featured star whose wealth has dipped. He's got, I mean, it's dipped, but I say when I say it's dipped, only to £750 million, but that's down 70 million on last year. Still not bad, though, is it? Can you imagine if you wake up one morning and they go, by the way, we've just checked your bank account. Paul McCartney's left you all his money. He's decided he's not giving it to the children. He's decided he listened to your programme, Steve, and you've got 750 million. And you go, wow, I can be a philanthropist. Well, one part of it, anyway. So pressure on GPs. We've had this for a few days now. The GP story running a little bit. GPs are overworked. I think they give you, is it less than 10 minutes with your GP in the morning? You go in there. I mean, I'm fairly quick unless I'm having blood taken. In which case, I'm still not too bad, but we whiz through it. We whiz through it quite well. I'm more worried about the Antiques Roadshow legend Henry Sandon. But he's said to be in good spirits and recovering in hospital. He's a porcelain expert. He's lovely. I like people of that age. I don't know why. I'm strangely drawn to him. He's got 3 sons, 2 grandchildren. One son, John Sandon, is an expert in glassware and antiques and has often appeared on the Antiques Roadshow. Oh, his wife of 56 years, who he described as my rock, died in 2013, aged 86. How sad. How sad. But such a nice man. He always reminds me, when you watch the Antiques Roadshow, I just wish they would resurrect Arthur Negus. Again, he had such a gentle way of doing things, as opposed to some of the flash-by-night people who they pop up on the television now. They just look like second-hand car dealers. Some of them sound like second-hand car dealers as well. Oh, dear. So, what's the Jane McDonald story? It's not great, actually. She's got this Cruising with Jane McDonald, which aired on Friday night. I love it. I think she's very natural. She's a very natural presenter. I had the honour to give her a gold disc once for sales of her record. And I loved her on the cruise. I wish they'd bring it out on video. Also video. I wish they'd bring out a box set. Why don't the BBC do that? They've got all this stuff in the archives. Why don't they do the cruise with Jane McDonald, all the people who appeared on there, and also Paddington Green? You could bring all of those out again. I'd be very happy. I'd sit there watching a box set, wouldn't you? Anyway, in this Cruising with Jane McDonald, she goes all over the place. And on Friday, she was touring Jaipur in India when she saw elephants on the street on the way to the Amber Fort. She says on the show, nowadays there are government guidelines for how elephants are treated and cared for. It's a steep walk up the hill to get to the fort, so I would definitely recommend getting a ride unless you're feeling particularly fit. Audrey Gaffney of Ethical Bucket List, which launched next month, says, it's disappointing to see yet again a primetime show promoting elephant rides. There's no ethical way to ride an elephant. They're not designed to carry weight on their backs. They're taken from their mothers as calves. You can tell which side of the argument she's coming from. They're expected to stand for hours without shade and denied food and water. But that's been going on for a long time. Doesn't make it better. But and then Peter Egan, an animal rights, activist, called the programme dreadful. See, I didn't think it was dreadful. I thought it was okay. We don't see them in circuses. London Zoo used to have elephants. They used to do elephant rides. You know, they did. Put it this way, the weight of a human being on the back of an elephant, they don't feel anything. Let me tell you. Save the Asian Elephant said it was appalled at the I didn't know there were all these different groups. Did you know? All these different groups. The damaging Jane McDonald programme, ignoring the brutality involved and dangers to tourists. Last year, an episode of Paradise Gardens showed Monty Don riding an elephant was taken off air amid cruelty claims. The Mirror unearthed footage of animals being chained and beaten where Monty's ride was filmed. Jane was not seen riding an elephant. Channel 5 said the rides being recommended were jeep rides, as taken by Jane herself. We accept it wasn't as clear as it could be. Neither Jane, the programme, nor Channel 5 were condoning riding elephants in India. Jane says the programme could have been a little more clear. I was not recommending elephant rides at all, which I find a horrible abuse of animals. So there you go. So it's a whole story built up about nothing. She didn't say anything at all. She didn't mention elephants. They were talking about jeeps. They show you, and they've made a whole page out of that. Shame on them. And they find all these people go, oh, shame on Jane McDonald. Hello? She didn't do anything. Isn't that awful? Rain. Please, not more rain on the way. They always say that, don't they? And I always think, oh, it'll be nice. I'll get the car washed. No, it's raining. And then it dries, and your car looks even dirtier than before the rain. So we are washing our cars. Mind you, have we noticed? I don't know whether or not I'm a lone voice on this one, but I can't wash a car. I cannot tell you the last time I got out there with a bucket and a sponge and washed the car. I just can't do it. I can't do it. It's easier to go down the road and spend 10 quid on 10 people who dry it to within an inch of its life. And they open the doors and they sort of wipe all around the doors. I don't have the inside done because the inside's perfect. But I always have the outside done and it looks so much better. And then I think perhaps I'll get out there one day and I might polish it. Then I thought, What for? What's the point? And then I looked at a house, because I've decided, I've had a premonition that I'm going to win the lottery. I've been having this same premonition for 40 years. So far, it's got me nowhere. But I saw this house. I always go to Knight Frank's website, and I type in central London, and then I go through the houses. They're not in price order, but my God, and you get to see the photographs of people's houses. And I found one the other day in one of the squares in London. It's a very nice house, beautifully decorated, beautifully, and it's 38 million. Because I was thinking that if I won 70-odd million, 38 million would be a mere bagatelle, drop in the ocean. And I've looked at it. It's got 8 bedrooms, 8 bathrooms. It's got, did it have a swimming? Yes, it's got a swimming pool as well. You imagine impressing your friends who've never been round your house before, and you come round and you go, okay, now we can all go for a swim. And you think that'd be quite nice. And so I looked at the house, and then I thought, wait a minute, I haven't mentioned parking. I've just seen the picture. At the back of this super house, which is in the square, is a mews. And there's a mews, which backs onto your house, my house, 38 million, please God soon. And it's a big double garage in there as well. You can get 2 enormous cars in. And so I thought, that's a bit of a bonus. And it's been done out, it's not just like one of those cheap garages. This one, the floor's been screeded and they've done everything to it and painted. It looks really nice. It's got proper down lighting, because some lighting makes your car look a bit awful, but this is really lovely. And I thought 38 million. And then I thought, how would I justify? You can imagine people writing in, can't you? 38 million on a house, and you go, yeah, but it wasn't my money. If it was my money, I could understand somebody complaining about it going very flash. But if it's somebody else's money, and it'll be other people who bought the tickets for the lottery. And 38 million. I mean, it just depends on how much I want the house off Trafalgar Square. I want the house there because it's so historic and nobody sees it. Nobody sees it. Nearly opposite the Whitehall Theatre, there's a little tiny alley, and you go in there, and there is this house. Mind you, there's another house there as well. Sort of. It looks like offices. I think it's MI6. Because the place is honeycombed with cameras. Never going to get burgled round there, I promise you. Really amazing, really amazing. So anyway, Jane McDonald, accused of condoning cruel elephant rides. No, she wasn't. She wasn't. They need to get this right. It's not nice. The programme could have been a little more clear. She was not seen riding an elephant, and she was talking about Jeep rides. But why let that spoil a story? So you phone up all these people, and then, the woman, once again, a primetime show promoting elephant rides. No, they weren't Audrey Gaffney. That's what you were told on the telephone, but they weren't. Animal rights activist Peter Egan said the programme was dreadful. He said, are you aware, Channel 5 and Jane McDonald, of the shocking breaking of the spirit? She didn't do anything. That's what makes people look stupid. She didn't do it, so you get to ride one. She didn't ride an elephant. It really is very misleading. As stories go, it's bloody awful. She didn't go and ride an elephant. But of course, perhaps he'll be writing a letter of apology to her. I would hope so. So Katie Price has decided to go on television again. What a boring woman she is, honestly. And she admits that her latest facelift left her looking like some sort of space invader. I mean, to be honest with you, why don't you just get a job, dear? Why don't you find something to do? Make you a useful member of the human race, because at the moment you're a complete waste of space. As long as you're finding the money to pay the taxman back, I don't really care. Where it's coming from, God alone knows. Because they did a thing the other day, and they only did 3 episodes of Jordan, My Crazy Life. Her crazy life involves basically having sex with loads of men who she marries, having loads and loads of children, and that's it. There's no personality, there's no fun, there's no laughter. It is the most depressing piece of television I've ever seen in my entire life. There's no laughs in her life, which of course there is in everybody else's, just not her. In fact, most of the people from Love Island, there's no fun in it. They just, can you pose, dear? Okay, I got your photo shoot next week. You need to get your boobs out. Oh, you're all right with that? Good, fine. That'll just be the blokes. Just be the blokes. They were showing us a picture the other day of somebody who might be going on to Love Island, and he's another one of these himbo types. Blokes who look as though they spend most of their days sitting in gymnasiums, drinking sort of special plant food or something to boost them up, and so they look all buff when they get on the beach. Unfortunately, when they open their mouths, they can barely string 2 words together, so perhaps they should go back to school for most of them. They really are absolutely awful. I do like the story of a couple here, Emily and Cameron. When they were 4 years old, they met in hospital having the same major operation, and their illnesses turned out to be a gift in disguise. What they did, they suffered bladder exstrophy. in which the bladder develops outside the body, and they had surgery within days of each other in 1995. The pair bonded whilst playing as they recovered at the specialist centre, and they've got pictures of them. It looks like she's sort of cuddling him a bit more, and he kind of looks a little bit frightened. But anyway, that was when they were 4 years old. She never forgot the friend she made in hospital, and so in 2004, she tracked him down. Yes, Emily made contact with Cameron, and they exchanged calls, and then she paid him a surprise visit in 2006. They had a bonding. Anyway, they fell in love. And he popped the question in 2012, and they tied the knot in 2015, 20 years after meeting in hospital. Is the Mirror just running old stories? This is a story from 2015. We're in 2019. Ridiculous. But anyway, she works in a medical billing department in Ohio. That's where they send you your letter. Pay up or we're coming round, okay? You have to pay in America. But it's so rare. She says, without this birth defect, I wouldn't have met the man I married, the father of my daughter. Isn't that lovely? But it's an old story. It's a 9-year-old story. How lovely. But anyway, at least they did meet. You do want to do that, don't you? I don't. I thought I did some years ago until I bumped into a few people that I'd known years and years ago, and I was horrified at how some of them had aged. But then they were probably looking at me going, he's aged badly as well. I get that a lot. People say, oh, I remember you. And you think, oh, God, do you? Were we an item? I always have to ask people that, actually, because I was a bit of an old floozy when I was younger, you know. Take me out for a drink and a packet of crisps and a prawn curry. I tell you, I was there. Didn't need to ask me twice. Would you like to stay the night? What do you mean stay the night? I'm already in bed. That's how it goes, isn't it? That's how it goes. I wasn't too sure, actually, I used to have friends of mine who were very good at pulling people, you know, because you don't go to a nightclub to dance. You go there to have a dance, have a few drinks, and then pull somebody. And so come the slow dances at the end of the night. That's what people are doing. They're looking around. You look likely. Hello. Oi, come over here. And people do that. But I don't think people are looking for, I don't think people are looking for long-term relationships. I think if you meet somebody in a club, I think you're just looking for a cup of coffee or something, or a one-night stand. I don't think you're looking for relationships, are you? Well, Ollie's certainly not. Well, he is, but he's not managing it very well, because unfortunately the drink gets the better of him. So he kind of gets taken over by the drink. Oh, dear, so good, so good, so good. Steve, I get that it's hard work to wash a 20-foot long motor. I don't think it's 20 foot long. I think it's about 16 feet. I think so. Whatever, it's quite long. And he said it's so much easier to bung a few guys a tenner, but it's the love of the beast that should make you want to clean it. No, it's called I'm 65 and I can't be bothered. It's as simple as that. I'd rather pay somebody. Also, I'm helping them out. Because I used to find when I did it, that, in fact, when I have it washed now, you go in, you drive in, and you stay in the car, you turn the engine off, and then they jet wash, just with, there's one guy at either side of the car. Then they put the jet washes down, and then they get a big soapy sponge, and they rub it all over it, and that's fine. And then they get their jet washes out again, and then they spray the side of the car on the roof. And then a bloke wanders around with some liquid in a sort of a syringe type thing, which dissolves the bubbles on the car. Otherwise, it'd be a terrible job trying to clean bubbles off. Then they jet wash it one more time, and then you drive the car round to the next bit, where sometimes 6 or 7 people descend on it, and they're all wiping it and drying underneath, because I've got a bit that's quite low down at the front, and I always tip them as well. I always tip. I'm quite a good tipper, actually. In fact, I'm a very good tipper. And I tip £3 on top of that, which goes into a collecting box outside, and then it's divided amongst the people on that shift, which is good. So, but I mean, drying it myself, I mean, you'd be forever, wouldn't you? Then it would be streaky, and on my one, you've got to go round the windows, and you've got to go round the mirrors, because if you get water in there, it comes out, and it sprays down the side of the car, and it's not very nice. Jordan's show should be made from the army of husbands she's had and be renamed Jordan, My Crazy Ex-Wife, says Mark. Not a bad title for a show, is it? The trouble is she doesn't do anything. I'm told, whether it's true, I mean, again, they put out loads of stuff about her just to keep her in the public's eye, although nobody gives her stuff. They really don't. She orders stuff on the internet, so much so they say she's got a room full of stuff she's ordered, but she hasn't opened it up. She has an obsession with buying things. I thought, yes, I have an obsession with buying things, but at least I open them. If you did win to get the house, Steve, with all those rooms and bedrooms, you could have the O'Brien live there and you'd never have to meet him. Well, that would be a bit pointless, wouldn't it? I don't think I'd want to share the house. Do you think you'd want to share? If you saw the pictures of it, you'd quite like it, actually. In fact, you'd definitely like it. Somebody says, I totally agree about paying for somebody else to wash the car, 12 quid by us. And then in the end, I end up tipping heavily because I feel so sorry for them. Large houses, no. Don't you realise you'll have to have a permanent cleaner in there? You wouldn't stand in... No, I wouldn't have a permanent cleaner. I'd bring in the merry maids. They turn up, an army of them, and they clean top to bottom, and you get it done once a month. Simple as that. I could cope with that. Once a month. How dirty do you think I am? I'm not going to be... Well, there are stacks of DVDs, but they're not going to be touching the DVDs on pain of death. Pain of death. But I'd have somebody in... Yes, Dale used to have a cleaner and a gardener, surprisingly. And before the cleaner arrived, he would clean the house. Because he didn't want her to think that he was that messy, but he was that messy. You could guarantee when we went on holiday, and we went on numerous holidays, his room, within 10 minutes, would be it looked like the dumping ground for all the world's washing and everything. Oh, it was awful. Absolutely terrible. He had no concept of hanging things up in a wardrobe at all. Duncan says, just back from Gran Canaria, but having recently lost my mum and contemplating, I took my dad to the Albert Hall to see Jane McDonald. I could never get him tickets for his dream, Shirley Bassey. You could get him a DVD, though, couldn't you? You could get him a DVD. That's all. If ever I can't get to see something, I get a DVD. And then I can always watch that, and I'm just as impressed. Just as impressed. What have we got? We got 5:50, and now here's Steve Allen to introduce tonight's Steve Allen Soundbites of the Night. This is Steve Allen's Soundbite of the Night. Pig fever crisis sparks bacon butty fear. That was it for them the other day, was it? They're quite mad on that programme. They're quite mad on it. We have a lot of birthdays to celebrate today. If you are one of them, then I wish you a very happy birthday. Alan Bennett, the playwright and novelist and actor, is 85. Candice Bergen is 73. Vince Cable is 76. Nina Campbell, the interior designer, is 74. Also, we have Dave Garn, the singer and songwriter. I can't remember which group he was in, actually. But Dave is 57. Glenda Jackson, 83. Billy Joel is 70. Matthew Kelly, the television presenter, is 69. Patrick Reichardt, the actor, 67. Mark Sinden, the actor and theatrical producer, is 65. And Ellen White, footballer, 30. So, many happy returns to those people. And if you're celebrating your birthday, many happy returns of the day. £12 to wash a car, says John in Halifax. Blimey, move to Halifax. It's a £5. See, I think that's exploitation. I think it's worth much more than a £5 for people to do that. Much more than a £5. Some people are so mean. You should pay them 10. Go up to 10. I'll give you 10. Easily. Another one here. Should I clean myself when I go to places like McDee's? I always do, but my friends say I shouldn't. Otherwise, what's the point of having a staff member who tidied the table, says Reed in Streatham. I don't know, actually. Somebody said you mustn't touch those screens that they've got in McDonald's because they're dirty. So people who've been out there and they go, oh, I'll just tap it. No, anything that's a tap screen. Have you checked that they're not harbouring germs? You should really wipe the thing off first. It should be sprayed. Because they did test them, I think, in a few McDonald's, and they were filthy dirty. But it's just with other people's germs. So people might have been to the toilet, not washed their hands, come back, touch the screen, then you go along, touch the screen. It's not good. Not good. Also, says Chris in Chelsea, I'm just back from Valencia. Highly recommended. So I missed all the breathtaking football news. You must have been so excited. Do you know, I could barely contain my excitement. Whenever it comes to football, I'm just there. I just get so excited about the whole thing. Warren is off to Mallorca. 5 days of tennis with 10 men. I mean, that's like heaven for Warren. That will absolutely, and there will be photos. The weather is good there. 25 degrees every day. He said, so it's going to rain here every day. You'll be so happy. Actually, the funny thing is that I don't necessarily mind the rain. I mean, sometimes I think I wouldn't mind a little bit of sunshine. Just a little bit. Steve, I've been to cheap car washes. They damage the paint. Not on my car, they don't. A cleaning maid, Steve, the ruin of many a marriage or relationship. No point worrying about things like that, is there? Not really. 21 minutes past 5. I tell you that I'm not really that interested in giving you the time checks on this programme. I feel that you're perfectly able to do your own time checks. What amazes me with Katie Price is her seemingly never-ending ability to engineer publicity opportunities. Babies, men, plastic surgery, court appearances. What I don't understand is why the newspapers, television shows rush to give her the publicity she so desperately craves. We really do live in the period, says Jim, of the non-entity. Yeah. Talentless. Totally talentless. Can't do anything. Can't juggle, can't whistle, can't play an instrument, can't do anything at all. But they keep putting her on the television. I mean, I suppose it's because she's a bit of a freak show. That's what people are calling it. It's a freak show now. We laugh at her. We go, oh, look, it's Jordan back. We don't go, oh, there's that terribly talented topless model Jordan, the one who's had no end of men and different marriages and, you know, lots of different children with different people and desperately unhappy. And, of course, the whole thing's collapsed like the proverbial pack of cards. There's nothing going on there, but we seem to be living in this society now where we applaud talentless people. I mean, seriously, it's got so desperate. It's the only way people can make a living nowadays. So if you've been on Love Island, what do you have to do? You've got to have, within a very short space of time, otherwise they forget you, you've got to have a relationship with somebody from the show or find a celebrity who's willing to go with you. You have to be seen coming out of nightclubs, trying to look as glamorous as possible. You have to try and drum up some interest in your boring existence to go, yes, I went on Love Island, but really, I'm a linguist. You're never going to hear that anytime soon. And then you've got to try and get yourself on TV programmes. The problem is on the TV programmes, because they have no talent, they're not funny, they're not witty, they're not eloquent. You're never going to see them on QI, Mock the Week or anything like that. You're not going to see these people on there because they only have them for nightclubs. Or they use them sometime as joke items on Dancing on Ice. And that would be about as good as it. You're not going to see them on Strictly Come Dancing. You're not going to see that kind of thing because there's obviously a limit. And Katie Price, what can you do with her? She has no talent. So every time she gets on television, she then blatantly denies all the rubbish which she's been flogging the newspapers and telling them all about. You know, I couldn't care less whether she wants to have cosmetic surgery. But don't ever take her as a role model. She would be the worst role model you could ever have. We had one the other day, was recommending some sort of diet pill which involved coffee. And everybody was saying, don't touch it, do not touch it. These people are being paid. It's bad news. And you can always tell when they're getting a freebie. A freebie is when you plug something in exchange for having some work done or a free gift. And Katie Price has flogged the name of this clinic. I wouldn't go anywhere near it. You know, why would you go to Turkey to have cosmetic surgery done? Because if she has it done here, she'll have to pay for it. And she doesn't appear to have any money, although people say it hasn't stopped her spending. She's been on a few holidays. But she must be running out of things to do now. Can't be long, can it, really? The Black Cab Poet, Steve, re-touch screens. In McDonald's, my doctor's surgery has a touch screen at the reception. Yes, we have a touch screen in our doctor's thing. I try not to use it. Mainly because, I mean, it's not the hygiene thing. I just don't want to touch the screen. We touch screens for everything now. It's like you sit on the telephone and they go, OK, for general inquiries, press 2. To find out whether or not you're going to live longer than Friday, press 3. And so you go and then at the end of it, I've forgotten what I'm going for. So I have to go back to the beginning and start all over again, just so I know. All our screens are... I didn't realise that all our screens were touch screens. And seriously, until probably about a couple of months ago. And then everything is a touch screen, isn't it? In reception, touch screen. Oh, is it? Oh. Don't you have one of these? It's called a pass. Oh, when you have guests. Oh, right. They do a touchscreen, do they, on that? Good heavens above. Mind you, they're crackers on hygiene in this building. We've got sort of, you know, this for washing your hands, this for doing everything. I don't touch people here. Well, not this is absolutely necessary, but, I mean, normally I don't, because you don't know, do you? You don't know where they've been. The producer sort of wanders in with a big smile on his face, and you always think, I don't know. Where have you been? Oh, the other thing that Katie Price bought was something to milk cows. She doesn't actually have any cows. She just decided to buy something. So they say. So you know it's an old pile of rubbish, isn't it, really? I feel embarrassed for the children. They've been subjected to all sorts of publicity, unwarranted, most of it, and they have to sort of put up with it, I suppose. Steve, says Howard, last night Eddie showed a picture of Theo in shorts. About time he started wearing shorts for work. He only wears them in the morning because he runs. That's the only time he sort of comes in and he runs. Warren, off to play tennis with 10 men, trying hard to avoid the phrase "new balls, please," says Kevin. Yeah. Forget the time check, Steve. Give a sprightly summer weather forecast. 15 degrees maximum highs from now on through to September. 15. No, I think we're going to get really, really good weather. I think we're going to get a really, really hot summer. I think so. Did you what? Over 30. Oh, I don't think it's going to be over 30, no. Was it? Have you ever walked through London with your shirt off? No. Ever done it? No. It's funny, isn't it? There's obviously certain people that, come a little ray of sunshine, they're generally driving white vans and trucks and things like that, and they're generally sitting there either in their vest and pants or that's the cab drivers. Sorry, they're always driving out there, and they're always the first ones to get tans, which obviously is quite interesting. There's no way I would walk down the street. And some of these people are gross. I mean, some people, they've obviously got bodies, and so by the end of summer, they are the colour of a nut roast. Colour of a nut roast. Sorry? Yeah, I know, some people, I know. I don't understand it either. I don't understand it. Mike says, so, you can always tell the way it's, so, why do you keep talking about Jordan and these other reality TV people as such non-entities? Because I get paid for it, Mike. What are you, stupid? Have you not realised this is a paid gig, mate? I get paid for this. I get paid for doing that. You don't. You don't. He says they thrive on any attention, even if it's negative. I get paid for it. I'm taking money home in wheelbarrows. Seriously. The more I talk about them, the more money I get. That's how it works. More people listen to the programme because it's in the papers. I mean, you'll be telling me next you mustn't talk about Meghan's baby. Because it's just woman has baby. Pictures everywhere of the Queen, baby, and Meghan's mother, mother, and they're there, and everybody's very happy about it. That's what you've got to go. You've got to reflect what's in the newspapers. That's what I do. Reflect everything that's in the newspapers. They've also got famous Archies. Archie Leach, who's Cary Grant, as you know. Archie Andrews had a ventriloquist dummy who was a star in the 50s. In fact, he was such a star, he had his own radio show. And I think Archie Andrews is in the Magic Circle. I know there's quite a few ventriloquist dummies down there. Also the Archies. Archie Gemmill, the Scottish footballer, known for that fantastic 1978 World Cup goal against Holland, and various other people. Picture of the Queen going out. Long to reign over one. She doesn't matter when it's raining. I mean, she's 90-something. I mean, she must be eating either the right food or she's got it sussed out, because they live long in that family. They really live long. They have a nice time. Steve, how can Warren play tennis with 10 men at once? Is he dreaming? I guess he's playing Rafa's Academy with Rafael Nadal. I don't know, Sam. I don't inquire about things like that. I don't play tennis. Although somebody asked me the other day, would I ever play tennis with Andrew Castle? Yeah. He would want me to play tennis with him. I'm the celebrity that he's missing in his life. Everybody, apparently, says Pat, at my surgery, there's a gel dispenser beside every touchscreen. What a brilliant idea. Brian says, when you were discounting your car getting washed, you mentioned a bit that hangs down low. Is it attached or hanging loose? No, it's an underskirt I've got on my car. An underskirt. You get those on Continentals. Don't know why. If you had to do an in-conversation with either Coke Toner, Jordan or Daniela Westbrook, who would you pick, says Wayne? I would think I would probably pick Jordan. You couldn't talk to Daniela Westbrook or Coke Toner. I mean, they're seriously not worth my time. Steve, with your lack of touching, no, that's only for legal reasons. Years ago, you could touch as much as you wanted. You can't do it now. You go up to... Years ago, you could go up to somebody, put your arms round them, and nobody said anything. Then all of a sudden, along came a department called HR. And once we had HR, you couldn't do anything. You couldn't do anything at all. So, I think you're a cuddly, not a cuddler. A cuddly, not a cuddler. You could be right, actually. I was out with friends the other day, and there was a lot of cuddling going on. I quite like cuddling. I quite like it. But sort of, I don't like it if somebody's doing it to me, unless I don't want somebody doing it. I was standing on a pavement the other day, as one is prone to doing, and somebody came up behind me and cuddled me. And because I couldn't see the person, it freaked me out a little bit. But you could be right. I could be a cuddly, not a cuddler. After a few drinks, I'm very tactile. After a few drinks, I'm terrible. I'm absolutely... Even I think I'm appalling. I cannot stop. I'm very, not flirtatious. I just automatically sort of want to hug people. For some reason. Don't ask me why. I should imagine Kerry Coke Toner's kids are highly embarrassed by their mother's antics, says Ron. We're difficult to tell. I know that the oldest one's gone off to live with her grandmother. Whether or not there's some reason behind that. I suppose it's saving money. Saving money. A lot of people taking the mickey out of me because of my distinct lack of interest in football. I don't care. I'm always very envious of people because football pundits are the only people in the world who are genuinely boring. They're genuinely boring. People who do the football, and he's kicking the ball to Rice, and then Rice kicks it over, and then it goes, and he's missed! And everybody jumps up and down and gets very excited in the local kindergarten. But they're the only people on television, see them, the bores. Ex-footballers, past their sell-by, but they've got the grey suit, which they bought, a long, long time ago, and they sit there and they pontificate about this and that. It's just football. It's just there's more people go to the theatre than watch football. Doesn't do it at all for me. But that's everybody's different. You see, I prefer to discuss synchronised swimming. But of course nobody's with me on that one. As usual, out on a limb. Put the allergy information on all pre-packed sandwiches. Do you know, can somebody do a programme on the television? They do programmes on the television where they show you how things happen. This is how we make wafer biscuits. This is how we do, pens and ink and all this kind of stuff. And this is how they pack cornflakes and crunchy nut cornflakes over there. Can somebody show us how they make sandwiches? Because I reckon they're made by hand. I'm pretty certain they're made by hand. So now, the Food Standards Agency wants why now? All food firms selling pre-packed sandwiches and similar products to put the precautions in place. In other words, if you eat this and you're allergic to pine nuts, you could die. I mean, might as well, as they did on those death cigarettes some years ago. Do you remember those? They had a picture, and still people bought them, knowing that the thing was killing them. And I suppose, really, they want to make Natasha's Law a reality. This is a young girl who suffered a catastrophic reaction on board a flight to Nice after buying a baguette which contained sesame without it being declared. She bought it from a Pret at Heathrow, and at least the family are getting some sort of closure on that one. But how many people do pick up a sandwich? It's going to take you forever to buy a sandwich in Pret or wherever else. You're going to go in there and start looking, I can't have that one, that's out. I can't have that. You imagine you'd be standing in front of all these sandwiches, people behind you going, why don't you just sod off? Why don't you make your own sandwich? The safest way to do it is to make your own sandwich. But we spend a small fortune because nowadays it's a deal. Sandwich, drink, packet of crisps. Everything that's bad for you. Everything's bad for you. The bread is bad for you. The crisps are bad for you, no matter what people say. And the fizzy drink is bad for you. But people want to buy it's a meal deal. £2.19 all in. And now, of course, we've got the gay sandwich, which is on there for gay homeless people. Although, frankly, I've never actually thought, when I see homeless people sitting out on the streets, I wonder if you're gay. Never thought about it before, but obviously Marks and Spencer's are very sort of worried about things like that. London Bridge jihadi who used his beard to wipe his bloodied knife. This is Khurram Butt. He was a terror leader with a pink knife. Very girly boy, weren't you? Straight to hell, of course. Straight to hell. And why wouldn't anybody give this old bird a seat on the tube, says Lulu. She's 70. And admittedly, I mean, she's ageless. Seriously, she looks amazing. She says, on the way to work at the O2, nobody gave this old bird a seat. People don't stand up on seats now, do you? I'm just waiting. I want somebody really old to get on a bus and say to a school child, out of my seat. It's not for you, but they don't. The school children are so rude. So rude. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. The bus driver should say, there's an elderly person standing up here. Get your ass off the seat and go to the back of the bus. Shame them. You've got to shame these people. One was sitting with a mother. One was sitting with their mother. Awful. Awful, awful, awful. Cycling could soon be on prescription. I keep meaning to do it, and I can't quite bring myself to do it properly because I just know it's not going to work for some reason. I don't know why. Just got this bit. Some people look good on a cycle. I'm not going to look good on a cycle. Here's Madonna wearing a full burqa. So she didn't want to be bothered. But of course, obviously, they were taking her picture, so they knew it was Madonna. Don't understand that one at all. I really don't. And Holland & Barrett are going to be the first high street retailer to stop selling wet wipes. Did you know that Holland & Barrett sold wet wipes? I didn't. They pledged to rid all 800 of its stores of the disposable wipes by the end of September. Who goes to Holland & Barrett and buys a wet wipe? I thought you go there to buy nuts and you go there to buy tablets and stuff like that. They've got 34 products in the wet wipe range. No idea. No idea. But anyway, somebody's praised Holland & Barrett's ban. This is Joe Ruxton, founder of the Plastic Ocean Foundation. Single-use disposable wet wipes still come in plastic packaging and still get flushed down the loo or thrown in the bin. So she's praised them. We are in the year 2019, Joe. They have been selling these for quite some time. They're going to use cotton cloths and pads. Joanna Cook of Holland & Barrett says, we want to encourage our customers to think about what they currently throw away. Why is it always they say, we want to do it? But they've been selling this stuff for years. And now all of a sudden, because of a bit of publicity in the newspapers, they all start backtracking, going, we're going to get rid of it. If there hadn't been that in the paper, they wouldn't have done this. In Scotland, they're going to charge a 20p deposit to be charged on drinks, bottles and cans to cut plastic waste. The money will be refunded to consumers who return the containers to the stores, often via reverse vending machines. I quite like that idea. We can do with most of those, but I don't recycle. I'm not remotely interested in recycling. I don't think it's going to make any difference. I don't get that many bottles or anything else. So, born on this day in 1936, Albert Finney was born, the original angry young man. And he says, asked about his character Arthur in Saturday Night and Sunday Morning, he said, I'm out for a good time. Everything else is propaganda. And Sir James Matthew Barrie was born in 1860. You know who he was? He was the man who created Peter Pan. He was the man who created Peter Pan. 1987, Tom Cruise married the first of his 3 actress wives, Mimi Rogers. He later wed Nicole Kidman and then Katie Holmes. And so it goes on. And the Hanged Prodigy star, Keith Flint, had taken cocaine and codeine before his death. They didn't think he had anything to worry about. He appeared to be fine. But he was found hanged at his home, leaving his fans around the world devastated. After his death, it emerged that he and his wife had split up and their 4-bedroom Tudor mansion in Essex, which he loved, had recently gone on the market. But I suppose if you're doing weed and you're drinking and you're doing cocaine, there is the distinct problem that it's going to disturb the balance of your mind. But they'd recently returned from a tour of Australia. He must have been in a terrible place, and nobody knows about it. They never sort of say, "Oh, I'm in a terrible place. I need some help." All people have got to do is ask for help, but people don't ask for help. They think they can deal with it by themselves, and in 9 out of 10 cases, they can't do it. They can't do it. More pages and pages and pages of Meghan and the baby, and Harry and Meghan and the baby, and a bigger picture of the baby and a bigger picture of Meghan. So they're all there. And in fact, you find that in every single newspaper this morning, mainly because the Queen looks wonderful. Actually, strange enough, this is a different angle that we see the Queen. I've never seen her photographed from this angle. She's been photographed from the right-hand side, her left, I think it would be. And she looks different. But, Philip looks very happy. Looks very happy that she was there. And so the Queen... Do you think the Queen buys them a present or sends a card or something from Granny? From Granny. But you get to see the head of a baby, and that will be enough for most people. And so here's Archie. Archie meets the Queen. I think it's a great name. I think it's sort of... You watch. There's going to be more parents calling their kids Archie now because of the royal baby. That's how it works. So the Diana, the ring, that was copied within a matter of days. The Diana dress, copied within a matter of weeks. The hairstyle, people went in and wanted the Diana hairstyle. That's what people wanted. They want to, for some reason, they want to create the look that's been given to other... I can't remember who actually created Diana's hairstyle, but everybody had it. We had exactly the same with the Avengers. Purdy, Joanna Lumley, she had this cut, and everybody was going, I want it cut like that. And so that's what people do. So there will be the shawl that the baby was wrapped in, and the headgear as well. They will sell out instantly. I can guarantee it, because people who are fans of the royal family, and even people who aren't, go, and there will be parents now going, Archie, what a good name, Archie. Obviously the Mountbatten Windsor thing, not applicable for everybody, but Archie you can use, and there will be loads of kids, and you go, I remember what that was, and they'll go, what was that? And they go, well, that's the royal baby, isn't it, Archie? Named after him, and they go, no, we thought of it all by ourselves. Which, of course, they don't. Eddie says, good morning from Paris. Just had a nice 3-day break. When were you last here? Paris. When was the last time I was in Paris? Trying to think, actually. When was the last time I was in Paris? We went to... Oh, wait a minute. We went over it... Oh, probably about more than a year ago now. We went on Eurostar. We went... First class. And... because they were doing a discount. Otherwise, we couldn't have afforded it. But very, very kindly, the girls... I call them the girls down at Eurostar... were looking out for us. Do you remember the very first time we went to Paris, and the girls were looking out for me, and they came over. We were standing in line. They went, Steve Allen? And I went, yeah, come with us. And we got taken off, and we got given the VIP treatment and everything. Yeah, radio presenters. No, you're not going special treatment. You see, he has to jump in on the bandwagon. He's got to go, oh, if you can have it, can I have it? I've told you, my friends are threatening to boycott me if I take you to one of our special lunches, you know, which is, it's really, you know, because they don't know you. They couldn't, no, you wouldn't belong there because they can't open up in front of you because they don't know you. You might be a tabloid journalist, unlikely, but you might be. So you can't just take people, can you? Although I spoke to somebody a while ago who got married. They get married, I can't remember, anyway, and then they got divorced. It's a woman, and she got invited to a dinner party, and they said, oh, bring your husband. She went, I'm divorced. I went, that might be a bit difficult. Apparently single women are seen as a bit of a threat in village life if you take somebody, if you go by yourself, because all the women there are going, she's very good looking, very pretty. She might try it on with my husband. So that was the difficult thing. That's why we're not taking you for lunch, or to Paris, or to Boulogne, or to anywhere. Yeah, because you might try it on with their husbands. It's a private lunch. It's for people in the business. We talk business things and, you know, everything else. And it wouldn't suit your sort of conversation. We don't burst into song halfway through. Really, 10 to 6. 10 to 6. Panic stations. 10 to 6? Are you mad? No, don't worry. Another bank holiday at the end of the month. Ridiculous, isn't it? I don't think we need bank holidays at all. Was it Richard Dalton who looked after Princess Diana's hair? I can't remember. Billy says, payday tomorrow. Payday tomorrow? It's an odd payday, isn't it? What, the 10th? You get paid on... Oh, Friday. Oh, you're paid weekly, obviously. Sorry, we're all paid monthly. So I never get too bothered about it on the 10th. So should I be sensible and pay the bills or buy that expensive watch, said Billy. Well, I would think you'll probably pay the bills. Can't exactly say... Because once you've actually bought a watch... That's it. The only thing you can do next is sell it, I suppose. Steve, the gay sandwich, the LBC, lettuce, bacon and cheese, says George. I didn't quite get the fact that it's got guacamole in. I didn't quite understand that bit at all. I thought it was a bit rubbish. Patsy says, Archie's middle name, Harrison, literally means Harry's son. Did they think he needed a reminder? I don't know. I like the name Archie. In fact, it grew up. The moment I heard Archie, I went, "Oh, that's a good name." I think that's you don't get that many Archies, and it looks good. It sounds like it could be a little posh boy's name at Eton. Archie Mountbatten Windsor. Yes, you know that kind of figures, doesn't it? Stand in the corner. My elderly parents, says Angela, are quite used to not being offered a seat on public transport. Most people pretend not to notice them. The school children are the worst. They're absolutely the worst on some of our... Because you get so many on the bus, they'll take up seats. You have elderly people standing there. I'd be going, excuse me, do you see that sign on the wall? That's for an elderly person. Can you read? Get out. Oh, dear, I'll be having a field day. An absolute field day. Anyway, my mother now goes up to them, says Angela, is not embarrassed to ask them to offer a seat. They always sheepishly comply. So they should. So they should. And shame them. Shame them. Excuse me, driver, can we stop? Because this elderly person's going to fall over in a minute if you start braking every so often. Got to sort these things out. What's your favourite Albert Finney film? I don't have any, actually. I don't have any favourite Albert Finney films. I'm trying to think, actually. What would if I was going to go for a film, which one would it be? Out of all of them. I mean, I do like Saturday Night, Sunday Morning. I also like The Bourne Legacy. Two for the Road was actually quite good. I mean, he did Murder on the Orient Express, which was very nice. He also got Best Supporting Actor. He did, what was it called? Erin Brockovich. That was a great film. And, I don't know. I mean, I liked him in Scrooge. And he did Annie was Daddy Warbucks. I mean, he made so many good films. He died, February just gone. I also liked him in Skyfall, but I hated the film. And Man of No Import. The Dresser was very good. Which one would I pick out of all of those? It's either Annie was a bit schmaltzy and a bit naff. Scrooge was, I just thought it was good, actually. When he did The Entertainer, do you remember The Entertainer back in 1960? That was directed by Tony Richardson, who previously directed him in the theatre. And so he managed to encompass everything. I thought it was great. He was 82 when he died. I never imagined that people get to the age of 82. And he was nice. But he hadn't played a feature role in a film in about 6 years. There was a big sort of gap. But nice. Nice man. He also played with Susanna York in, I think it was a film called, what's it called? Loophole. And he played with that, and I loved Susanna York. I thought she was great. But I think it was The Dresser that got him the Best Actor Oscar nomination, and then he played Pope John Paul II, which was his American TV debut. No, I mean, apart from that, I know nothing about him at all. But I think I filled in the gaps for you there. But he did die. Back in February, just gone. So good innings, as I hate that expression. I don't like using it at all. 5 to 6. Oh, God, I've just made a big mistake. Giving you another time check. Don't like to give time checks, because it means you might panic and start going, we have to... Oh, look, more pictures. Now, they're getting so desperate. They're now printing pictures of Meghan's wedding dress and Harry's outfit. But we've seen all these pictures. They've been out about 300 times before. And then the picture of her as they're walking away, having sort of shown you the baby... Then go and give it to the nanny. And she's got her arm on his shoulder. I don't think they're supposed to do that, but there you go. Perhaps she's bucking the trend, as they say. And people are saying, oh, she's so modern. I think the modern picture of the royal family is here on the front page of all the papers. It's showing the Queen with the mother of Meghan and the child. That's a step forward for the royal family, believe you me. They've been fairly backwards for most of their lives. What else we got in the papers for today? You can't do better than Britain. If you want to go out somewhere, and people go, oh, I want to go abroad, and you go, no, don't go abroad. Why don't you do Britain? I mean, how many places have you been to in Britain? Have you been? I saw that museum the other day. I think it's called the Black Country Museum. That looks like a place I need to visit. That really looks like a place to me. It's got Steve Allen written all over it. I love it. The east of England's predominantly flat, but Norfolk, I mean, there's a thing, you can rent a boat and go out in the Norfolk Broads and enjoy it. Also, underground Britain. It's not just above ground, because you've got those limestone caves in Derbyshire, something out of a Jules Verne novel, actually. At the Heights of Abraham in Bath, there's the Great Masson Cavern, where lead mining took place for hundreds of years, while Peak Cavern, which is near Castleton, has the largest cave entrance in Britain. Just thought of a joke, actually. There are more than 6,000 islands. You can get a boat from Ilfracombe to visit Lundy Island, see the puffins. The Channel Islands, great summer holiday destination, and were the only part of the British Isles to be occupied by Nazis in the Second World War. So we should do British holiday. The only people who do British holidays, I think, are pensioners. They're more than happy to do a coach trip, toddle off for the day with some cheese and pickle sandwiches, and some tomatoes and things like that. That's what it's all about. You're right, says Gavin in Wokingham, about women being seen as a threat at dinner parties. I used to go to work... drinks, meals. The wives were horrible to the young single office girls, not talking to them and giving them dirty looks. They seem to be convinced the single girls must be after their husbands. I know! Why? Dear me, honestly, they go, oh, there was some woman in the pep, can't remember what her name was now, she was very irritating for a little while, and she thought she was so attractive that her husband would stay with her forever. And, terribly boring. Steve, just woken up, gutted to miss the first 2 hours of the show. Well, you have to go and podcast. You have to go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and go onto the podcast. I tell people every day, and you can download all of the interviews that we have for In Conversation. All the big celebrity names first on LBC. Always first. We never do seconds. And you can download all of those this weekend. Cracking too. In fact, actually, one of them, you might not know who the person is, but I promise you, you'll be gripped to this interview. This is with Johnny Benjamin. You're going to want to hear it. You're going to want to hear this interview. I don't often say it because you know that all these people give good interview. But I'd never met him before, but we hit it off really well. And he was the man who was so depressed because coming up next week, it's Mental Health Awareness Week. And he wrote a book about it. He wanted to end his life. He went to Waterloo Bridge with the sole intent of taking his own life. And he talks about it with such passion. You're going to love the interview, I promise you. Really, really good interview. And a perfect stranger talked him out of it. And he then spent years trying to find that perfect stranger. Plus, I'm going to be talking to the fabulous Timothy Spall. Timothy Spall has got, so many things. He was such a nice man. Such a nice man. He was talking about the crime thriller, The Corrupted, and his style of acting. Because I've just loved him in so many... We were talking about Albert Finney a while ago. Well, when you talk really about Timothy Spall, legend in the business, very clever, very chameleon-like. So that'll be coming out. Oh, look, news at 6. Coming up very, very quickly. Zara McDermott from Love Island. You won't know who she is. She's nobody. They just go, she's from Love Island, and you go, oh, right, we know what sort of person that is. She's ditched Ollie Murs. Must be the first time Ollie Murs has been ditched. Plus, the cop driver facing the axe for knocking a crook off a moped was... Morning, everybody. Welcome to Thursday. Racing through, isn't it? I mean, absolutely racing through this week. It's because you had the bank holiday Monday, and so effectively it's a 4-day week. So you've got tomorrow, and then, whee, back to party time, which is what people do, don't they, at the weekend? That's what people look forward to. So if you've just woken up, there's going to be no big surprises. We've seen the baby. As I say, it looks like a baby. And he's called Archie Harrison Mountbatten Windsor. I can't remember where Harrison comes from, but Archie, they like, and Mountbatten Windsor, family names. So that's it. Everybody seems very happy with it. Unfortunately, of course, it means that the papers have gone mad, which means that practically pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and, even more pages, 7, 8, 9, up to page 9 in The Sun, and so far it's all Archie. And then we miss Archie for a little bit, but don't worry, because he comes back a little bit later on with a pull-out section, and so it's all very lovely. Britain's King Tut is found at Southend Aldi. It's not quite the same as finding Tutankhamun, but I mean, it's something, isn't it? The site was found during a road widening piece of work between a pub and the Aldi in a place called Prittlewell. The burial chamber is 13 feet square and 5 foot deep. They say it would have taken more than 3 months to build. And so they've got 40 artefacts, which they've taken out of it. All very exciting, isn't it? I mean, they'll go on display in a museum, and then it will kind of move on. But there must be quite a few of these. I mean, I assumed at the time kings must have been fairly rife in this country, so we're going to be checking people and seeing who else we can uncover. I don't know if there's a whole list of people that they're looking for them, but it was only buried 5 foot deep. Can't be that difficult to find, can it, really? Here's a mechanic, a granddad, called Mark Kinman. Mark Kinman is 63. Wait a minute, I think he might have died, actually. He might have died, I'm not too sure. But anyway, he did. He died in custody. But there's a reason for him making the news. His wife, apparently, and kids, thought he was repairing gearboxes. He was making pistols. Making pistols for underworld criminals. He produced hundreds of replica Browning 1922s from scratch at his workshop. So the wife and kids didn't know. And he sold these for up to £5,000 each, earning the gang over £500,000 in 6 to 8 months. Anyway, they were busted in East Sussex last August. He died in custody. His guns and ammo have since been found at 8 crime scenes in the southeast. And the National Crime Agency said it's possible hundreds are out there. That's all he was doing. He was making guns. Wife and the kids thought he was repairing engines, but he wasn't. He told the police, this is Mark Kinman, he was only 63, He told police he wasn't a gangster and just got caught in something, but the judge said he was the leader of the operation, so dead and the leader of an operation. And Kingston Crown Court were told behind the facade of his engineering business, Kingman had set up everything necessary to manufacture guns, a serious criminal enterprise. They always say the same, oh, no, I just got caught up in it. He didn't. It's unclear how he knew the other two, both of whom were known to police. So both of these other people have gone to prison. Jailed for a total of 29 years. I mean, he was lucky that he died. So he didn't have to go to prison. He's only 63, though. Very young, isn't it? Very, very young, I think so. So Kerry Coke-Toner fined for not making sure that her children go to school. A rather stupid waste of space. So she's been fined nearly £1,000. And the marriages to Brian McFadden, Mark Croft and George Kay all failed. In 2017, she was fined 240 quid after a child went to Barbados in term time. She quite clearly thinks she's above the law. I hope that sort of kick up her rear end has proved that she isn't. But she's been declared bankrupt twice. That's how little she thinks of this country. She can't be bothered to do anything properly. She hadn't had all the children. She might have actually had some sort of a career. Doing what? I've got no idea. Ed Sheeran's doing very well, as is Lord Lloyd Webber. He's up £80 million this year to take his fortune to 820 million. Do you think people in the know look at these things and go, 800, where's that? And they go, well, that's the theatres he owns and everything else. Mick Jagger is up 15 million, as is Keith Richards. Olivia and Dhani Harrison, 250 million, up 20 million. For some reason, I always like them. I don't know why, I just always like them. Michael Flatley. See, if you'd kept up the Irish dancing, he's up 2 million at 204 million. Sting, up 10 million to 200 million. Can you believe that Michael Flatley's got more money than Sting? So they say. I mean, I don't know how accurate these things are. Rod Stewart, 190 million. Gone are the days of we are sailing. Robbie Williams, 175 million. Calvin Harris, 165. Tom Jones, 165. Brian May, 160 million. That's up 25 million. They've seen no money from the film about Queen as yet. Charlie Watts, Tim Rice, 153 million. That's up a million. He's way down. He's at number 21 in the list. You'd think he'd be up there with Lloyd Webber. Adele, 150 million. The Osbournes, Sharon, and Ozzy, 150 million. Phil Collins, 130 million pounds. Eric Clapton, 175 million. God, there's more money in that singing malarkey, I tell you. If only I'd kept up the singing lessons at school, but I didn't. Steve, I've got a signed copy, says George in Aldershot, of Scrooge, starring Albert Finney. It's a classic. Actually, talking of classics, there was a book that came up for auction the other day. I forget which it was, but it was a first edition, perfect condition, £35,000. There was a bookshop over the road from here. In fact, there's quite a few bookshops in a little arcade kind of thing. And the prices of some of these books, phenomenal. But they look at you with such distaste in these shops. Seriously, I've looked in there a couple of times and they sort of look at you as if they don't even, and you go, oh, how much is that book? £250. And that's it, they carry on doing what they're doing. I have no interest in customers at all. I was very disappointed. So George says, my wife used to work in Emsworth, where he lived, and she said, of Albert Finney, an absolute gentleman. Good. It's always nice to hear nice stories, isn't it, about people, don't you think? Steve, I'm 63 and on my way home from work after being on my feet all day. I was so relieved to get a seat on the train, but after only one stop, the train filled up. Then I heard a woman call out, excuse me, there's an elderly lady who needs a seat. It does fill up, isn't it? There are certain places in Twickenham where you get on the bus and all of a sudden the school kids get on, chattering away, chattering on their phones and all the rest of it. And then I would come say, please move further down the bus. And I've got three lads sitting next to me. I was not actually in a seat. I was sort of propped up against a window. And one of them said, let's not move. And I thought, and they're so rude. It's dreadful. It's different from my day. Most Archies were actually christened Archibald. If the baby takes after his father, it'll probably be an Archie bald before he's 30, says Dallas. I think it's such a good name. I seriously think it's a good name. Archie. There's going to be parents everywhere going, oh, I hope we have a boy. Then we can call it Archie. Bob in Bracknell says, you would love the Black Museum, the Black Country Museum. Do you know, I've seen clips of it on the television, and you're absolutely right. I mean, it's got my name stamped all over it. I would love to go there. I've only ever, I don't know, there's a DVD out or anything else, but it's this village which has been recreated. They've rebuilt houses, they've moved houses, and it's what they call a living museum. Sounds fantastic. Neil says, good. I had to try and adjust the air conditioning in here, but I'm absolutely frozen to death. My poor little arms are withered. Withered, not so great. It's not just pensioners that holiday in the UK. Younger people too, says Vial in Doncaster. £200 each for a flight, £100 for a week self-catering in a grubby hotel, plus meals and drinks on top, or £75 for a week in an Airbnb. I've never done an Airbnb. I really haven't. Apparently Harrison means son of Harry, says Christine. And Steve. So thank you. Ian says, my tweet came true. Carol Kirkwood coming from Windsor Great Park. Bit predictable. Oh, I know. She just reads the weather. I mean, how dull. What a waste of money. What a waste. We spend far too much time having people reading the weather for you. Look out the window. That's what it looks like. It's out there. You can tell. And so they send Carol Kirkwood out. And then the other day they were having a two-way conversation with her. She was doing something at a race course. And I thought, she's the weather girl. Woman. Fairly old. Nigel. Albert Finney, greatest moment, Tom Jones, set in the 18th century, a rollicking romp of seductions and adventures. Also, the lovely Susanna York, the scene of him and his wench devouring a feast in an inn was a seduction classic. Oh, I can't do things like that. Henry VIII was the same, wasn't he? Henry VIII at Hampton Court Palace would have sort of people in, and I was led to believe that sort of food and rumpy bumpy played a big part, not as far as I'm concerned. I can't think of anything worse. It's very messy, isn't it? Very messy. Right, more of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Matt says, peculiar name for the baby, very old-fashioned. Kerry Katona's a friend of mine on Facebook and flirts with me all the time. Ugh. Not impressing me with that. Gone right down in the estimation. I can't think of anything worse. Kerry Katona, ugh. Dear me. 6:15 is the time. The LBC News, the headlines brought to you this morning. Why do they always do this in the newspapers? You get a picture of Harry Styles going to the Met Gala. The theme was camp, okay? And he puts on a blouse which is see-through. You can see his tattoos and everything else. I thought he looked okay. The theme was camp. And so what they've done is they've sent out a reporter from The Sun called Nick Pritchard. And Nick, who does look quite camp anyway, was sort of putting on an outfit. Unfortunately, he doesn't look like Harry Styles, so it only looks good if you look like Harry Styles. So he says, I've draped my frame in a black jumpsuit, a black ruffled ensemble with high-heeled boots. And so then he goes out. They've got clip-on earrings and some borrowed nail polish. And so it fills up, it's a waste of a page, seriously, because you can only do this if you're Harry Styles. So he sits down. It just looks like some poor old has-been from sort of a reality show who's trying to make a name for himself. It's not worked at all. Do you remember the dog which killed a boy of 9? Frankie McCritchie was attacked by a bulldog-type crossbreed while alone in a caravan on holiday last month. The dog was owned by a friend of his mum, Tawny, who was in a neighbouring caravan. Frankie died from multiple dog bites. They've just put the dog down, which it's always a bit sad, really. Mind you, we've lost a child, but there again, never, as I've said before, never badly behaved dogs. It's the owners. It's the owners. And also Bomber Charles. This is Charles Clark. He's a World War II legend. He was an air commander. He's died at the age of 95. He was a teen crewman when his Lancaster bomber was shot down, near Stuttgart in 1944. Mr. Clark was held at the infamous Stalagluft 3 prisoner camp at the time of the Great Escape. He later became a charity worker, described as a giant by John Nicol, a prisoner in the First Gulf War. He tweeted, "He was a wonderful man, a great friend, a supporter of countless charities, and a giant of our nation." Blue skies. Blue skies, it's such a great expression. So he inspired a lot of people. So he's passed on at the age of 95. Oh, look, another picture of Harry and Meghan. Another picture of the baby. So many pictures. I wonder if they had official photographers. Get it for tomorrow as well? Yep. We're going to get it Saturday? Yep. Probably Sunday might be the day we get a bit of respite. It's only a baby. You think it'll run through till Monday? How much do you want to put on it? How much? You want to put £5? Fiver. Okay. We've got a fiver. Thomas and I've got a... Still be in the papers on Monday. Okay, fiver. You're on. Do you want to make it 100? Very good. No. Just do a fiver, because that's all the change he's got on him at the moment. London Underground age seats should be embroidered in a different colour to the standard one, says Martin from Bedfont. People don't care. You could stand there clinging onto one of the straps and nobody would give up their seat. You don't get that anymore. It's died out. People don't want it. Mind you, the amount of blooming sized trolleys some of these ladies have got on the buses, things for putting your shopping in, that takes up the seat by itself. Dreadful. Dreadful. Peculiar name for the baby, says Matthew. No, we think it's fantastic. We think that's right on trend, Archie. Right on trend. Definitely. Not impressed with the name Archie, short for Archibald, says Sandy. I don't think so. No, we think it's just Archie. And Ollie says there are priority seats on the bus, tube and train. I definitely don't sit in them, no matter how convenient it is. These seats are the ones that people in need should seek out. But the trouble is, people are sitting in them. The school children. I could take a film crew onto a bus and shame children sitting on the bus, all ages, from 9, 10 years old, sitting on seats which are clearly marked for people who have difficulty standing. And I don't know why they don't do it. Probably because the parents would then sue, wouldn't they? How dare you embarrass my child? But how dare you teach your child no manners? I've been to the Black Country Museum. It's very interesting. You must try the fish and chips, cooked the old way. What's the old way to cook fish and chips? Kathy is listening in Switzerland. Says, I've been to the Black Country Museum twice, and it's brilliant. You would definitely love it. They've got a school as part of the reconstructed Victorian town where you can pretend to be in a Victorian class. I chatted too much, was put in the naughty corner. I can well imagine, because I'd be in the naughty corner immediately. There would be no hesitation there. Shove him in the naughty corner. The character that comes to mind hearing the name Archie is the one that fights Liam Neeson, played by Tim Roth in Rob Roy. Don't schools have coaches anymore? No. Well, they just get on the bus round our way. Sometimes they just go one stop. They're very annoying. I think school children should be made to walk. I'm sorry, you're young and fit, and we're old and decrepit, and I want to sit on the bus. No, make the little ones definitely should walk. From 5 years old, I think that should be compulsory. That not only do they have to walk to school without getting their mumsy and popsies 4x4, but they should also be made to carry really heavy bags. So they end up with back pain later in life. You can see that, can't you? Later in life it's going to be these poor children who have to carry... You've seen the size of the back. They're bigger than the children. But they take up so much room. They really do. Unfortunately, the time I'm going home is the time the blasted kids are getting on buses. I mean, I don't want to be rude about them because I was one of them at one point myself. Archie was a wooden puppet on an old radio programme, says John in Kent. We know. I think he's at the Magic Circle. I'm pretty certain. Ellie in Ilford says, my Springer Spaniel's called Archie. I hope Prince Archie brings half as much entertainment to see him. Perfect name for a handsome deer. I think so too. I think the name's great. I don't have any problem with that name at all. I like the name Mountbatten. I like the name Windsor. And Archie Harrison. He's going to be called probably Harrison at school, I reckon. Probably. I should imagine his name's down for Eton already. That seems to be the favoured choice. And Monzi says, this survey thing saying people want to be dirty in the shower. Maybe that's where Barry Scott the idea for Sill It Bang from. Sill It Bang, honestly. There's certain things on the television that were very annoying, and Barry Scott with Sill It Bang was one of them. Bang, and the dirt's gone. And you think, oh, listen, you get out of a shower, you've got a towel draped round you, you're feeling that you haven't got a towel draped round you, and then you're going to start cleaning the shower with Sill It Bang. Never worked for me at all. Even though I love cleaning. I like cleaning liquids and stuff like that. If I see something new I've not seen before, I found some tablets in Waitrose the other day. They're like, they're bleach tablets. So you drop one in the bottom of the toilet, and it fizzes away quite happily. That I always like. Something like that. So, meet... Oh, look, this is the Daily Telegraph souvenir edition. Meet Archie Harrison, Mountbatten, Windsor. Everybody's happy. Listen, for goodness sake, there's enough misery in the papers every single day, isn't it? There's always some dreadful story about some child has been... There was a man the other day. In fact, there were 2 stories about children who were killed by their parents. One of them, the father was seriously disturbed, and so he drugged his 2 boys, and he took them up to Beachy Head, and they all jumped off. I don't think they knew they were going to jump off, because some woman passed them and said they didn't look very happy. They looked as though they were a bit slow and sluggish. I thought, yes, they were, because they were drugged. Then he went home and murdered his wife. Then there was another woman who had lost custody of her child because of mental issues, and it was a case of she took her life and her son's life as well, saying, if I can't have him, nobody will have him. I mean, really tragic, really terrible, absolutely terrible. You sort of worry about these things. So we do try and find stories in the papers that aren't that depressing, but the trouble is there's so many depressing stories. And so when you see a picture of the royal baby, much as I couldn't really care less, everybody's looking happy, everybody's smiling, and the one thing I always think is that child has no idea how privileged it is. No idea. You won't need to worry about money, finding money for the bills. You won't be able to pay. They'll just get on with their lives and do it, and they'll have a nice time, and that's all it is. That's all it's about. Little Julie says, we were worrying about you a minute ago. The producer was worrying. Thomas was worrying. There's little Julie there. She's just come back for you. He gets a little bit panicky. Great name, says little Julie. I love the name Archie. I think it's great. Yeah. Nicole says, I bet it's not Kerry Katona flirting with that bloke who pretended to be Jason Statham. That's it. I told you, my goddaughter, years and years ago, she thought she was sort of talking to Eoghan Quinn. Eoghan, something like... Anyway. And I said, I bet it's not him, actually. It's probably somebody pretending to be him. So, imagine somebody pretending to be Kerry Katona. How embarrassing. Steve, you were talking about Solomon Cohen, said James yesterday, who apparently got his big break on Hancock's Half Hour. Strangest thing is, Sid was born in Hancock Street, Johannesburg. As for Tony Hancock, my father had an LP with a blood donor on one side and the radio ham on the other. Yes, I remember Alan very well indeed, the blood donor. The blood donor, I remember, and the radio ham. But in fact, the one thing that Hancock didn't like, he had Kenneth Williams on the show as a character, and he couldn't get on with him at all, because Kenneth, at the time, he was doing all of that kind of stuff, and it got a bit overpowering. And I think he wasn't over keen on it. Not over keen on it at all. Mind you, Sid James put up with it for ages and ages. Kenneth was a little bit loud, and could be a little bit naughty at times. In fact, actually, understatement. It could be more than a little bit naughty. But never mind, it doesn't matter. Listen, he's not with us anymore, but we have the movies to watch back again and again. We ready? LBC News Times. 6 minutes to 7. My brother is knee-deep in paint at the moment. He's painting like... It's a never-ending job, isn't it? It's like painting the Forth Bridge. Steve, have you seen the documentary on Fortnum and Masons? No, I haven't. Or have I? I might have seen a cut. There's so many of these things, actually. Not just the name Archie, but my son Harrison is now calling himself Prince Harrison, says Steve at Maidstone. It's getting a bit wet. I don't think he's going to be called this for some time. He's just going to be Archie at the moment. You mentioned Harry Styles. Who is he? What does he do? Says Mike. No idea. I just mentioned him. Part of the showbiz malarkey. And Steve, Harrison was the name of the watch for Del Boy and Rodney found. Lovely. Thank you, Ian. Lovely jubbly. With a J, incidentally. Otherwise it's lovely gubbly, which isn't quite the same thing at all. Yes, it was the Harrison. It was the lesser watch, wasn't it? There's only been one. I remember watching that episode now, and they seem to get they only sold it for 6 million. They seem to be able to buy all sorts of things. Shows you how different prices were in those days, because Rodney had a fabulous penthouse. Uncle Albert had a huge motor launch, and Dell seemed to buy this pile in the country, which looked fabulous. Looked like Jamie Oliver's place. That looks fantastic. Tudor, how exciting is that? Steve, Barry Scott was on with Mr. M as his mystery guest. Defo worth the watch, very funny. Dom has no idea who he was, says Mark. I saw them outside the front door yesterday. They always nip outside the front door. I must have heard wrong, says Stephen Hamburg. I thought you were talking about the Archers. No. The old way for fish and chips is use beef dripping. Oh, says Frank in Streatham Vale. You try to make it sound glamorous, don't you? Streatham Vale, come on. Look up Beamish Museum, brilliant, says Jane in Woodford. And one says, what's your thoughts on e-scooters? I don't know what an e-scooter is. Is that a scooter with a battery on it? I thought they were legal. An e-scooter. What am I looking at a picture of that for? That's a tram. Oh, that's Beamish, the world-famous open-air museum. We don't get these in London. We only get these up north. Producer wants to go now. He could sort of dress up. You could dress up as something. A man would be useful, but let's not go for everything. And they've actually got an old tram there and everything. Oh, it's a 1900 colliery. There's a pit village. Could see you in a pit village. Pockley, which we don't know what that is. Pockley Old Halls, House and Magnificent Gardens. You can take a ride on Pockley Wagonway and wander through the glorious Georgian landscape. Good Lord, how lovely, honestly. So many nice places to go to. And people say, oh, let's go to Marbella. Let's not. Let's not go to Marbella, thank you very much indeed. I loved Kenneth Williams with his friend Julian. Yes, my friend Julian. Yes, we'll remember those. Schools are obsessed with exams, says Carolyn in Hull. And says, and therefore any teachings of manners or morals take a back seat. If parents don't teach the kids respect, there's no one else who will. Many schools don't even have story time anymore. Do they not? We never had story time either. I don't remember story time. I'm sure it was probably really lovely, but we're all a bit too old for story time. I think that's for the little ones, isn't it? All sitting down. I can't remember it, but I've seen it on television programmes. They go, today, Brer Rabbit. And you'd sit there enthralled. It's like having a bedtime story read, isn't it? Carol Decker sent me a little thing. She said, here's the list of possible names for our new puppy. And one of them was Archie. She's got Finnegan or Bertie. Well, Bertie was used into The Manor Born. That was Audrey Forbes Hamilton's dogs. Come on, Bertie. So I quite like that. Bertie's quite nice, I think. I think Archie for a dog. Is that all right? Can you do that now? It's the new sprog in the royal family. Finnegan. No, not sure about Finnegan. It's a good old name, but Bertie. Bertie's great. Audrey Forbes Hamilton and me got on very well. Claire Balding's dog is called Archie. And Annie in Soho says, so do you think the royal baby's middle name, Harrison, is a pun on Harry's son? Yes, it is. Are we going to be speaking to Claire Balding in June? Are we? Oh, lovely. Oh, sorry, you're not. No, you will try and speak to her, we know. Oh, you're away. When you say you're in Greece, is that covered in, or as in... Oh, you're not doing the kayaking again. That rubbish. He goes away for kayak. Who goes away for kayaking, I ask you? And yoga. What for? To find inner peace. I'll give you inner peace. A bottle of Prosecco and some cheese straws. That's inner peace. With maybe a kebab. Or some Kentucky Fried Chicken. You don't need to sit there and do Zen and things like that. No, don't do it during this programme. If you nod off during this programme, God knows where we're going to end up. Let's take a break. No. Frightening. What was the other one? Did you get round to watching Mary Poppins, says little Juliet? No, I haven't had a chance. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Will the Duke and Duchess be educating Archie at a private school, says Dudley. Of course. And another one says, I asked my sister why she needed a 4x4 off-roader just to take the kids to school, and she said she has to park on the pavement, which is off-road, and besides that, the other mothers have them too, so she also needed to have the team, says Robin Chertsey. They do, though. They've all got 4x4s, and so the back door opens, and this little miniature person gets out of the back, half asleep. See you later. Yeah, okay. What they should do is make them walk to school, if you're lucky enough to be able to walk to school. Because at least it gets them awake, doesn't it? Listening to you on the app from France, says Irene. And I was talking to a black cabbie friend of mine, and you're very popular with the early starters. Of course. It's the only place you get all the up-to-date news on LBC. The Times. The school air pollution scandal. Millions of children breathing dangerous levels. The Times has launched a campaign urging new legislation. Do you know, very shortly we won't be going out at all, will we? We'll just be sitting in there and somebody will say, you can't go out. You can go out Thursday and Monday. And you go, OK, fine. And that's about it. Meet Archie, the perfect touch to a very modern family. So instead of being the Earl of Dumbarton, the boy's been named Archie Harrison Mountbatten Windsor. And that's it. So Harry's 34, Meghan's 37. He was a 100-to-1 outsider. Wish I'd thought about it. It's normally an informal version of Archibald. The couple have decided he will be called simply Archie. He is not an abbreviation, okay? After weeks of speculation, Palace sources says the couple chose the name simply because they liked them. So that's fine. We don't have any problem with that at all. And but this is the first racially mixed family in a picture of Meghan showing off the baby to the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh at Windsor Castle. This is her 8th great-grandchild. I mean, this woman shows no sign of slowing down at all. It's phenomenal. It really is. I want to know what her daily routine is. She gets up, because obviously she has her hair done every day, which means, as far as I'm concerned, she must go to bed with rollers on, which I don't have a problem with, as you can well imagine. There was one story I wanted to do, because it was... I didn't quite get it. Oh, apart from the excuse from Kerry Coke-Toner that she took one of her kids to work with her because she was too busy. What do you mean to work, Dee? You don't do a job. You haven't got a job. What is your job? Answer, nothing at all. Nothing at all. John Terry is returning to Stamford Bridge 2 years after leaving his beloved Chelsea. I don't like John Terry, I'm afraid. I'm allowed not to... In fact, I don't like the whole family. The wife's called the doormat, isn't she? Kate Winslet will star in a Black Beauty reboot. Oh, wow. It's an adaptation. I have a sneaking feeling, actually, she's voicing it, so it's going to be a cartoon. Doesn't fill me with much hope at all. Comedian Jason Manford. You know, sometimes he's very good, other times he's just a complete idiot, and he's been a complete idiot on a few occasions with his sexting. They say he shared a live video on Facebook recently explaining why he's been less active on social media. Despite having a loving family, fame and fortune, he suffers from anxiety and depression. He admitted to jealousy about pals' perfect-looking homes and bodies and how he compares to them. And he talked about male suicide. But he did hit the headlines when he was accused of sex messaging fans. And then he started on the one show and then he got caught out again. Whether that's got anything to do with it, I've got no idea. But there seem to be more people opening up about mental strife, which is why this weekend's In Conversation is absolutely on the money. And you'll hear that on Saturday morning and on Sunday evening. Saturday morning between 6 and 7 and Sunday evening from 9 o'clock. And then you can download it as well, which is lovely. The Falklands veteran is going to sue. He's going to sue the Navy. He was forced to leave the Navy because of his sexuality. He wants his medals back. His name's Joe. He was 68. He was court-martialed in 1993 and found guilty of being in bed with another sailor. He's always denied the charge, but said he was forced to reveal his bisexuality at the court-martial. Discharged from the Navy because he might corrupt others. In the Navy? Hello? Excuse me? Do we remember the Village People? In the Navy. And he was discharged from the Navy because he might corrupt other people. He had an 18-year naval career. The Navy confiscated his medal and 3 good conduct badges at the time of his dismissal. And he said he had to live a double life. He said, I was watching every day what I was saying, what I was doing. At one point, somebody came over to him and said, we'll have that back, and cut the medal off. Cut the medal off. Well, of course, now they can't discriminate against somebody, so they should give him his medals back. Although the MOD, being a bit sort of prissy, said it was inappropriate to comment as legal proceedings were ongoing. Give him his medals back. He earned them. He got 3 good conduct medals. Give him them back. Got nothing to do with his sexuality. Good Lord above, honestly. I mean, it's like the army, we discovered. A lot of Harry's ex-regiment were sort of involved with drugs. And then there's loads of other people who've had drugs. And this bloke just happened to be bisexual, caught in bed with another sailor, a fact which he denies. And so they took his medals away from him. Give them back. Ridiculous, honestly. What's the matter with this country? Sometimes you despair, don't you? I've met Claire Balding a few times at Epsom. Lovely lady, yes. And if you go to the Black Country Museum, Dudley Zoo and Castle is down the road, says John in Birmingham. Well, there you go, you see? Killed 2 birds with 1 stone, as they say. At the time, I'm a teacher. There are loads of Archies, says Jacqueline. Every member of staff has a boy's name called Archie or Arthur. Can't stand all the hype. Another one here says, could you please wake up some more people? Monica says they're again sleepy today, and I've just finished charging the cab, so it would be nice to have some passengers ready. Wouldn't it ever? I don't know what the weather forecast... I mean, they keep saying... I keep hearing Thomas saying it's going to rain today, so I'm not too bothered about that. Looking forward to Claire Balding. She's an amazing sports presenter. Is she ever? Her autobiography says Dean was a very good read. And Steve, have you ever visited the model village at Bourton-on-the-Water? It's lovely. No, I've seen the other one. I've seen Beaconsfield. Beaconsfield. It's nice. I'm not really a big fan of model villages. They're quite cute, but I think I've outgrown them, as you say. And the Archies were a huge American cartoon series in the late 60s and 70s on television every day, along with Star Trek and Batman. Hated Batman. I couldn't have cared less about Batman. And I can picture Harry and Meghan singing to Archie, you know, the Sugar Sugar. Honey, honey, how you miss me. Was that Sugar Sugar? No, it wasn't. That's da-da-da-da-da, oh, honey, honey. Yeah. Is that different from the one that ABBA sang? Which one? What did ABBA sing? Honey, honey, no, that was the same song. They did the same song, didn't they? ABBA? I'm pretty certain. I'm getting confused myself now. So were they? They weren't. What do we? They didn't sing Sugar Sugar. Who didn't? Didn't ABBA sing Sugar Sugar? Type in ABBA Sugar Sugar. I'm sure they did. I'm 99% certain. Don't shake your head. Yeah, I know it's the Archies there, but Sugar Sugar. Do Sugar Sugar ABBA. Because they sang it in the film. I know, I'm telling you, they sang it in the film. Well, so Wilson Pickett around the jar, but is it Sugar Sugar is another one? Honey, honey, how you thrill me, honey, honey. Perhaps it was Honey, honey. I don't know, I can't remember now. Typical, isn't it? You get to the end of the programme and you start worrying about blooming songs. I still have faith in you. Where are all the list of their hits? Where are their hits? Show me their hits. Well, don't faff around with it. Just put a ring, ring. Wait a minute. Here we go. Dante, should I get another Arrival? I loved Arrival. That was great. Chiquitita, Dancing Queen. Wait a minute. Slow down. You're whizzing through. Gimme a man after midnight. That was quite good, wasn't it? Here's your brother, head over heels. Hey, hey, head. Honey, honey. There you go. Which was Sugar Sugar under different wording. I told you, yes, it was. Honey, honey, they sang it. They're doing it in the film, for goodness sake. If there's one thing I'm always good at, it's when I'm talking about songs. It's not a different song. It is not a different song. Typical, isn't it? They always argue, especially those from Aberdeen. £5 a week for shop workers. Let me change the subject quickly. This is workers in Ethiopia, in East Africa. £5 a week to make clothes for H&M and other companies. Gap, Calvin Klein and Tommy Hilfiger. They've started using factories out there. £5 a week, 260 quid a year. Outrageous. Outrageous, it really is. Daily Star front page. Cute baby gets name. They're more interested in Kerry Coke Toner. I can't send a kid to school. I'm a celebrity. You're so not. You're so a failed old has-been. So pay the money and make sure the kids go to school. You know, you don't have anything else to do in your life, let's face it. The Times, school air pollution scandal, and a picture of the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh. Everybody looking very happy. The same picture appears... So it must be an agency, mustn't it? Same picture appears on The Guardian, meeting Archie with his parents, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, and the baby's grandmother, who is Dariah Ragland. The Sun, good Lord, another picture of Archie, Harry's son. It's a cute kid. I wonder if he's wearing makeup. Do they put makeup on these kids taking these pictures that go round? The Daily Mail, same picture. Everybody looking very happy. The Queen looking very happy as well. And so she should. That was probably the only engagement she had the other day. What's... Oh, right. Oh, Steve, it's not the same song. Honey, Honey is an ABBA song. There's no word sugar in it, says Monica. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I'm putting sugar in it. Honey, honey, you're not right. Don't start waving that one in front of me. I'm not going to take your word for it at all because you're always wrong. Always wrong on so many things. The Battle of Culloden is the one that springs to mind. First of all, your decision to go into battle, of course. Big mistake that was. The Daily Mirror. Oh, look, it's another picture of a baby. Here we go. Everybody looking thrilled. And so they should. She's probably thinking, oh, another Christmas card. I have to write one to the whole family now, which is quite sweet when you think about it. They've all got souvenir editions, glorious pictures. I love the way they go in colour. Like we haven't had colour around for ages. And 2 days after giving birth, and they're still hugging each other. Generally, it's the time they start going off each other, isn't it? And he'll be quite grateful because they make the front cover. He'll be going, see, William? Do one. Front page of every paper. Everybody's after my baby, which is good. It's a different song. Sugar, honey, honey, you are my candy girl. and you got me wanting you. Sugar, 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 you are my candy girl. I can't believe... Yeah, whatever. That's probably a different song. That's the different version from Rhodesia, isn't it? I remember that when it first came out. Try to... Yes, all right, we don't want to go on about it. I told you you'll be eating food that's been liquidised if you're not careful. Honey, honey, how he thrills me. Aha, honey, honey. Honey, honey, nearly kills me. Aha, honey, honey. I've heard about him before. I wanted to know some more, and now I know what they mean. He's a love machine. See, it could be singing about me. Could be talking about me. A love machine. Oh, you make me dizzy. Honey, honey, let me feel it. Oh, I don't think we should be reading these words out, honestly. Where's this come from? This is from Monica. Thank you, Monica. This is the ABBA rude version. Different songs, Steve. Try singing them both separately. I'm not doing it. I'm seriously not doing it. I'm not going to admit defeat on this one. It's the same. Thank you. Everybody's saying it's the same. Thank you. Thank you for writing in, saying it's the same. As usual, Steve, you are perfection and you're right. And it's the same song, Honey, Honey, and the other one as well. So there you go. So you were wrong. Why don't you just admit it? Why you can't stand up in class and just admit that you're wrong is totally beyond me. Listen, that's very nearly it for this morning, apart from a few more people still attempting to write in to make me change my mind over a song, which I'm not going to be doing. I don't want to be bitter about it, but it's my programme, and I shall throw the toys out with the bathwater if I choose. It's as simple as that. Sometimes we make mistakes. I'm never going to admit it. You could sit here till the cows come home, and I'm not changing my stance, because tomorrow will be another programme. There'll be something else. No, see, you didn't even know Honey Honey was a song, because you're not old enough to know these things. Yes, you have to use Wikipedia, and that's generally wrong most of the time, isn't it? So I thought if we do this again tomorrow morning, you will join us, will you? That'd be quite nice. I quite welcome your company. It seems daft if I'm doing it all by myself, but if you do go to the LBC website, go to lbc.co.uk. Not only can you look at glorious pictures of all the presenters on LBC, some attractive ones, some maybe not so attractive, but I don't need to name them because they know who they are. That's always the good thing about radio stations. You can always point out the unattractive ones. And so this attractive person will be back tomorrow. We do it all over again tomorrow, only different, because we're hoping that we're going to have... Well, I've got a fiver that this will not be... No, the pictures... Monday, yes. Just remember to bring the money in, OK? Bring your money in, because you're going to be losing. No, I'm betting £5 the same as you, because you can't match the... wage comparisons. You're so determined to get one over on me, and it's not going to be happening any time now. Do the Queens of Manchester think that for some reason Kim Marsh is a role model? They said, and celebrities at the event included Colleen Nolan. Must have been a very low-key event. Very low-key event. Also, what was the other one, actually? Oh, yes, the football fans scrambling for expensive flights, hotels and tickets. Now, as I don't know anything about football, I have no idea what they're talking about. But they were telling me flights cost this much money, hotels cost this much money, tickets for the game. And I think, why don't you just stay at home and watch it on the television? It saves, you don't need to actually go somewhere. There's a woman over in Dubai, and she's just had one of her hen nights. They do hen nights and stag nights. I mean, in the early days, you went to the local, Lion's Corner house with your friends, and you had sort of a cheap 3 and 6-penny meal and a cup of tea. Nowadays... This woman goes over there. She's paid for all her girly friends to go first class on the flight, which is okay. That's quite nice. And she stayed in a suite which cost, I think, about £2,500 for the night. I mean, if you've got spare £2,500, spend it on something like that. You'll definitely enjoy it. But at the same time, I think, couldn't you spend the money on something a little bit better? Probably not, I don't know. Michael plans tele-return as an actor. That's Michael Barry Moore. He's going to be appearing with Piers Morgan very, very shortly on his programme. Bad news is Keith Lemon's going to start his own chat show. Can't imagine how that one will do. Wonder who's the producer of that one. Should we have guesses? Victoria Beckham was not seen at the Met Gala. Now, I'm telling you now that if you were given an invite to the Met Gala, you go. If you weren't there, you weren't invited. And I've got a sneaking feeling that she wasn't invited. Otherwise, she would have moved heaven and hell to get there. So while Dave's appearing in court over here, guilty, lovely, and she's over in Los Angeles. faffing around wearing another one of her ludicrous outfits, teaming it up with red boots, I think, or something like that. But anyway, Owen Arge has been told to lose weight fast. He bumped into his ex. Not difficult when you're his size to bump into things. I'm not, so I wasn't looking at you when I was thinking about size. I was thinking, you know, because I don't know how much you weigh. This is Ollie, we're not too sure how much Ollie weighs. 90, you see, why is it, can't you do it in stones and pounds? 14 stone, oh right, that's quite a lot, isn't it, 14 stone, I think. That's about, what do you weigh, Thomas? 13.3. Have you got scales in, sorry? You're not skinny. You're just differently distributed to Ollie, who's discovered the food. Apparently he needs to eat food. He might pass out. So we got Satsumas, and you've got popcorn. The popcorn's good. Yeah, and then the cheese things as well. I mean, if the worst comes to the worst, we've got blueberries in here as well. I was going to bring in nuts, and then I thought, no, I've got some caramel nuts. Not caramel, you know, he does love nuts, doesn't he? But these are sort of all different nuts, pecans and walnuts also, but coated, you know, in that savoury stuff that they do. I brought them in, and Joanne Webb came out to me and she said, you can bring your nuts in again, Steve. And I said, oh, that's nice of you, Jo, thank you. And she said, they were so addictive. And they are, and they were in the boot of the car, and I opened the boot of the car, and I thought, shall I take them in today? And I thought, no, don't spoil them, Steve. It's not, you've done it. Well done. We've got to get... I didn't feel at all well this morning, though. It's very unusual. All of a sudden, I woke up. You know when you wake up and you think, oh, I think I might be sick. And so I get out of bed at about 11:15, something like that. Go to the kitchen, make myself a cup of coffee, sit down in front of the settee. Now, I'm wearing a shirt and a pair of pants. Remember I told you about the pants the other day? And I'm sitting there, and you know when you're sitting, and it's really quite comfy. You have a little drink of coffee, and all of a sudden I thought, oh, I don't feel very well. I don't think I feel... So what did I do? I didn't go to the bathroom. I took my shirt off. So I'm now just got my pants on, and I'm sitting there with my shirt over my lap, thinking that if I'm going to be ill, I can be ill on my lap, and then I can throw the shirt away. It doesn't particularly bother me or anything like that. Luckily, I wasn't. It was obviously that first mouthful of coffee. But, you know, I mean, I hate being sick. Even as a child, I hated being sick. It was the only thing. I watched some poor soul. I was coming into Leicester Square, when was it? Last Sunday. And there's some girl... and she's leaning over one of these bike racks, and she's being violently ill. We had it on the bus a few weeks ago. The bloke was sort of sitting there by himself upstairs on the bus, and there's a bloke in front of him, and he leant forward and said something, and the bloke shot out of his seat just to avoid the bloke behind, who was sick, and then just gets off the bus. Well, of course, they can't take the buses any further. So everybody's got to get off, so we're all trying to tiptoe around it and not look. Because I used to be really funny about that years ago. If I saw somebody being sick, it used to affect me. Now it doesn't... I can't remember when it stopped, but it doesn't bother me now. I just go, well, I shouldn't have drunk so much, should you? I should have had that kebab on top of those sort of 16 pints. Ollie's favourite night out. Favourite night out. Hello, darling. Ollie, you must have heard of me. Everybody has. You haven't got a Bic razor with you, have you? We might need it later. So, what do we say, 14 stone? 14 stone. I wish I knew what I weighed, because I now can't work it out. Every time I go in there, they go, oh, you put on a little bit, and you think, a little bit? And then I bump into somebody, and they go, oh, Steve, you've lost weight. And you go, what are you looking at? I don't think I'd lost weight. You think you've gained weight? Oh, right. Yeah. You're right. Well, I get exactly the same. They always sort of say to me, oh, you've lost weight, haven't you? And you think, are you mad? And I go, no, I haven't lost weight. I promise you. I mean, look, I've put it on more. And sometimes you can hold it in, and it doesn't look so bad if you're sort of posing for photos or something like that. Oh, jacket's always very useful. I think a jacket is a godsend if you're carrying a little bit of weight. And then I watched Ideal World, and they obviously cater for the larger woman. And they have models who sort of walk up and down and do all this kind of business. They go, and you get 2 of these for 20 quid. And I thought, do you know what, godsend. I should buy some of these. They're obviously marvellous. And then they started advertising tenner pants. Well, that sounded even more promising. I thought, so in other words, you don't actually need to leave anywhere to go to the toilet. You could just sit there with a fixed smile on your face. And I thought, that's a good idea, isn't it? Then I thought, oh, God, you're getting too old. What's happening? All of a sudden, like, you know, you get up from the settee. I have to do it in stages. I go, 1, 2, 3, whoa, up. And then you're up, and then it crashed straight into the television. But you do, you put your socks on. I have to lean up against the toilet door. Because otherwise I fall over. I've discovered I have no sense of balance whatsoever. Taking my jeans off is an art form in itself. Because what I have to do, I undo them, and then they gracefully slip to the ground, and then I put one foot on the bottom of one jean and lift my leg out. And then, and I've done it on more than one occasion, I've tried to take the other side off, and I fall over. So I have to lean against something, so it gives me something to sort of rest on. But it works. I mean, listen, it works. It is. You'll all be identifying with that. It's like getting on the bus, isn't it? You get on the bus, you go, oh, God, it's so exhausting. Find a seat. You don't want to sit next to anybody who's sort of got a shopping trolley or is quite mad, because there are loads of mad people on buses. Mind you, my ideal seat on the bus, I quite like the one where it's just behind the driver, or failing that, on some of the buses I get, to the left of the driver there are seats there and you can pretend you're driving the bus. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, I do that all the time. That's great. When I was little, I used to have a plastic stick-on wheel, and you'd lick it, and you'd stick it onto the front of your dad's car, and you could pretend you were driving the thing. And that was fab. And I still have not been disappointed in driving. I love useless passenger. I always get ill. When my dad used to pick me up from school years ago, we'd have to stop off at a cafe so I could take travel sickness pills. It was the only one I could get through. Nowadays, I'm fine. I just drive. I could drive forever. I used to have a Mini once. My producer, Chris, has got a Mini. And I used to have to go back down the motorway, the M4. You can imagine what that's like. Because just past Slough, all the lights go. And you've just got nothing, and it's very tiring, I promise you. So, Naturists strip off at the Royal Academy. It's always a day I'm not there. Typical. And, the penis enlargement operations, which leave men worse off. Apparently, if you have one of these enlargement operations, I forget how much it costs, it's about 9,000, I think. They did it on the television. There's two Italian surgeons, and they do, their specialist field is penis enlargement. Because apparently some people think they're a little bit inadequate. And so they go, I'd like something that looks a bit better. Unfortunately, the end result that they get never seems to look as good as you think it's going to look. It's just because they're just plumping it up with fillers. And it's like doing your lips, isn't it, I suppose, or something like that. But they have said in the paper today, there's been a survey, and they've said it's not as good having penis enlargement. So, if you were thinking about it, it's a lot of money. Seriously, I mean, you could have yourself waxed for about 3 years for the price it costs to make your willy bigger. And I don't think people are impressed. I always feel slightly jealous of strippers. Because you think, oh, honestly, look at you with your rippling torso and your huge, enormous willy and things. And you sort of think to yourself, why was I last in the queue? Why did God decide not to bother with me? I'll give him something, honestly. Didn't really matter, did it? Didn't really matter. But who cares? Goodness sake, it's Friday. It's Friday. Friday is my most favourite day of the week. I like all the days of the week, but I like Friday because when I'm sitting at home getting ready, and then it took me a little bit longer than usual, I was sort of thinking, it's Friday. It's Friday. And I really got excited. So I'm going to go back home today. I've got an interview to do. Milton Jones is coming in, the comedian. Woo! Do you like Milton? Well, big fan. Yep, Thomas is exactly the same. Big fan of Milton. He got a little bit confused over which Milton we were bringing in, and so he's found the right one now. So he's very happy, but he's very busy because we're a bit short-staffed today, as you know. So he's having to work extra, but don't mind. The money will help. He can get another one of those naff haircuts that he so favoured. Do you know how much he paid for that haircut? 15 quid. 50. I said, that's what, 15 quid for that. It's not like it's not even styled. What, I mean, do you have to walk through the barber shop to get to where you live or something? Why would you just avoid it? Go and get it cut somewhere else. He doesn't have any product. What did the girlfriend say? She said, look like a 5-year-old schoolboy. That's the embarrassing thing, isn't it? But that's actually good. I always think that's actually quite good. If you don't look your age, not look at, when people they ask me how old I am, and I will go, tell them, and they go, oh, you don't look that old. Well, they don't say that anymore now. They've given up saying that. So you think, I obviously look my age. I've obviously grown into my age. And 2 people yesterday in Tesco's car park came up to me and said, well, one I've seen before, Steve Allen, it's either here or Costco, and then another bloke came over, just as I was coming back to the car with my milk. I bought 2 litres of milk, which was the only place that they had that sold this particular milk from the Channel Islands. And he said, you Steve Allen? Always get that. You Steve Allen? And I said, what an impertinent thing to say. I said, of course I'm Steve Allen. And so he then came over and he said, I've often wondered what you look like. So I'm sitting there with my baseball cap on and my dark glasses. You're not going to get any idea at all. I take this off, I look like Muffin the Mule. So I look completely different. And then what was I watching on YouTube this morning? Was it something, oh no, it's people in America getting very angry. Some woman doing the same thing they do over here. Don't film me. I don't want to be filmed. And she said, it's against my rights. And the police officer said, as they say to them over here, this is a public highway. You can be filmed by anybody. And they can do whatever they like with it. So they did. She was rich. She was really cross. She was so cross. She kept saying, don't film me. I've told you before. And he said, I'm filming you. You're on a public road. I can film anybody I like. But they all hate it. You know, the old chavs. What are you doing? And yet they all put themselves up on the Jeremy Kyle show. So Kim Marsh hosts the Gay Pride City Awards. What for? Couldn't they find any gay people in Manchester? They must have been able to. It can't be that difficult. Thousands of takeaways and greasy spoons will not have to put the calorie count up on their menus, which is quite good, isn't it? Also, the world's first test tube rhino. How big the test tube is, I've got no idea. Ade Edmondson is joining EastEnders. And Katie Price, here we go, the usual drivel from the most unhappy woman in the entire world. She says she and Peter Andre are still in love. He's not with you, sweet cheeks. He really isn't. He can't stand you. The trouble is, every one of her ex-husbands is having a nice time. The only person who's not having a nice time is Katie Price. She's very, very miserable, very, very unhappy, and hates the idea that other people are enjoying themselves, and she's not. In a moment, Danny Baker. Racism? Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Are you well? I know, some of you are going, not really, Steve. So yesterday, it all blew up over Danny Baker. I don't need to actually go into exactly what it was, because you know what it was. He tweeted... and then he obviously decided, bearing in mind this was nothing to do with his radio programme, okay, he's a radio presenter, he's got one show a week on a little station called Five Livies or something, anyway, and five Live, I think actually is how many lives you have if you make a mistake within the BBC, but of course the BBC are ultra sensitive. I mean, they still will not allow any advertising on Blue Peter, so they cover over a cornflakes box with a piece of sticky back plastic, but we all know it's a cornflakes box because it's got a picture of a cock on it. And so that's why. And they use Copydex, but they don't tell you it's Copydex. We're just using a rubber adhesive. It's Copydex, okay? It's Copydex. So the BBC are very sensitive. And I can't say that. And yet Alan Sugar managed to get away with stuff a short while ago. And loads of other people get away with things. But in this particular case, this went that little bit far. So he's obviously, now I don't know this. This is the bit that I've made up. He's sitting at home and he's had a few sherbets because he prints lots of pictures of him with a glass of wine, which is okay, but, you know, perhaps it's a bit too much. Anyway, so this picture appears. What made it worse was the fact that he headlined it, Royal Baby. The Royal Baby makes an appearance or whatever it was. And that was the thing that linked it to Meghan and Harry and little Archie. And that's where he made the big mistake. Because obviously somebody said to him, what have you put this up for? This looks racist. All right, it might just be a little chimpanzee dressed up, but he highlighted it, directly linking it to the royal wedding. He directly linked it. So on that basis, you can't have that at all. You absolutely cannot have that. That is, whether he sees it as racist or not, unfortunately, it was badly timed. He was either ill-advised or he just did it himself because he was a bit three sheets to the wind, because he took it down. So he must have realised, of course, by that time it's too late. Somebody's already nicked it, and somebody's then started resending it saying, look what Danny Baker writes. And I have to be honest, I thought that does go a bit too far. There was no doubt in my mind that he would have to lose his job over it. I didn't know he only did 1 day a week, but there again, what do I know? I thought he might do 5 days a week. But he only does one day a week on a Saturday. And I was thinking, it's amazing the anger that came out very, very quickly. I think because people saw it as it was a direct link to Meghan Markle and to Prince Harry and to their baby. I know it didn't look like their baby because this was a small chimpanzee who was dressed up, who was covered in fur, even though Archie is quite hairy, apparently, according to Harry. How can you be hairy at that? Look, you see, you've got something in common, Ollie, with him. Something common. Who doesn't look like the baby? No, the chimpanzee, it didn't look anything like it. It was nothing like, and it was nothing to do with the radio programme, but they thought because he'd done that, they acted very quickly. Phone call, you're fired. Phone down. It's as simple as that. He then came on to LBC and just about every other organisation you can think of and said he'd been thrown under the bus, which he might have done, but it was of his own doing, I'm afraid. And that's the problem. We all make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. But that was just a little bit too much of a mistake. You know, we don't like things like that. And so the papers are now full of it. I mean, he's been branded a racist, you know, and it's going to stick with him. There's nothing you can do about that. You're kind of stuck with it because people go, well, that was a racist comment. And he didn't see it like that. But I think he must have done. You can't be sort of so blind and deaf to other people's feelings. So I think the right thing happened. Whether he's got any other work, I don't know. I always think that's very sad when people lose their jobs, because there was nothing he's ever done on the programme that's warranted it. It's because he did it privately. Plus, Gary Lineker said sweet nothing, has he? Nothing at all. And they do a podcast together. Whether or not they continue doing a podcast together, I've got no idea. But why didn't Gary Lineker comment? They've got various people in the papers on people who thought he was racist, and a load of people who didn't think he was racist. Now, I don't propose to sit down here with you this morning at 4:25 and discuss the whys and wherefores of whether he's racist, because you've already made up your mind. I've got everybody's got a different opinion. You either think he's racist or you think he's not. Either way, I couldn't care less. Not going to change my life. It's just, it's just one of those things. He made the mistake and he's paid the price. Okay? End of story. Won't do it again. According to what O'Brien was saying, he often posts pictures of chimpanzees dressed up, which slightly odd. If you go to the circus, you do see chimpanzees dressed up. They do. In fact, I've got a picture of me with a chimpanzee at Bertram Mills Circus at Olympia, the circus that travelled by train. And I'm holding this chimpanzee. I can't remember anything about it apart from the picture of me with the chimpanzee. It would actually look bigger than me. Which, to be honest with you, it could be good. Paul says, why not employ somebody for 15 minutes a day to help you put your socks on? I don't need 15 minutes to put my socks on. I just need to lean up against something. Don't you? Can you stand there on one leg and put a sock on? Can you do that, Ollie? Can you? Oh, is it just me? You can stand on one leg, can you, and do a sock? Good Lord. I mean, I tried putting my pants on the other day and I got 2 feet in the same outlet. So consequently, I fell over. Luckily, I was near the bed. But I'm constantly falling over. And this is at this age. You can imagine how much worse it's going to get, can't you? Sorry about my sock there. A lot of people are sort of, a lot of people are sort of worrying about socks, and people will say to me, oh, do you really wear your socks once? I go, yeah. Sometimes I make them last 2 days, which is actually good. On last night's Question Time, the BBC had a panel of 4 Remainers and only 1 Leaver. Uncle Nige, how's that fair? Oh, the arguments. Anna Soubry was arguing and people were shouting over each other, and there was a very irate little man from the Labour Party. Just, I love a good argument. I'm sorry, I know it makes me a bad person, but to be honest with you, I couldn't care less. I love listening to people arguing with either Majid or with O'Brien. I think Nick's much better at not arguing with people, but people love arguing, don't they? They think they know what they're talking about, and then they get completely destroyed, which I love. Steve, I agree with you on Danny Baker. If you've got 500,000 followers, I think you have some responsibility over what you say. Absolutely. He must have realised. I mean, how drunk was he? You wouldn't put it up when you're sober, but it was the headlining of it, linking it to the royal wedding, linking it to the royal child. That's what sealed his fate. So, Steve, hope you're well. Yeah, I am, actually. Not too bad. Not too bad. Just wanted to conclude this week's bragging. I received my new car today and spent an inordinate amount of money on it. Do you know, when I bought a new car years and years ago, what did I buy first of all? A fire extinguisher to go down the middle of the car. I just had this strange bit. It was a little brown Mini, and it was lovely, but I just had this fear of being caught in it and the thing bursting into flames. So I thought, if I have a fire extinguisher inside, then I'll be safe. And I thought I was the bee's knees. I really did. A little fire extinguisher in there. The air fresheners. that hung over, and a little stereo system, which I put in myself with a speaker that just had a wire that went and you put it on the back ledge of the car. Lovely, isn't it? One here that says the day is not the same if I miss a show. Heading to Staines upon Thames, and doing anything is very exhausting. I can relate to you. I'm recovering with my hair on fire and burnt my ears. Still the show goes on. I agree, actually. I agree. The show does go on. And that's the good thing about this show. It goes on, and it goes on tomorrow morning. We will have a little bit later on, because the producers worked out it, a couple of clips of the guests for this weekend. One is very much to do with Mental Health Awareness Week next week, which a lot of people are getting involved with. And you're going to really, really enjoy this interview, because he's very lucid. He tried to take his own life. He went through a lot of depression. You'll probably associate him with you, because he'll be saying things that many of you will identify with. And it's a lovely interview. Really good interview. I didn't realise how good it was going to be. You know, it's afterwards that you go, oh, the interview, has everybody gone? They've all gone. Where's everybody gone? Frighten the life out of me. What are you doing? You're doing a water? Oh, right. Good Lord. All of I looked up, there's nobody there. No. Frighten the life. Don't just hold a hand out so I know somebody's there. Yeah, not like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So we'll go through the papers. We'll talk about, because you might have bought gimmicky charcoal toothpaste. I don't know why charcoal would be the thing, but that's what they say. And I'm still maintaining that Victoria Beckham was not invited to the Met Gala. Can you see the most important fashion statement in the entire universe? And she wasn't there. She was apparently busy elsewhere. I thought she would have moved heaven and earth to go to that Met Gala. Apparently, if you weren't there, you weren't invited. I'd love to find out, actually. What is that you're wearing, Ollie? Is it a shirt or something, or it's a shirt. It's a T-shirt. Very odd-looking T-shirt, isn't it? It does look a bit, yes. It looks like something you would wear in the Middle Ages. Here's Ollie of Sunnybrook Farm. It's sort of quite nice. It's obviously, is it new or not? Fairly new. Do you go for dark? He goes for dark colours. Thomas goes for dark colours. Because I don't know what I get. If I look in my wardrobe, because I've got clothes hanging everywhere, and mainly on my body, and I look at them and I think, what is the overall colour? And you go, it's dark, isn't it? Dark covers up a multitude of sins. But, no, in your case, it's fine. You're 14 stone, for goodness sake. I mean, should be quite grateful. It's only that. Think of poor Arj at the moment. He has to lose nearly as much as you weigh. He's been told to lose 10 stone. I mean, that is a lot of weight to carry around. A lot of weight. So he bumps into Lydia Dim at GMB, because apparently they're using Arj for some joke, I suspect, of him doing the entertainment news, which is a bit embarrassing because he is the entertainment news. And he bumps into Lydia, and then he's what? Yeah, sometimes Gemma Collins does, but she can't string two words together. So, like, it's... and then, so Lydia bumps into him, and she's taken her father along with her. She's that useless. I mean, she was bad enough on that programme on the television where you have to be intelligent. She was doing, what was it? Not University Challenge, the other one, which they do. Is it Mastermind? Yeah, they were doing Celebrity Mastermind. She was on it as a celebrity. What a joke that was. Thick as a brick. Anyway, LBC News Time, 4:30. Nice to be company. Welcome to Friday. I'm going to have to resist doing the whoop, whoop, whoop bit, which I love. Steve, I'd like to recommend a programme on the BBC called Ambulance. I don't think I've seen that. Have I seen that or not? There's so many different programmes, I lose track of it. Cops with Cameras, Ambulance 999, What's Your Emergency, 24 Hours in A&E. I mean, small wonder I've turned into a hypochondriac. Steve, did I hear you say you're collecting a new car today? No? I've just been looking at some, actually. It's going to be my treat for this year, but I don't know which one to go for. I haven't quite decided. Shane says, would it have been something you had the night before that made you sick? I don't know. I'm just sort of a little bit nonplussed about the whole thing. Was that the Mini that had the door ripped off, an old S-Reg? No, it was, oh, I can't remember the blooming number plate. It was OLR 299W. OLR299W, not an old S-Reg, cheeky so-and-so. Steve, Danny Baker's tweet scandal is about knowing better than racist thugs who feed off poisonous thoughts and thoughtless poison. Things that they say. And, yeah, I mean, it was just badly timed. Very, very badly timed. I think he would know that when he looks back on it. He will know it was just badly timed. You just don't do things like that. People saw it for what it was. But that was it. But I mean, I'll read you out some of the comments. There's loads of them. Loads and loads of them. Another one here said, do you remember when racists put up a picture of Michelle Obama's face merged with a chimpanzee? Yeah, I mean, perhaps some people don't see things like that. Perhaps they really don't see it. Steve said, are you interviewing Matthew Broderick? I don't think so, no. Is he coming in? No, we don't know. Hands up in the air, you know, like you just don't care. And, I don't know, Matthew Broderick. I like Matthew Broderick. I liked him in everything. Couldn't think of anything off the top of my head. Right, so what are the papers full of? Freddie Starr dead. He was 76, and I was not a fan. That's all I can tell you. I'm sure when he first made his appearance, it was on a Royal Variety Performance, and he was very funny. He did Mick Jagger, he did loads of other people. It was an impressionist act with wigs and hats and all that kind of stuff, and he brought the house down. People loved him. Unfortunately, I don't think he was able to handle fame very much because they didn't call him funny, they called him controversial. I went to see him at the Palladium when he was doing his show there, and unfortunately, because he was so, I think it was Jimmy Tarbuck that said you had to be aware of him because he could gate crash your act quite easily. He would sort of wander on. If you were a singer and you were on his show, he would just wander on during your act and make funny noises behind you and stuff like that. He was just basically lived for himself. He didn't have much joy in the marriage departments, and then it all started going pear-shaped because he had addictions, which he started talking about, and then, in fact, I actually walked out of one of his shows at the London Palladium. I just didn't think he was suitable for the London Palladium. I just thought he was basically taking the mickey out of the people who were appearing on the stage with him. And somebody said to me that, you know, you've got to watch him because he will absolutely destroy your act. Because he thought it was funny. And the audience who went to see him were a Freddie Starr audience. They wanted to see Freddie Starr. And, you know, as far as he was concerned, they were going to see Freddie Starr almost every minute on the stage. There was barely a time. Then it all went pear-shaped, and then he had to go on to a reality show to try and get some money together. I think the last time he performed was somewhere in Spain, where he just sort of writhed about a little bit. And we've seen him. He'd kind of lost it towards the end. But then I know lots of people like that who, in their day, were huge. They were very big. Freddie Starr was very big, but I think if you ask people in the business, he wasn't the most pleasant person. Unlike, you know, other comedians who worked very hard at it. He didn't, and I remember seeing him being interviewed with his very young wife on television, and she couldn't stand him. I think they divorced after a short period of time. So when they say he was found dead in his Spanish apartment, he was only pictured the day before. Somebody had asked him about something, and he'd given a little sort of chat to them, but it was just a bit sad, really, just a little bit sad. I mean, he was, I think, one of the biggest paid stars of the 70s and 80s. He had a quadruple bypass in 2010 after a heart attack, and he moved to the area. His next-door neighbour, who's a nurse, said he was definitely dead. Because we had to check that, didn't we? It's no good saying, so-and-so's died. And they go, are you sure? And then all of a sudden they actually pop up again, and they go, actually, I'm not dead. Nice to see the coverage. His next-door neighbour said she thinks he may have suffered a heart attack. Well, he was 76. But I don't think he was the biggest comedian that we've ever had in this country. He was certainly a little bit of a pain to actually keep under control. That was the trouble. I think the drink and the drugs had got to him quite badly, I think. Dear. Steve, my boss has got a Phantom drop head. But they're very expensive, around 350k. Why not try a two-door Wraith at around 250? I don't want two-door. I do not. I've had two-door cars before. I don't do them for the simple reason, if you're going out with friends, You've got to move the seat forward, and then they've got to squeeze in. They've got to put the seat back again. No, have your own door. Have your own door. That's what I like. So, no, I mean, and also I looked at Wraiths. It's like for people who can't afford a Phantom. That's what it is. It's very nice. There's nothing nice. I'm not dissing it or anything like that. They're very nice, but it's not for me if it's only got 2 doors. And it's got to be the right colour. I know I can have it sprayed any colour I want, but it's just got to be perfect. It's got to have my name written on it. I've got to go out and see it and go, woo, that's the one. That's the one. Because sometimes I do see them in London driving around, but you don't see them anywhere else. I've never been down into Berkshire and seen people driving around with Wraiths or with Phantoms at all. The Sun did the headline, the famous Freddie Starr ate my hamster, and that was many, many years ago, and it was all very funny and all the rest of it. Fans loved his wacky, wild and unpredictable way. Unfortunately, not everybody else did. But that was the problem with Freddie Starr. I don't know what he'll leave money-wise. Very little. Very, very little. Very little. Although I looked at the house that Danny Baker opened the door of, and that looks like a bit of an expensive property, doesn't it? That looks a bit of an expensive, but I don't think it's anywhere near London. Lots of marble. Or marbles. Oh, marble. Oh, so, okay. Do you have a marble bathroom, Thomas? Do you have a... Oh, right, no, just checking. Because I could... Well, sure what? Because then I've always thought you could fall over on a marble bathroom. It's going to get very slippy if it's wet, isn't it? If it's very wet. I've got carpet. Yeah, and rugs. No, doesn't get really wet. I'm a careful person. Very careful. Are you very messy in the bathroom? Do you sort of jump in the bath and half the bath gets out? Is that what it's... Yeah. See, I don't do that. I slip gracefully beneath the water, sprinkled with rose petals. And that, I've tried that Badidas. Badidas. What do you mean, when you say, do I do candles? Oh, that's nice. That's very romantic, isn't it? You like Badidas. They always... Oh, you got television in the bathroom? Oh, you got your laptop. Okay, yeah. I stayed in a hotel in Blackpool once, and they had a television in the bathroom at the end of the bath. And I was so frightened to use it, because I thought I might get electrocuted, so I didn't. But Badidas is lovely. It makes your body all slippery and... What's the other... Fengel. Fengel. Phew, that's a winner, I'm telling you. God, you can have fun by yourself with Fengel. You don't need anybody else in the bath. Friday night bath with Fengel. And it smells beautiful. And so you lie there until everything goes all wrinkly, and then you have to get out of the bath. Don't like it. Well, I do showers mainly, but occasionally, very, very occasionally, it will be a bath. Because you can let yourself... And a bath with 2 people in is... No, just me again. Okay. Just me again on that one. You're just curious who what? Who I share with... Oh, I'm not telling you. Telling you. Goodness sake, how nosy do you have to be, honestly? No, not with Teddy. Other people. Other people come round. The plumber, milkman, postman, usual. I love the idea. So curious. So curious. Another one here says, Freddie Starr sounds like he was a Marmite comedian. I'd never heard of him. I mean, well, yes, I think Marmite would probably discover him. I'm probably a Marmite presenter. You know, you either love Steve Allen or you don't love Steve Allen. Luckily, the majority of people love Steve Allen. I am the most popular person in the building. It's difficult to have to live with. You know, the ego alone. Danny Baker insisted he made an innocent mistake as he spoke to O'Brien in his first interview since being fired for posting the tweet. Yes, he went on to do loads, didn't he? I don't know. We actually phoned him to get an interview, and of course he was looking for an outlet to talk about it. But I mean, an innocent mistake? I'm not buying that. I'm not buying innocent mistake. You must know what you're doing. It's, you know, everybody knows. It's glaringly obvious. Steve, read the new car. Don't buy it in white. I've seen it in white. I've seen it in white. It looks lovely. Really lovely. Should we take a short break? Let's try and do a short break. No, let's not. Let's talk about something else in the... Oh, so you want to do the break now? You've rushed up the studio. Here we go. Well, Julie says, I'm with you, Steve. I don't believe that tweet was an innocent mistake. No, I don't. You must know. I mean, he's an intelligent person. He is. He's far more intelligent than I am. Good man, mind you, half the country is more intelligent than I am. And so he must have thought this is going to offend somebody. He must have. I mean, you can't do something like that without offending people. Ridiculous. Matthew Bodrick's in town. Yeah, we know. I don't think he's doing anything. Generally speaking, when they actually come to, I mean, normally Thomas is on it, like a dose of salts, and he didn't know. So obviously, sometimes you put in the bid for somebody, and they go, they're only doing one interview, and the one interview might be Graham Norton. That might be that kind of thing. Certainly wouldn't be Keith Lemon, that's a fact. Considering you're not feeling well this morning, says Umi in Ealing, you're definitely on fire now. We were talking about that a minute ago, actually. We were talking about fire, weren't we? We were talking about fire. I was thinking, because they said, oh, there's a funny smell coming from the printer, and I said, get some sausages in, and we can do a little barbecue. We can have something going on, can't we? Ollie's as hungry as... And you're not vegetarian. You're not. You're flexitarian. You're not going... Oh, it's so pretentious with it. But we could have had some nice little sausages going on in there. I'd be up for that. You'd eat sausages, wouldn't you? Haggis, yeah. When was the last time you ate? I feel so sorry for Ollie now. He comes in here looking all emaciated. I always think he's obviously not eating properly. Well, and what did you have at 5? Prawn fish cakes. Oh my God, that sounds disgusting. Where'd you get things like that from? Tesco's Finest. Prawn fish. I've never even heard of such a thing. Prawn fish. They were horrid. I thought they would be. Oh no. Prawn fish cakes are made out of haddock or white fish or anything like that but not prawn. Oh no. Oh, with butternut squash? Oh. I don't mind dauphinoise potatoes. Did it all come in a thing where you just shove it in the oven? Yeah. Oh, Ollie, honestly, you eat as many of those satsumas as you want. You enjoy all of them. You enjoy the popcorn. We've got more popcorn if you need popcorn. I should... Oh, when are you in next week? I'll have to bring in some nuts next week. She swears on the travel desk. She says, don't ever bring them in again. She said, they're so nice. So it's like those honey roasted, only it's all different nuts. I know, seriously. You would kill for this. You would kill for these nuts. They're very good. She'd never seen them before, so obviously, a little bit of an exciting thing. David Beckham turned up in court with his hair. Hilarious. And he's got his miserable face on. Miserable, I don't know why he's not looking happy. She's over in America, he's over here. And he's been banned for 6 months from the roads. The former England captain was caught using a mobile behind the wheel of a loan car. He was given a loan Bentley. And his lawyer claimed his children would be deprived of him picking them up from school. Oh, go away. Goodness, deprived of them? Go, the attention-seeking family. Can't they get the bus? Is there something the matter with them? I mean, sure, couldn't they send a car for them? They've got nearly $1 billion, haven't they, if you believe that? Anyway, he was fined $750 in order to pay £100 to prosecution costs and a 75% surcharge. His kids would miss him picking them up. I didn't know they went to school. Bit of a surprise on that one. But Joshua Harris, director of campaigns at road safety charity Break, says using a phone when behind the wheel can impair you as much as driving drunk. And everybody said exactly the same. Everybody said exactly the same. He's obviously an idiot. He obviously thinks he's above it. A bit like Kerry Coke Toner when she was done the other day for not taking one of her children to school because she's a celebrity. I mean, seriously, only in her tiny pea-brain mind. Steve, if your next car is white, you'll be able to do weddings at the weekend. Oh. I thought about that, actually. Thomas could be I always imagine Thomas, not so much Ollie, I don't think, but in the film Oliver gets farmed out, and Oliver, and he gets a job in a funeral director, and what he has to do, he has to walk in front of the hearse, holding the thing there, because he looked mournful and cry. That's what they used to do in those days, and I see you as that Oliver, that child, walking in front of I don't know why, because you've got one of those miserable faces. No, you're not. Could you do that? You could do that? You could do that. What's your ultimate job? What would be your ultimate job? If you could pick a job, at the moment we all work in radio, and that's all I've done all my life. But what would be the ultimate job for you? And don't say stripper, please. What would you want? A what? Footballer. Yeah, you could speak on the phone in the car. Yeah. Would you? And which team would you like to play for? Newcastle. Is that your favourite team at the moment? That's your favourite team. And so, do you know all the players? Oh, right, you see. I told you yesterday, football people are mad. Absolutely barking mad. They're the only people, whereas you have a journalist who then becomes a reporter and they talk about everything. Football people can only talk about football. They don't know anything else at all. They can tell you who was right, who was wrong, why the goalie was wrong, we were playing the wrong position, and they, to the point of... Small wonder they all drink. Small wonder football fans drink. You need to drink to get into the mindset. So you'd like to be a footballer. And why have you not pursued your dream? Oh, you're rubbish at football. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it, really? Because I wanted to be a hang glider, but I'm rubbish at hang gliding. I'm frightened of heights. Or failing that, I'd like to just own a circus. Either a circus or a fun fair. No, not even a ringmaster. I'd just like to own a circus or travel with a circus. That was, always loved that. I used to be fascinated in Newbury in Berkshire. They used to have a fair once a year, and it was a combination of about 6 fun fairs that came together on an enormous piece of ground. And I think they do it in Nottingham. I think for the Goose Fair they have exactly the same. The fun fair takes up the whole of the high street, and I used to look at these huge machines that come in, and the same here in London in Hyde Park with the winter thing, and everything arrives on a truck, and then magically it all folds out. And there is a ride, and you think, oh, I'd love that. And at night time, when all the lights are dimmed and all the lights come on the right, yeah, I love that. And circus as well. Something very exciting about circus, probably because I was taken as a child. But never radio. Never. Favourite act. I don't know. I'd quite like to be... Oh, I can't do a trapeze. I can't do heights. I could do anything on a height. In fact, I feel ill thinking about doing a trapeze. Tightrope walker, no. I don't know what I'd be. I don't know what I'd be, actually, in the circus. Perhaps I would have to be the ringmaster. I don't know. Because you have to fill if they're not ready, you know, if the wire's not tight enough or something. So, yeah, perhaps that. It's just the fact that at the end of the night, and at the end of the week, wherever you've been, everything gets packed up again, the tent comes down, goes on the lorries, and then the lorries set off first to go and find the next site, and you set off in your caravan, and there's some big caravans that go with circuses. I mean, I went in to one for Billy Smart's, the people who brought Billy Smart's Circus back. They had this custom-made caravan built in Spain for, I think it was about 150,000 quid. And it has to be towed by a truck. You can't put it behind your car. The car would never make it. And it's huge, but it's got what they call pull-outs. So in other words, when you see them on the site, the 2 front bits pull out, which gives you an extended sitting room. So you can't really use it while it's on the road because all the pull-outs are pushed in. And then the other end, it opened up, and that became the bedroom. And it was really clever. And they've got a little balcony at the back. They've got television, you know, water, shower, everything. And I just fancy that. And then I thought I fancied the fun fair as well. Again, it's this mysterious fantasy for me of everything packing up into a lorry and then people coming round and sort of paying money to go on your rides. I do like roller coasters, yes. I do like I've been on a couple of very scary ones. There was one where you had to take jewellery out. Well, I don't wear jewellery. And they said, no, you have to take it all out because you were suspended. So you put your arms through the thing. This was in America, I think it's Seven Flags. And you put your arms in and then the ride lifts up. So all of a sudden your legs are dangling. And that's why, because of the G-force, you have to take earrings out and any other piercings you might have. And then you're off on this swinging thing. I mean, people were screaming before we'd even moved. Great fun, though. And I went on another one down in Southend. And you go up, you sort of sit back, the seat tips up, and you get to the top, vertical, and it just tips you back down the other side. I love that. That's where your little spherical objects end up inside your mouth. And you're sort of going, oh, God. And they're so big in America. I mean, they really are. They're enormous. And I love all the YouTube videos where you've actually got somebody who's filming it at the very front of the ride. And you think, and then some of them just stop over the first drop. And you go, and they've all got their hands in the air, like that. And then all of a sudden, it takes off. And you think, oh, that's fun. I'd like to be in control of that. But no, definitely travelling with something and setting up. So every week you're in a different place. It's lovely. Love it to pieces. Barry says, I had a balance problem. It's got better with chair yoga. Oh, don't talk to me about yoga. He's coming up with yoga the other side. Thomas is going, oh, I think I'm going to do yoga or something like that. Absolute pretentious rubbish. I mean, really, nobody believes a word he says. He just comes up with this stuff, says, well, I'm going to be doing yoga. I said, what would you want to do yoga for? But anyway, I attend once a week at my doctor's surgery, chair yoga. We give a donation of £2. So what's chair yoga? You just sit on a chair and do it, do you? Is that how it works? I don't know. What sort of yoga do you do? Oh, I couldn't care less. Seriously, it's of no interest to me. I don't care. Don't care. You could fall off the end of the building and I wouldn't care. Seriously want to do yoga. You're far too young to do yoga. It's for older people. It's not for you. At your age, you should be out cycling. Like Chris, he's out cycling all the time. Get your Lycra on and get out there. Goodness sake. Have you got a bicycle, Ollie? You got one at home? What? Oh, do you? Oh, so you go to the gym. I do beg your pardon. How funny is that? You go to the gym. How often do you go to the gym? 3 or 4 times a week. Good Lord. I mean, it's small wonder I'm ballooning like a zeppelin, and you're going to the gym 3 or 4 times a week. Wow. Do you have a trainer, or you just sort of go there to ogle people? There's a lot of ogling people. The latter. There's a lot of that, isn't there? Do you spend a lot of time in the changing rooms, looking round at other people going, they've got so much better bodies than I have? In the sauna bit. Oh, they've got a sauna in there. I like a sauna, but it's so hot. So hot. You sit there with a little towel round you, do you? How lovely. Morning, everybody. Friday the 10th. Friday the 10th. I love Friday because Friday, when I finish, normally when I finish on a Friday, I haven't got anything to do till Sunday, and I look on that as bonus time. I really do. So if I want to sleep, I shall sleep. If I don't want, which 9 out of 10 times I don't. It depends what the weather's going to be like today. If it's going to be tipping down with rain, you don't really feel like sort of getting dressed up and going out there to drown yourself, do you? Jan says, talking about you being in radio forever, you've told us you sold carpets. How long did you do that before going into radio? Oh, quite a few years. I was selling carpets at 15. I left school at 15. You could in my day. I think we were about the last people you could leave school at 15. And I don't know why carpets, but I've said to you before that if in my day, oh, so old, if you wanted a job, you just went out and got one. You didn't have to fight too much for a job, and if you lost it on the Friday, you were in another job on the Saturday. It was as simple as that. So we didn't have any of this, oh, there aren't any jobs available in our town. We were just a little town, and they had loads of, why are you smiling? No reason, is there? Happy little soul. Happy little... He's thinking of the gym and the sauna again. That's what it is. Going off to that sauna again with all those nice people. I bet their eyes light up when you walk in. They go, he's back. You could make friends in a sauna, I suppose. So I sold carpets. I went for it. I don't even remember applying for it. They didn't ask me if I like carpets or anything like that. And I soon realised that it's very messy. You get lots of carpet fluff all over your jacket and all the rest of it. And I sold carpets for about 15, 16, 17, about 2 years, I would think. And then moved on to John Lewis and sold carpet. It was a lot easier selling carpets at John Lewis than the place I was selling carpets, which was a small department store, which is still there. Still there. Sort of like Newbury's favourite department store. And I went to John Lewis in Reading, Heeless, and they had a much better... You didn't need to sell carpets. Somebody would come in and they would say, oh, we're looking for sort of carpet for hall, stairs and lounge, so that's heavy domestic, 80-20, 80% wool, 20% nylon. In bedrooms, much cheaper carpet. We were selling bedroom carpet for $1.99 a square yard. And people would come in, it came in the most awful colours. Green, yellow, blue, and... Oh, it was vile. It really was. It was horrible. But we sold rugs, big Chinese rugs, up to 12 by 9s. But when I went to John Lewis, you didn't have to work anything out. They would say, can somebody come round and measure and give us an estimate? I would take their name and address, give it to the... there was an army of people backstage, as it were, sitting in an office, and all they did was put together all the quotes. And that was it. I didn't have to do anything after that. Whereas in the first place, you had to do your own quotes. So somebody would say, how much is it going to cost? And rush mats. We used to sew rush mats together to fit people's spaces. It was very entertaining. I loved it. But there again, you know, I think I come from a family who are very good at doing that side of it. I was very good with the public. Very good with the public, because I just wanted to chat, and it was fine. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Had some great times. I've been down there since. There's nobody there that I remember from my day. And it's going to look really sad, isn't it, when some old man says, I used to work here when I was a lad. My mother took me to the circus, says Shane, when it came to Sydney in the 1960s. I patted a kangaroo and it scratched me. I'm scared of them now. Those are the things, aren't they? Those are the things that you sort of worry about. Pablo says, I tried yoga once, now I can't stand up. Why would you want to... He does it. Thomas does it. He does it, but I don't know what he does it for. I can't think of any sort of logical reason. I mean, it's not that he needs to be particularly supple. He's not doing an adagio act or something. White Rolls-Royce or Continental wedding car, £500 to £600 for 3 hours hire, says Ron. Oh, sounds quite nice. Sounds quite nice. And before Freddie Starr became famous as we knew him, as a manic comedian, he was Freddie Starr and the Midnighters and appeared on the Cavern stage at the same time as the Beatles, says Graham. Good heavens above. Yes, I mean, he did go completely round the bend, didn't he? I remember him having a breakdown on television, and I remember thinking, it's sad when you see people like that. Very sad. More in the paper from Danny Baker. And, as I say, when you look at it, and of course all the papers have delighted in reprinting the same thing. So you've got Mummy and Daddy, and then there's a chimpanzee dressed up, and they've got Royal Baby leaves hospital. Well, whichever way you look at it, that was his big mistake. That was the downfall. That was the thing. You can't do that. If it was a little person, yes, but it's not. It's a chimpanzee. It's racist. You can't say that. Had he not said Royal Baby leaves hospital and just said cute little chimpanzee wearing a coat and a hat, that would have been a bit more understandable, but not Royal Baby leaves hospital. That takes it to a different level. He says he tweeted a couple. Just got fired from 5 Live. For the record, it was red sauce, always. And then he says, the call to fire me from 5 Live was a masterclass of pompous faux gravity. Took a tone that said I actually meant that ridiculous tweet and the BBC must uphold blah, blah, blah. Literally threw me under the bus. Could hear the suit's knees knocking. Yes, he's had run-ins before with his bosses. And some people are like that. And he's just one of those people. But this was nothing to do with his programme. This was just something he tweeted, and perhaps he might have tweeted other stuff over the years. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, look, here's Britain's Got Talent Amanda Holden getting called to the bar. She's sipping a G&T in a drinking den installed at her home. She's had a bar installed at the house. My brother had the same. Didn't look as flash as hers. I don't think it had as much drink. As much drink. She's got loads and loads of drink. How nice. How very nice indeed. Having your own bar, I know it sounds a bit pretentious. It's a terrible picture. You won't like it if you're an animal lover. I didn't like it because I knew what the ending was going to be, and it's a giraffe attacked by a lion after using her body to stop it getting to her calf. So the calf is standing right in front, and this lion leaps onto her back. And I don't know if you've ever seen lions' claws. They're about 3 or 4 inches long. They dig in, and eventually, because the mother tried to shake off the lion, but by this time he was well established on her back, all he wants to do is get to her throat. They have this instinct that they have to suffocate them, but unfortunately, both Mum and her defenceless young giraffe were then killed by the big cats at a Kenyan conservancy. The wildlife photographer James Nampasa, who captured the moment, said it's nature, but still very sad. It is, because you can see the ending, can't you? That you know that they're going to sort of, but I mean that's what happens. I know, I thought the same. I always think, why can't somebody interfere and sort of shoot a gun and make the lions run away and go and do it to somebody else? I think, well, if they don't do it to that giraffe, then they'll do it to somebody else. It's horrible, isn't it, really? Horrible, 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 but that's nature. Queen guitarist Brian May is working his kind of magic on a new music act. He's going into the pop world with girl band King's Daughters. Brian posted a selfie with these girls on Instagram and revealed he was letting them use his studio. That's that. See, listen, once a rocker, always a rocker. They've stopped putting his age down, which I think is so much better. Honey G wants to be in the All-Star X Factor. In an exclusive chat, the 2016 quarter-finalist, the fake, the fraud, said she can claim the prize of a shot at the Christmas #1. I like that one. Was it Peter Kay who dressed up as a woman and had a Christmas #1? Do you remember Peter Kay dressed up as... What was the one he dressed up as? It's not Gwyneth or Gwendolyn or Gillian. Who did he dress up? He dressed up as somebody, and they had a big hit single, which I think... Geraldine McQueen. What was the song called? It was... Once Upon a Christmas Song. So it doesn't even sound right, does it? Once Upon a Christmas Song. This was Geraldine. The lyrics are... Oh, that's right. I remember the bit. Over and over and over and... That one, wasn't it? Over and over. And there's quite a lot, actually. Quite a lot. It did very well. Geraldine McQueen. Released in 2008. Over and over and... What? Yeah, 2008. Yeah, it must have had to have been. He did do Is This the Way to Ramble? With all those celebrities, Rolf Harris and other people, all popped up in it. Everybody was in it, and then Tony Christie popped up as well. I like Bungle was on there. Bungle from Rainbow. There were loads of good people on it. Ronnie Corbett fell off the conveyor belt. You were never sure whether it was genuine or not. He was very good at doing cod. My first job, says Ron, was at Brentford Nylon selling sheets, but occasionally they put me in the carpet department. Hated it. Rob is off to Romania for a couple of days. Anything like to bring you? I can't think of anything. I don't think so. Most of them are over here anyway, so I don't think it makes any difference. Should be lovely. Should be beautiful this time of the year. I don't know whether or not it's going to be hot or warm, but either way, you'll have a lovely time. We were walking past a Tommy Bahama store in the uber posh high-end Silicon Valley, Stanford Mall, and naturally thought of you. Summer is on the way after all, Peter and Bill say. Thank you. How lovely, Tommy Bahamas. I would love to go out there, actually. I might do that. And just go and buy some shirts, buy about 20 and bring them back. That'd be good. I'm in the gym now, says Sanjay. Hardly anybody here this time of the morning, but thank goodness you're keeping me company whilst I'm working out. Perhaps when Thomas goes for his holiday this year is kayaking and yoga. How dull is that? Kayaking and yoga. Yes, I'd rather you didn't actually. I've seen a kayak before. I know what they are. And do you do yoga in the canoe or not? Do you take the canoes with you? It's a kayak. Sorry, it's a kayak. I do beg your pardon. Yeah. So yoga in the morning, and then yoga in the evening. Oh, how lovely! God, how boring must he be on holiday? You imagine. Oh, so where's Thomas gone? He's doing yoga. Oh, lovely, and he'll be doing it later as well. Kevin, not the Milton, says, can you ask Alexa, is it going to rain today? I don't have to ask Alexa. I can do it on my. Oh, I wish Henry had stopped tweeting everything. Just when you want to go and find something. Hello. What do I have to say? All right. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently partly cloudy and 6 degrees in London. Expect cloudy skies starting in the afternoon. Today's high will be 16 degrees and the low will be 6.
She's South African. I tell you that because the boys changed it without asking me. They just decided to change my phone to a South African woman. Don't ask me why. They're like that. So that's what it is, Kevin, not the milkman. Angela says, I woke up extra early today with a view to going swimming before work. I'm lying in bed debating whether to change my mind and not bother. Oh, don't bother, Angela. Who can be bothered? I wouldn't, even if I had a swimming pool at home. I told you I saw this lovely house the other day, 38 million pounds for this house, and it comes with the basement is converted into a beautiful swimming pool with Greek columns, and I thought, oh, that would impress people. Imagine taking somebody back and they go, oh, the house is beautiful, and you go, I've got a pool. Jenny across the road says, I'll pop over and we can do a few yoga moves in the square, like the sun salute, downward dog, upwards dog. Do you know what these are? Well, I mean, of course. He apparently knows what it is, Jenny. What do? You just cross your legs, do you, with yoga? Well, what is it then? What is it? Well, take your jeans off and show us. So, oh, here we go. All of a sudden, you don't want to show us the yoga moves. Go on, try and get away with that one. So, have you done yoga, Ollie? You've done it as well? Oh, my Lord. I'm a bit out on a limb on this one. Oh, they know what it is. You arch your head up. All right. As if you're about to be beheaded. That's what they do. Oh, down the doggy stick, stick your bottom. Yeah, all right. Thank you, Thomas. We don't need a demonstration of the bottom one. Thank you very much indeed. There's people watching this on camera somewhere in this building going, what are they doing now? He's doing yoga. I mean, nobody does yoga. Have you ever turned on the radio and heard somebody going, I think we'll do yoga today? No, here we get a demonstration. What was the other one then? So you've got the... it's gone now. I barely get a chance to read these things. What was the other one? Sun salute. What's that? Here we go. What's it for? Oh, right. Stretches the body about. But, well, why don't you just lie down on the floor? I'll put you on the rack and we'll just wind it up a little bit if you want to be stretched out. So they've all got the funniest names, haven't they? Have you got one where you involve sitting on your hands or something? Is the one that does that? We've got to take a break. So sorry. Morning. Friday. It's 20 minutes past 5. 20 minutes past 5. You can cope with that. There's some poor cleaner here who got trapped in a lift for 2 days. Good grief. The woman, thought to be in her 50s, was finally discovered with bruises from her failed escape attempts. Police rescued her after being alerted by her worried family over the bank holiday weekend. She was last seen on Friday afternoon, was freed on Sunday lunchtime at the 3-storey Margate Adult Education Centre in Kent. Taken to hospital for tests. One relative said the woman, who's not been named, had to drink her own urine to stave off dehydration. Staff at the centre said she was off work yesterday. Not at all surprised, probably terrified of lifts now. Probably a name for that. But they've actually sort of finally managed to open the... Oh, can you imagine? That's my worst nightmare. When I've seen houses before, you know, when you sort of do fantasy house buying, and it's got a lift in it, I think, just supposing you're at home by yourself and you get in the lift to go up to the top floor and it breaks down. Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. You've got to call somebody, haven't you, to come and rescue you from a lift. I don't know whether claustrophobia would set in. So, Steve, over and over again, Geraldine McQueen, Peter Kay, the lyrics, not really a Christmassy song, but it was very catchy. Did it not have snow at the end of it? Were they not on the back of a lorry and there was snow? Something like that? I can't remember. I just remember at the end of the video, I'm sure she was standing there over and over. You look quite good as a woman, actually, as Gerald. What? You checking the video out? Yeah, check towards the end of the video just to see if it really does snow. I've got this thing about it. It might snow at the end of the video that they made. It was very clever. I thought it was very clever. So we'll find out the answer to that one. Steve, I've noticed a distinct decrease in the number of neon trucks around. Perhaps your exposing of the neon has driven them underground, or perhaps they've switched to infrared. It did snow at the end of it. I thought it did. It did. At the very end of the video, it's a close. The camera pulls back, and there you get, well, the snow coming down is so pretty. We were looking at pictures earlier on. Thomas was getting very excited out in the newsroom because I said, oh, look, snow. He went, where? I said, on the television. And it was coming down up north. It was quite, he thought it was really pretty. But, you know. Yeah, on the television this morning, not actually here, but on the television up north, it was snowing. Yeah. Snow. Seriously, it was lovely. He got really quite excited, you know, which takes quite a bit for him at his age. Yeah. So, would you book your dog into a posh pooch hotel, 75 quid a night? Now, to be honest with you, dogs are dogs. And I don't think you need to book one into a hotel for 75 quid a night. Because here, you get a chauffeured Range Rover. Well, dogs don't know it's a chauffeured Range Rover. They just go, oh, blimey, I'm never going to get up there, am I? And then, unlike at home, guests are allowed on the furniture, or loads of people allow their dogs on the furniture. So they've sort of dressed him up. He's in a little dressing gown. He's then bathed in rose petals. His expression says, I'm not liking this. There's no Badidas. Have you had Badidas? It's lovely, isn't it? Fengel's better, though. That's really lovely. It's a lovely blue colour, which I like. Yes, it's like a bath bomb. Sort of like a bath bomb. I bet they love you at the gym. He's in again. He'll have his rose petals and bath bombs. Oh, no, he only does showers. Only does showers. Which is better. Lapsang Souchong Sir, Ziggy, this is the dog in question, wears a bathrobe to take his afternoon tea. Then he checks the guest book, and it's in Surrey, this place, and it's got a teapot with a picture of a dog, and they're pouring him a cup of tea. Dogs don't drink tea. As far as I know, they don't. And then he was joined in the end by some other dogs as well. So Caroline Flack takes her pet Ruby there. £75 a night. Would you pay that? Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. Oh, here she is again. Attention-seeking and pretty plain Zara McDermott, who looks like she's bagged herself something. Unfortunately, it's not a new man. So she went out with Ollie Murs because she needed a bit of publicity. And then that finished. She said, imagine my ideal man wants to slide into my DMs, but they think I'm with Ollie. It's not ideal. God, you're very ungrateful, aren't you? What a horrible piece of work you must be. I don't know who she is, actually. Is Zara McDermott is she the airline stewardess who sort of ditched that and for some reason thinks she's got a career at doing this. I'm having a relationship with Ollie Murs and other different people. She's only 22. I feel a bit sorry for her, really. It's almost like life finishes at 22. Once you've been on a programme like Love Island or any of these other things, I mean, you've killed your career stone dead. So here's Victoria Beckham stepping out with her photographer. I can't believe anybody's really interested in pictures of her anymore. Wearing an outfit, a floral trouser suit. Unfortunately, it's not for you not for you fat girls, or as I prefer to call you, normal-sized people. It's only for thin ones, and this cost £2,175. I'd love to know what the real cost of it is. I reckon it's under £100. It's just very floaty material. And, excuse me, as Victoria Beckham is as thin as a pencil, it's not for hefty hideaway girls. Is Thomas taking a bamboo cup on his yoga holiday? You just make them while you're out there. What do you have a bamboo cup for? For drinking water. Oh, right. You are quite odd, aren't you? I've suddenly realised you're even odder than I think. I thought you don't do bamboo cups. Oh, right. Right. He's messing with you, apparently. Not with me. Well, he wants to, but he daren't. On my TV, YouTube is just another channel. I've been watching your interviews on TV, says Nick. I didn't know they were up on there. A lot of my interviews. Some of them are up there. In the big studio, but I hardly ever use the big studio. I use it occasionally. I used it the other day, actually, but I don't use it that often. Yeah, for Jamie. I'm flying to Vienna this morning with my sister Diane from Harpenden and our husbands, Steve and Don, for a mini break, says Sue. Any idea where we should visit while we're there? Oh, you have to do... it depends where you're staying. You're obviously staying in a hotel on the Ring, and there's trams. Take a photo, and then you can get a card. Depends how long you're there for, actually. If you're there for a week. If you're just on for a mini break, then you just buy a ticket. You buy a little book of Farshine tickets. And you have to go to St. Peter's and go into the crypt. And you have to have a cup of coffee at the Café Landmann, which is the most famous coffee house in Vienna. And what else do you have to do? Well, you can go out to Schönbrunn. You can get the U-Bahn out to Schönbrunn and go and have a look at that, go and see what the Habsburgs built. There's a couple of palaces in town as well, Belvedere being one of them. And what else? What else would you do? What else would you do when you're in Vienna? Well, I don't know. You have to eat out, and you could go to the opera if you can get a ticket, or you can do a tour of the Opera House. They do tours of the Opera House, said to have inspired, together with Paris, the Phantom of the Opera, because, again, Vienna Opera House has a lake underneath it, which they use that. Go and see... Yeah, everybody speaks English. You won't find people who don't speak English in Vienna. But the Kärntnerstrasse, which is next to the Hotel Sacher, you just walk down there, there's shops, there's hotels, and you can sit outside and have a cup of coffee. Not the cheapest place to go for a cup of coffee, but it's quite nice, as long as the weather's nice, and lots of parks to walk in. So you'll have a nice time. Very nice. Joyce is having cataract done this morning. Cataract in the singular, because you can't have both done at the same time. You never find anything. Chris from Redditch says, wrong. Most dogs love a cup of tea. Do they? I've never heard of dogs enjoying a cup of tea. But actually, if you're paying 75 quid a night, I'd expect to take the teapot home with me. It's an awful lot of money, isn't it? £75 a night. But, you know, if that's what people want to pay, it doesn't matter. David Beckham in all the papers, with his hair. Very funny. Driving ban, Bex pleads, don't take my licence, I need to do the school run. Well, get a driver in, honestly. What a mean, tight family they are. He's only going to be banned for 6 months. So he spends 500 quid a week taking the kids to school again, or teach them what a bus is. That'll be useful, won't it? You know, £500 a week. He's only doing it for 6 months. They're so tight. So tight. She, of course, is over in Los Angeles with her photographer. Another picture of her looking a bit vacant. And he's here looking mean and moody. Perhaps they work better when they're apart. Perhaps they work better, I don't know. But it was just ridiculous. Anyway, he's had the fine reduced because he entered guilty at an earlier hearing, so it's gone from 1,000 to 750. But still 6 months. Still 6 months. All the experts have said it's a disgrace at one point, because he's had this problem before, and he's managed to get away with it, as they say. So gimmicky toothpaste, which is charcoal, is gimmicky. Toothpaste that's all the rage among celebrities, which of course is a load of old rubbish. They'll always find a few celebrities. Holland and Barrett say customers tell of finding great health benefits from using a natural toothpaste, including fluoride-free and charcoal with fluoride. I tried it ages ago. It's just black toothpaste. I didn't actually see it as being anything else. The world's first test tube rhino taking a tentative step. Can you imagine if you had it from an early age and you hand-reared, which a lot of them are, then you'd have it, you know, for the rest of your life. Fewer than 3,000 of these rhinos exist, and that's mainly due to the poachers who go out there. Awful, isn't it? You wouldn't have thought rhinoceros would actually suffer. Also, you like this one. 1 in 4 get stressed when they meditate. And that's a bit like yoga, isn't it? Yoga's a bit meditation. Anyway, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Friday, the 10th of May. Whoopee! What do they do on Friday, the 10th of May? Nothing. Ollie goes off to the bars and then ends up in the sauna, talking to people that he probably shouldn't be talking to. And Thomas, and you go choir rehearsal. He's got choir. You see, they're all. It's funny actually because I just thought it was my godchildren who, when you look at what they do all week, their parents keep them busy all week. So they've either got judo, or they've got swimming, or they've got rugby, or they've got something. So it's literally a non-stop whizzing them backwards and forwards and here. Then they've got parties and they want to go out with their friends. And so they keep, and my lot are the same. They sort of keep themselves fairly busy. Whereas me, by the time I get to the weekend, I just want to put my feet up, which I always think is a nice thing to do, because you do it. And so you do that and then it recharges the battery. Yeah. Recharges your battery, and then it kind of spurs you on, doesn't it, really? Which is good. No. And still no. Looks very despondent. What's the matter with you? I think are you doing something nice for the weekend, Thomas? Or we have something lined up for the weekend? Oh, apart from choir practice tonight. But I mean, do you then all go for drinks? Do you go for drinks after choir practice? Do you have a small Ribena or something? Okay. So do you rehearse in it? Oh, you go to see The Lion King. Oh, fantastic. You've never seen it? Oh, you love it. Let's go to sit on stage. Oh, I love it. And then they all come through the audience. Oh, it's so exciting. You'll love it. Do you have cheap seats or expensive seats? Oh, right. Oh, it's lovely. You'll love it. Because then you could always... you could literally book Joe Allen's for dinner, and then it's only round the corner. Literally within 2 minutes. Have you booked a steak place? I don't know any steak places round there. A vegetarian steak place? How can it be vegetarian if it's a steak place? Oh, it's not vegetarian. Oh, right. Have you already booked it? Oh, right. Is that very expensive? Have you checked the price lists out? What's it called? The Hawksmoor. I don't think I know that. I only know Joe Allen's. I don't know anywhere else at all. Oh, you'll love The Lion King. That'll be great. That's a good choice. Oh, it's lovely. And of course, music written by Elton John. Can you feel the love tonight? That is... Oh, it's lovely. You'll love it. Oh, very exciting. God, my weekend's so boring and dull. I'm not going to the theatre. I might get the car washed. I'm just going to be lazy. I'll probably just do phone calls. Phone calls are great for the weekend because then I don't have to see anybody, and it's quite nice. And I shall sort a few little bits and pieces out. But I could have gone to see The Lion King if I'd wanted. But I've seen it quite a few times, and it's very, very good. So do you remember that the other week Madonna walked through JFK Airport wearing a burqa? I mean, Jan Moyer has summed it up, and she said here her veiled bid for attention looks in very poor taste. I think it's outrageous. It's outrageous. She's not Muslim. What's she wearing it for? I don't agree with the full burqa anyway, but I mean, I just sort of think she's almost doing it. It's a case of, oh, look at me, because everybody's got pictures of her. We all knew it was her to start with. Truly something to shout about, says Jan Moyer. This is Lulu, complaining about having to stand on the underground. She's 70. She says, when I say complain, what I really mean is brag. For what Lulu really means is she looks so peachy and babe-liciously young that nobody thought to give up their seat for. Exactly. You wouldn't see Lulu and go, she's 70. You don't think she's 70. And they then, nobody's going to... They don't give up seats anyway on the tubes. We actually discussed this the other day. I've done it a few times, but the worst thing is when you get a rebuttal. And you go, would you like my seat? And they go, no, thank you. And you think, oh, I wish I'd never offered. Oh, guess who was born on this day, 1957? I thought he was a right plank, but that's just me. Sid Vicious. Sid Vicious, who died of a drugs overdose, heroin actually, 3 months after the death of his girlfriend, who was Nancy Spungen. They thought he was being very clever. He wasn't very clever at all. He wasn't particularly talented. But they ended up in this hotel. Also, the birthday today of the Canadian supermodel. This is the one who is famous for saying she doesn't wake up for less than $10,000 a day. Producers are like that, both of them. You can get both these boys in here for $10,000 a day. Under that, they're not interested. Linda Evangelista is 54. And she's very pretty, but she starts the day with lemon water and a shot of algae. Now, when I was in Vienna, I used to have lemon juice and hot water. It's lovely. You ever had that? Yeah, algae. Listen, I'm just going by what she... Don't pick on me. I'm only the messenger. I've got no idea. Perhaps she enjoys pond water. I don't know why. Yeah, she likes a shot of algae. That's all it says. She likes a shot of algae. I mean, perhaps it's been, manufactured for her. I don't know. Well, she doesn't look too bad for 54. Put it this way, she's looking better at 54 than you are at your age, and she's the one who's eating the algae. So, come on, work it out yourself. Obviously, algae is something... You must have things in your bathroom. Did you know? You know what they say? If you've got more than 6 items in your bathroom, you're gay. That 120 I've got. 120. I counted them the other day. I'm really so far that side. I've just given up completely. But, no, I mean, do you have a regime, Ollie? Do you have face creams and things? Not your style. You just... Oh, man. You like that? Your mum wants you to moisturise. You never moisturise. Do you have aftershave? You have aftershave. Would it be sort of a very popular aftershave, or perhaps something cheap you found at, Calvin Klein? Oh, Calvin Klein's all right. That's quite nice. Chanel? Oh, right. And which, I mean, to be honest with you, you've been single for quite a while now, so the aftershave's quite clearly not working. You need to up the ante on the aftershaves. You need to go out and get an aftershave that's really because sometimes, once you've hooked somebody with the aftershave, that's it. Try Creed. Try Creed Aventus, yes. That's it. You had some the other day, did you? You had a bottle. So bitter. I've got some with me. You can have... Yes, you can have a little squirt. Have a little squirt. Wait a minute, don't go anywhere. Wait a minute. It'll be around here somewhere. There we go. So exciting. I carry everything. There you go. Creed Aventus. There you go. And there's a bit in there. You can't have it, but you can have a squirt. And then people will all be commenting and be going, Ollie, that is really nice. You go, Creed. Aventus. Not mine, it's Steve's, but he let me have a squirt. Steve, says Kevin the Milkman, most of us genuine punk rockers, don't worry, didn't like Sid Vicious either. Bit too much of a plastic punk. I thought he was fake. I thought the whole thing was fake. I did go and see the Sex Pistols once. There was a lot of spitting. I don't know why. Yesterday, says Howard, I saw Nick Abbott's car whilst he was driving in central London. Those smart cars look great. He hasn't got a smart car. I know what he's got. It's lovely, actually. Hawksmoor is delicious. Very pricey, says Lee in Durham. What's Hawksmoor? What's that? What's Hawksmoor? Oh, the place what? Oh, the place you're going. Oh, right. It's very pricey. Do you know how much this is going to cost you? It's going to cost you an arm and a leg to go here. That's a lot of money. Mind you, you're working for it, so why not? Listen, always enjoy yourself while you're young. Life is very short. Steve, I remember when I was tiny, says Tina. What, Tiny Tina? My dad cleaned his teeth with soot from our chimney. Still had most of his teeth when he passed. So much for charcoal toothpaste. Oh, that's quite funny, actually. I bought some. Doesn't make any difference at all. Really doesn't. And there's oh yes, who else we celebrated? Oh, Dennis Thatcher was born in 1915. Not with us. There was always that famous line, wasn't there? Thatcher was coming through the airport with Dennis trailing behind, as he did. And she said, oh, I'd like to declare 2 litres of whiskey. And they went, where is it? She said, he's drunk it. It was always the thing. He was very successful, more successful than she was. Very successful. And I think he'd been married once before to another Margaret, but his second wife didn't reveal this to their twins, Carol and Mark, until they were 23. I thought Mark was always a terrible waste of space, but Carol I loved. I thought she was great fun. Liza Minnelli, on the 10th of May, 1973, said that she'd just almost finished paying off debts run up by Judy Garland, her mother, who died in 1969. The exact money has never been disclosed, but she's been clearing it for ages because she died broke. Judy Garland died broke. She didn't own her name. She didn't own anything at all. Very, very sad. In fact, it was Frank Sinatra, I think, who paid for the funeral. She was still a great talent. Still a great talent. You can still watch the films now and derive a great deal of pleasure out of them. Why the Throne star couldn't look at herself in the mirror. This is Amelia Clark, as she had brain surgery for 2 life-threatening aneurysms because she just saw pain in her eyes and she couldn't look in the mirror for anything. And then all of a sudden she can look in the mirror and it's like, da! She looks so much better, so much better. Also, who's this? TV's Benedict Cumberbatch and his wife Sophie Hunter arrived at the New York Met Gala this week. That's why I say anybody who was anybody was there, all personally invited by Anna Wintour. She controlled the guest list. If you weren't there, the chances are you hadn't been invited because it is the most glamorous thing on the calendar. You have to be. That's why I thought it very odd when they had a picture of Victoria Beckham doing something else because she couldn't go, and I thought, I bet she wasn't invited. Bet she wasn't invited. She won't get invited again. Definitely not, unless the company improves dramatically. But you don't turn down Anna Wintour. You absolutely don't. Steve, the only algae I get is if it's growing off the bathroom wall. I've never heard of eating algae, but there again, people eat the oddest things, don't they? The oddest things. Steve, my favourite radio presenter is obviously me, I'm assuming, which is quite nice. I'm off to see witness for the prosecution tomorrow inside County Hall. Really looking forward to it. Been off work for a couple of weeks after surgery on my shoulders. Steve, Joe Malone's aftershave, simply amazing, says Mark in Bristol. And Stephen Spikers, a vegetarian steakhouse. No, we've moved on from the vegetarian steakhouse, but it's not vegetarian. He's doing meat, because he does do meat. It always makes him sicky poos, but it doesn't really matter. It's not the meat that makes you sick. Cheese. Yeah, you see, for me, it's lamb. But I didn't have lamb yesterday. And it doesn't matter. Mina says, I don't find charcoal toothpaste any good, but adding baking powder to my toothpaste does work. Ha-ha. That could be. Greg says, Steve, the day we finally found out what aftershave you use. Oh, I've always talked about Aventus. But in fact, Peter likes Creed Royal Oud. One of my favourite. The other favourite, Prada Luna Rhodes Extreme, was stopped. They always make an aftershave and then they stop selling it. Do you remember Pinot Silvestre? I've only just thought of it. It's before your time. The bottle was shaped like a fir cone. Lovely. But I mean it's nice to have your company. Because there's a great piece in one of the papers today on behind the scenes of those wicked one-liners. And they've gone down in movie history. But read what inspired the killer quotes and they'll enthrall you even more. So, for example, fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy night. That was from All About Eve in 1950. Betty Davis plays Margot Channing, a star in decline. In fact, she played quite a few stars in decline in her career. Her protégé and fan is Eve Harrington, played by Anne Baxter. Though Margot begins to realise she's a schemer who wants to steal her roles and her husband. The trivia is, little did Davis know that seconds after delivering her great line given to her by the writer, Joseph L. Mankiewicz, she would walk into a scene with an actress destined to become even more famous than she was, the young and still little-known Marilyn Monroe. Yep. One here. Sir, you try and guess what this movie is. Sir, would you call me Pamela tonight? Sir, would you call me Pamela tonight? Do you remember it? The film was To Sir With Love. Judy Geeson played Pamela Dare, a sixth former at a tough London school. And on comes the teacher, Mark Thackeray, played by Sidney Poitier, a black man from Guyana who's taken the post. To Sir With Love, the trivia side of it, was one of the favourite films of this particular writer's teenage years. There's no romance between Pamela and Sir, yet the scene in which they dance pulsates with sexual energy. It's lovely. And also Lulu, who we talked about a moment ago, she sang the theme tune, Those Schoolgirl Days. I love that film. It was such a good film. It was so good. It was just wonderful. Because when they first saw him, because he was black, they quite clearly hadn't ever seen a black person at all. And by the end of the film, everybody was calling out to him, you know, in the markets as he walked through. So it's really good film. You should get it. No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Who said that? Well, it was Sean Connery, who was... What, do you know the answer to this one, Ollie? Do you think you know the answer? This is... No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Do you know... It was Goldfinger. Well done. Very good. Very good. And it was captured by Auric Goldfinger, who set up a gold laser beam inching towards 007's crotch. It was the only time they had it. And it was the first time a laser beam was used in a movie. In Ian Fleming's novel, it was a buzzsaw, but they decided to change it. Oh, you'll know this one. You should know this one. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Yeah, all right, look, don't jump in. It was Ollie's question. Your question's coming up in a minute. Yes, it was The Life of Brian, but don't jump in over the top of him. Look how upset he is now. Okay, right. This is one for you now. You're going to need a bigger boat. Yes, well done, Jaws. Jaws. No, because that was his question that you took beforehand. Don't make me come round there and slap the back of your legs. Jaws was a troubled production, apparently. All the equipment for filming at sea was stored on a barge, which had a single support boat to keep it steady. It became a little bit of a joke. They had to... Because when you watch it now, it looks a bit dated, doesn't it? It looks like a plastic. And when you go to the film set, you can actually... They bring it out of the water next to you, which is good. Okay. Infamy, infamy. They've all got it infamy. Okay, it's your turn. Put your hand up if you want to answer the question. Yeah. It is. Well, it's not called Carry On Cleopatra. It's called Carry On... No, Cleo. It's just a shorter word. We know it's Cleopatra. Do you see? Now, this is precisely the reason I don't enter any of our Steve Allen super-duper quizzes, which we play around theatres. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. You jumped in again on Ollie's question. Will you sit down and be quiet? All right, if you get the year right, I'll give you the extra bonus point. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. 19, yes, very good. No. No. No, a little bit more than that. Yes, 1969. Okay, oh dear. What's this other one? I've known sheep that could outwit you. I've known sheep that could outwit... That's just a saying, I'm just saying that to you. That was from 1988, and it was a fish called Wanda. A fish called Wanda, which I vaguely remember seeing, actually. Oh, my favourite. If you don't get this one, you're all in big trouble at home, right? Daddy, my daddy. Blank looks from next door, completely blank. Daddy, my dad... Annie? Daddy Warbucks adopted her. It wasn't her father. They didn't have a DNA test, but I can tell you it wasn't. Daddy, my dad... You don't know this one? Oh, this is outrageous. Get me another producer. I need people who've been around a little bit. Daddy, my daddy is from The Railway Children, where she's standing on the platform and Perks comes over and says, "Good luck to you, miss, good luck." And she goes, "Oh, thank you, Mr. Perks." She had such a sweet voice. "Thank you, Mr. Perks." And everybody's come out to her saying, "Good luck, miss, good luck." And the train pulls in and she's standing there and all the smoke swirls around because her father's been in prison. And they'd had a word with the old gentleman riding on the train. He'd said they'd all, as the train had come round, all the children were sitting on the fence and everybody's waving out the window. I'm going to cry. All the children are waving out the window. And then so she goes to the station and everybody's saying, "Good luck, miss, good luck." And then she said, "I wonder what it is." And then the smoke cleared and at the end of the platform, it's her dad. And she goes, and it's all echoed, it's done in echo as the smoke clears. She goes, "Daddy, my daddy." And she runs to it. It was so emotional. Such an emotional film. Not the sort of thing you have to do at 5 to 6 in the morning. But then she walks back home with him. And he goes in because the mother doesn't know that he's coming back. And they've done this. It's very clever. The sound on it is so unique, where it's almost like they've recorded themselves over the top of what they probably did on set. And she said, and the other two kids come around and she says, "Come in. I think we should go to the field and sit down and look at the train, because now is a private moment." It was so good. So good. So there you go. There's my little slight tearjerker. Apparently, should you wish to buy algae, it's called Spironella. You can purchase it from any health shop, says Barry. What's it for, though? What's it for? I've never even heard of eating algae. I mean, the boys are quite interested because, naturally, they are fitness freaks. They go out, they do the yoga, they know all the funny positions. You know, even crossing your legs, I suppose. Do you remember bed sheets? Says Pablo from Brentford Nylons. I did. In fact, if you jumped into it late at night, you could get sparks from it, because it was nylon. It was Bry nylon. I remember it. Alan Freeman used to advertise it. All right. Yes, very good. Jimmy says, I've got some of that aftershave shaped like a fir cone. A friend bought me some about a year ago. It's available on Amazon. It would have to be, wouldn't it? I'm dining at Hawksmoor, Edinburgh next Saturday. My daughter and her partner called it quits after 10 years recently. It's obviously doing the rounds, isn't it? I think after between 7 and 10 years, they're on dodgy ground. But anyway, they put down a substantial deposit on a mini break for 2 in said lovely Scottish city. I've now taken the boyfriend's spot. They had planned to eat in Hawksmoor, so that's where I'm now headed. Bank of Mum. Good for you. Gert Frobe, who couldn't speak a word of English, as Goldfinger had all his lines dubbed, says Peter. Yes, that was the funny thing. You watch it, they booked him for the gig, and they didn't realise he didn't speak English. So when you say, I expect you to die, Mr. Bond, that was all dubbed in. That was all dubbed. He didn't speak a word of it. My daughter, says Monzi, got me a bottle of Pinot Silvestre. You can still get it. I did the same as you and mentioned I used to like it. How lovely. Well, I've got the one which we're going to let Ollie just have a little squirt of, just so he can see what... It's very expensive, Ollie. Very, very expensive. Yeah. £250. 250 pounds for that. That's why only a little squirt. Not letting you have too much of it. Under that price, I tell you. Even the evaporation frightens the life out of me. So, is he a racist? This is Danny Baker. He blasted the BBC. The people who've said no, these are just the people, obviously it varies from person to person. Comedian Dara O'Brien says, what? Danny Baker got fired, but he immediately apologised and deleted the tweet. I mean, literally, in the event of mistakenly causing offence, what else can you do? Genuinely amazed. Richard Bacon says he had no racist intent, but we have to shame as fast as we possibly can. Radio presenter Dave O'Brien said on LBC, he often talks about chimpanzees dressed as famous people without any racial subtext whatsoever. Unfortunately, with this one, it did actually say Royal Baby leaves hospital, and it's a chimpanzee. That's where it separates. And also, disgusted would be Oti Mabuse. She said that he'd shown his true colours. He's an intelligent man. He's a really, really intelligent man. I just don't understand. She said it's disgusting and disrespectful. Also, former contestant Danny John Jules says anyone defending Danny Baker is kidding themselves. And EastEnders soap star Charles Venn, who appeared alongside Danny on Strictly last year, said he took huge offence to the extremely racist and highly stupid tweet. It was putting down Royal Baby leaves hospital. Up until then, it was just a cute picture, which is a library picture of a couple with a chimpanzee dressed up. But it's because he put Royal Baby leaves hospital that... Company, Steve, as an actor, nobody could touch him. As a human being, nobody wanted to touch him. Who said it to who in which Neil Simon offering? Ooh, there's one for the boys. They'll have to find that one out. And poor old Dave in Barkingside, I mean, honestly... He says, infamy, they've all got it infamy. It comes from Carry On Screaming. Sadly not. It comes from Carry On Cleo, as he was being stabbed at Tu Brute. I think you'll find that that line that you were thinking of, unfortunately, it's frying tonight, was Carry On Screaming. The infamy was as he was being stabbed as Julius Caesar. I mean, God, I thought you're from Barkingside. You're supposed to know that kind of stupid bits. And an apology immediately. Yeah, I think so too. Outrage. Fancy saying that. Fancy not knowing something that's so well known. Actually down as the best line. The best line in film. I know there were good ones, but I mean, infamy was absolute. Fancy getting it wrong. What shame you have brought on your household. And Barkingside. Steve, your carpet reminiscences make me think of my first job. I used to sell computer games in a large network department store, so for quite a few years I knew more of them than O'Brien. Since I had to play every single game to know what I'm saying. I don't think he plays computer games. Does he really? Does he play? I mean, he used to do a thing, but I don't think he does it now. Great fun, great gang of friends playing shop, quite effectively, surprisingly. We all cleared from there before new management changed it into a McDonald's. Well, I tell you what, in Twickenham, they're moving. We lost Carpetright. I don't know why, I never saw anybody in there, but I'm sure it was very popular in its day. And who's moving into this huge double-fronted shop? Starbucks. They're moving from a little one over the road to a big one. And I thought, well, probably because they're not paying tax. So they can sort of move into these places. But it's interesting. I wonder what's going to move into where Starbucks was. It'll probably be a charity shop. We seem to have plagued with charity shops. Pauline says, World of Adventure, Chessington for me, Saturday. Lovely. Walter Matthau, Willie Clark to nephew Ben. To nephew Ben about George Burns. The Sunshine Boys. Oh, right, the Sunshine Boys. Nobody remembers that film, do they? I remember it. I remember the Sunshine Boys very well. Steve, Dave from Sutton, I emailed yesterday regarding electric scooters. Have you seen them whizzing around central London? Well, I didn't even think they were legal. They go up the roads now. I saw somebody on one of those, a one-wheel thing. Are they? That's right, it's called hoverboard. I mean, I thought they were all illegal. And the amount of people on electric scooters on the pavements, terrible. James Corden and Rob Brydon drink spirulina in an episode of Gavin and Stacey. Look like green goo, says Dallas. I'd never even heard of it. Never heard of it. I remember Elaine Page, Steve, says Christine, getting very annoyed at Freddie Starr when she was on, I think, Des O'Connor's show, as he kept annoying her Westie dog. Very embarrassing. Yes, that's for those people who've just woken up. Freddie Starr has died at the age of 76. As I say, I think there were much, much better comedians around. He just went off the rails. What? Right. He went off the rails and then became a bit annoying, and then various other things were sort of taking place. Dreadful. Do you work in an office? If you work in an office, do they have plants? Because some plants, we don't have any plants in the office, which, to be honest with you, I'm quite grateful for. But they've got one here. It's in all the papers today, and it's now spread 300 feet. 300 feet of this plant that's overtaken the office. And you think, if you lived in a place like that, or you had to work in a place, you'd have to go work somewhere else. You would absolutely have to go work somewhere else. It starts off as one plant. Presumably they must have repotted the thing time and time again, and the conditions are perfect for it. So it's grown like topsy, which is great if you like plants. I don't mind plants at home, but certainly wouldn't want them in the office. Dave Beckham, 6-month ban for using his mobile. He's got his serious face on. Otherwise, I call it the modelling face. And here's a picture of Mikhail Gorbachev on his way to the Victory Day parade. He's 88 now. He's 88. He looks very frail. Very, very frail. There's the awful story of a lady called Joy Worrell. Joy was 81. I say was because, as you can tell, she's not alive anymore. She killed herself after running out of money following a pension blunder. She was too proud to tell her family about her financial woes and threw herself into a quarry. She was left with just £5. Her son Ben branded the administrative error a disgrace and says, "My mother was a proud woman who was simply left without any capital. We've been let down by the DWP, who have failed in their duty of care." She had to spend her £5,000 life savings after the blunder. Police began hunting for her. She was found at the bottom of a 40-foot slope at a quarry, where she'd always told her family she would go to end her life if she had a major health problem. Suzanne Mitchelson, the DWP's complaints resolution manager, all very posh titles, aren't they, said the two pensions should have been decombined and her basic pension continued. She said this to the inquest, "I'm sorry to say that due to an administrative error, this did not happen." And they've apologised unreservedly. Unfortunately, it's not much use, is it? She's dead. It's really sad, really sad. So they pledged to learn the lessons. So they got a verdict of suicide. She received an inheritance in 2014, but the DWP told her it would not affect the pension. But it did, and they then suspended her pension credit. And all they say is, "Oh, sorry, we'll learn our lessons." Shouldn't happen, should it? Should not happen at all. It really shouldn't. Also, anger at £200 million public bill to replace private flats cladding. They've said that they're going to be sorting that out. Can't wait. Can't wait. We don't want another Grenfell, thank you very much indeed. So I don't care where the money comes from. But if they're private flats, can't they pay for it? We have to pay for ours, so why not for them? Harry, how Archie helps me remember my mother. So there you go. And a picture of Prince Charles. Support that the Prince Charles gave to a shamed clergyman, Peter Ball, after his caution for gross indecency, was misguided. The church was accused of putting its own reputation above the needs of victims by offering secrecy and protection for child abusers. Prince Charles, wrote backwards and forwards to Peter Ball saying, "Oh, I'm sorry for this. I hope it all turns out well for you." And Charles told the inquiry he regretted being deceived by Ball, the former Bishop of Lewis and Gloucester. He was jailed in 2015 for abusing 18 young men over a period of 3 decades, 30 years. He was released in 2017. He served half of his 32-month sentence. Not a lot, is it? Why can't we do, if somebody sentences you to 6 months in prison, you stay 6 months in prison. You stay 6 months in prison. Not sort of you're out in 3 months or something like that. That would be just ridiculous. Shane says, what about I'll have what she's having? This is Sleepless in Seattle. Is it Sleepless in Seattle? Is this the orgasm bit at the table? Is that the... was it Harry Met Sally, was it? Oh, right. Of course, you would remember that, wouldn't you? That would be your sort of thing, Ollie. Let me have a look. I think it appeared in the paper. So All right, I'm just checking it out myself. You don't need to talk over the top of me. Very aggressive this morning. So wait a minute. That'll be the day. He's not sound very notable. You're going to need a bigger boat. Infamy. Nobody's perfect. Plastics. Oh, yeah. When Harry Met Sally, and I can tell you that was from 1989, and that was Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan in a dinner discussing his sex life. And so when she suggests his female partners fake their orgasms, he insists he could tell, so she fakes an orgasm. When the waiter takes the order of an elderly woman, Estelle Reiner, she nods at Sally and delivers the immortal line, "I'll have what she's having." Which I think is quite clear. It would never happen in real life, but it'd be very funny. Very funny. I still like that line, "Sir, would you call me Pamela tonight?" This is Judy Geeson. It's such a good line, and the film is so good. I can't recommend it enough. How about, you won't get this one. You'll never get this one. On the whole, I wish I'd stayed in Tunbridge Wells. No, that was from 1962, and it was the film Lawrence of Arabia. Lawrence of Arabia. I didn't remember it either. I don't remember. Steve, James... Oh, we've done that one, haven't we? You may remember the well-known line, "Love means never having to say you're sorry." Oh, we know that one. That was from Barbara Streisand and Robert Redford in "Love Means Never Having to Say You're Sorry." I can't remember what the film was called. They had a big film. It was a lovely film. And she spoke about it. She was on television a while ago talking about the film, and they brought him back for her. The Way We Were, that's it. Memory, that comes to my mind, Mr. Woodicombe, memory for the way we were. And then she saw him at the end. She was good at playing those parts. Very good at playing those parts. Great show, Steve. Best wishes. Best wishes? Is that you? I mean, somebody else has picked up on your best wishes to everything. Last night I got sleep well. You can imagine how frightened I was after that one. Couldn't sleep. The light back on again. Guard dogs at the door. Teddy was on alert. Machine gun in his hand, all ready. At present, the legality of the electric scooter is a grey area, says Dave. I've scooted past many police cars in central London with no issues. I stick to the cycle lanes, which is the safest thing to do. I thought that they were banned because of the dangers of these things blowing up. That's what I thought. But I see more and more. I saw somebody cycling through Leicester Square the other way. I say cycling. They were just going through, and the scooters have got the little batteries in them, haven't they? So there you go. After the news, I shall tell you about who I'm in conversation with this week. My first guest, one of Britain's best-loved character actors, and my second guest is a mental health campaigner. They're seriously two completely different interviews, but the mental health campaigner you're going to be gripped to, I promise you. But first, with the time just coming up to 6:15, they've taken themselves outside and they're basically smacking themselves on the bottom because Love Means Never Having to Say You're Sorry was a love story with Ali McGraw and Ryan O'Neill. And thank you to the hundreds of you who wrote in and corrected us. I always love it when I get something wrong, but I'm basically going by them because I bowed to their better knowledge. Sadly not. So it was just all it. Yeah, but I think chipping in from Thomas as well. I think we had a little bit of chipping in. Yes, we did. Did you know that Tesco is selling Cadbury's chocolate trifle? Oh, dear. See, the funny thing is you can't impress me with chocolate because I'm not a big chocolate eater. I couldn't care less. You'd have more luck tempting me with sort of cheese triangles or squares or something like that, or cheese footballs or twiglets. But chocolate, absolutely not. So, what happened in the end of it? Did she die in the end of the film? I don't want to do a spoiler alert because it's a bit silly, isn't it, really? But Ryan O'Neill, he's still going, isn't he? Still going. Did you like Paper Moon? That was a very good film, which his daughter Tatum did. She was very clever. They were going round scamming Americans, and it was a very simple scam, and it actually could have worked beautifully in this country, where they turned up at the door. They turned up in a village or a town, and they would get the local newspaper, and they would find the death column when in memoriam, and they would pick somebody, and then they get a Bible out of the boot of their car, and they would put, "To my dearest Megan, with love, blah, blah, blah." And so they would turn up at the door and they'd say, "Is Mr. So-and-so here?" And the woman would go, "I'm so sorry, he died." And they went, "Oh, but he ordered this Bible for his wife." And they go, "Oh, did he?" And so all these poor ladies were buying these Bibles, which was a complete setup. It was very clever scam, and it worked. But such a talented little actress. In Conversation is tomorrow morning on LBC. We're way ahead of the game on this one, because not only do we have the best of Steve Allen, which goes between 5 and 6, between 6 and 7, it's In Conversation. My first guest this weekend, one of Britain's best-loved character actors. Starring roles have included performances in the movies Pierpoint, Mr. Turner and Denial, as well as appearing as Barry Spencer Taylor in the comedy series Auf Wiedersehen, Pet. He also has narrated and presented many documentary series, including the At Sea series and Gibraltar, Britain in the Sun. It's Timothy Spall. He came in to talk about the crime thriller The Corrupted and what inspires his style of acting.
I became an actor. It was because of that. It was because of that fascination, not intellectually, because I was too young to work out what it was, about being fascinated, continually fascinated, and remain fascinated by what goes on underneath the carapace of people. You know, what is going on. And I remember doing it when I was, I must have been about 14. 15, I used to walk we lived on a council estate around the back of Clapham Junction, and my nan, my grandmother, used to live in one block, and I used to walk her over from our flats to her through the sort of underneath the pedestals of the flats, because there were various unpleasant characters about. But I remember seeing an old man coming out of a lift, just walking, coming out very old, bent over. And without there was nobody watching me, I just started to walk like him, become like him, and wanted to, and feel like what he was like, feel what he was doing. And I thought, what am I doing? Well, I had to make a decision about this. And I didn't realise then, I didn't say, it wasn't an epiphany. But then eventually, when I started doing the school plays and things like that, I realised that even when I did Alfred P. Doolittle when I was like 16, I read about it. He'd come from Tottenham Court Road, and I went to visit Tottenham Court Road to see. I mean, it was like I was doing research, and it wasn't anything that I'd learned. It was just an instinct, I suppose.
Such a nice man. Timothy Spall in Conversation with me tomorrow morning and on Sunday evening as well. Now, as well as Tim, I'll be talking to a mental health campaigner who shot to fame for his Find Mike campaign, where he searched for a stranger who talked him out of taking his own life. The story became a documentary, The Stranger on the Bridge, and he's now written a book with the same name. It's Johnny Benjamin. Johnny came in to talk about the book, Mental Health Awareness Week, which starts on Monday, and his battle with his own mental health.
So I was in university. I was in Manchester University. I dropped out because I became psychotic. I ended up in a psychiatric hospital, and in London I went down because my parents are from London, so I came back down. I was put into a psychiatric hospital in London, and then I ran away from it because I just thought there was no hope. There really was no hope.
What were you looking for? Were you looking for something?
No, I'd had it. I'd had enough. I was done. I mean, I'd got this diagnosis, this schizoaffective disorder. I couldn't come out as gay because of my religion. I thought, what? What's the point? There's nothing. There was nothing left.
Yeah.
So I ran away from the hospital, and I went to this bridge, and I don't know why.
Did you know what you were going to do, or did you think you knew what you were going to do?
No, I knew what I wanted to do, because I ripped out all the pages of my diary where I talked about thinking about guys and being gay. I ripped them all out my diary before I left the hospital, and I chucked them in a bin on the way up to the bridge, because I wanted to end my life with people thinking I was straight.
It's such a story, I promise you. It will resonate with a lot of people, especially his very dark moments. Johnny Benjamin, who's in Conversation with me this weekend, along with Timothy Spall. You can hear me talking to Tim and Johnny tomorrow morning from 6 after the best of Steve Allen, and on Sunday evening from 9 o'clock. Or if you can't join me for this weekend, and I shall expect a note from your parents, you can listen to the whole thing by downloading the Global Player app. In fact, we've got loads of things on there. All you have to do is just go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk, click onto the podcast page, and you'll see lots of podcasts. Mine are up there. I think we get about, I forget how many podcasts we have up there. It's quite a lot. And you can download them. And then if you go away, I get more people saying to me, I took you away on holiday with me. I downloaded the podcast and I was listening to them on holiday. So that's great. You can do that. It doesn't cost you a penny piece. Not one penny piece. It's not like going out and buying a book, which I would always encourage you to buy as well at the same time. So good news. Ade Edmondson is joining EastEnders. About time, isn't it, really? About time. And Katie Price, yes, having droned on about her dreary facelift, she now says she and Peter Andre are still in love. She's doing it to get at Peter's wife. They're not still in love at all. He's certainly not in love with her. Absolutely not a cat in Hades chance. Unless, of course, she knows something different, but then she's a bit nasty like that, isn't she? Also, the Kiss Miss will stay as a teacher. It's a teacher who got a bit drunk, and she sat on a pupil's lap on a train. And they were trying to get rid of her anyway. They'd been told, basically, that no, it wasn't a sexual thing, and it was okay. So she's gone back. She's gone back, which is very odd, isn't it? Really. Also, so we've done that, haven't we? So we've done David Beckham. We've done Freddie Starr. Somebody said to me, what was he doing? And the answer, he wasn't doing anything. He just decided to live in Spain, presumably because the weather was better. But he was a terrible chain smoker, terrible drinker. He had also other habits, which is not so good, really. Kim Marsh, can't understand why they picked Kim Marsh to host a Gay Pride City Awards. And they couldn't come up with any celebrities, so it'll be bound to be a few people who sort of just latch themselves onto the gay community and go, I can do that. Why Kim Marsh was doing it, I've got no idea. Jeannie Will joins the stars at the Aladdin opener. I looked out the window the other day, and there was a giant lamp, you know, the one that you rub to get the genie out, and it was sitting in the... What? And it was sitting in the court... Oh, here we go again. We've started, haven't we? Honestly. It's so childish, seriously. You only have to mention rubbing the lamp, and immediately off he goes on one. Off he goes. But it was sitting over in the screen. It was quite big as well. It was very impressive. That must have been one hell of a genie. And Will Smith, you know, I shook hands with Will Smith. Did I tell you this? I shook hands with Will Smith. Well, he shook hands with me. Because I was standing downstairs, there were so many people, it was not recently, this was a couple of years ago, and I was trying to get out into Leicester Square, but there's people round the door, photographers, and people shouting my name, Steve, Steve, Steve. I'm going, yeah, wait a minute. And then, all of a sudden, the showbiz desk had said to me, listen, do not talk to Will. He's coming in, he's going straight into the lift, up into the studio, doing the interview. I said, okay, that's fine, I won't say a word. So I stood in the corner, so I've got my back up against the wall, the door opens, in walks Will Smith, first thing he does, shake my hand. Shakes my hand. I thought, he's obviously heard the programme. He knows who I am. So I said, nice to meet you. And I could see them all looking at me going, don't talk to him. I have the same trouble with Thomas. He started talking to the celebrities like he knows them. Well, you know. Yeah, I know, but you mustn't be friendly with him. It frightens some of them. As you know, we've had to take out a restraining order, so we've got to make sure that he doesn't too close to them. Chris in Bristol says, I'm not able to listen this weekend. What do you mean? What do you mean not able to listen? It was podcast. He said, I've asked Doris Stokes for a note from my parents. Are they on the other side? They were saying, who was that? Was it Jimmy Tarbuck was saying, he's probably Freddie Starr creating merry hell up in heaven. I don't think he'll be going to heaven. Only guessing wildly, but I just don't think so. And so, Freddie Starr dead, 70... do you know, I had a feeling that somebody was going to die over this weekend. I had a feeling. I don't know why. He had a few ex-wives. And then there was a rape plot in Emmerdale. 39 people complained. I mean, they told everybody about it, but there's always 39 people who seem to be blissfully unaware. In a horrifying scene, Victoria Barton had her hair violently pulled by Lee, a man she met on a night out before being pushed onto a bed. I saw that, and I thought, this is not... He'd walked into a door, I think, or piggybacked her, or she piggybacked him, I think, probably more accurately. And he said, you're not going to invite me in for a cut. And then I think that's when it happened. But I didn't think it was outside of the watershed. I thought it was inside the watershed, and they get very funny about things like that. Toy Story is the Disney film Brits most want to see made into a live-action blockbuster. Good Lord, why would you want to see that? It works really well the way it is, and Suran Jones had to learn a secret lesbian sex code for her latest role. She She plays 19th century lesbian landowner Anne Lister, who was known as Gentleman Jack because she was so butch. Anne kept a leg of her sexy experience in racy diaries, but because gay relationships were taboo, she had to use the code. So it's almost a bit like Polari. Gay men using Polari, which is a language you could have a discussion about somebody in a room, in a bar, wherever else, and they wouldn't know what you were talking about. You know, Vard the eek on the dolly bloke over there with the nice Raya. Wendy says Frank Sinatra shook my hand. What, recently? I never met Frank Sinatra. I'd love to have met him. I'd love to do an interview with somebody, but it's never going to happen, is it? So at least we have YouTube, and you can look at all those naked people. Tom Ellis taking his clothes off. Lucifer's returning to the screen, and they were doing a bit in a naturist park, so everybody takes their clothes off. They're obsessed with it, aren't they? Michael Barry, 5 minutes to 7. Did you know that British food has been bashed? I don't know what British food is. I thought it was perhaps roast beef and Yorkshire puddings, but the UK's cuisine has been roasted by US travel experts as worse than that of Germany, Romania and Poland. The UK only ranked 12th out of 20 European countries for those looking for the best food. Oh, I mean, it's obviously not very good, is it? We can do good food, it's just that we're not really known for it. Most of the experts wouldn't choose typically British fare unless they were stuck in the English countryside with no other option. Website Far and Wide said, does this continue the stereotype that British food is bad? Yes, it does. Italy tops the list. France in second place and Spain and Portugal third. And we're 12th. But what is British food? You know, spaghetti bolognese is Italian. Although I don't know if the Italians actually eat spaghetti bolognese. But why is it that our food is so bad? It is, isn't it? Is it all fish and chips? It wasn't invented by us at all. Animal Tragic is a follow-up on the story of the soldier Matthew Talbot, who died after being trampled by an elephant. It attacked him whilst he was on an anti-poaching mission in Malawi in Africa. It's not the only case of animals killing people. You remember the Aussie TV star Steve Irwin, famed for his daredevil exploits like wrestling man-eating crocodiles. He was killed in 2006 whilst filming with stingrays. It's the barb that got him. I don't know how it did, but anyway, he was killed by that. Eton schoolboy Horatio Chappell died in 2011 on an Arctic expedition to Norway. The 17-year-old was ripped from his tent and mauled to death by a starving polar bear which attacked him while he slept. I mean, absolutely terrible. Terrible for him, terrible for his family. The Canadian folk singer Taylor Mitchell was attacked by coyotes whilst walking in the Cape Breton Highlands National Park in 2009. Mike Porter, in 2013, he was killed by a herd in Wiltshire of cows. His brother later said the cows seemed to deliberately trample on them as if it was something they really wanted to do. In 2003, Janice Simpson from Cape Town, South Africa, was killed on her honeymoon in the Okavango Delta. Her husband Bruce had to watch as the animal, which had tipped them out of their boat, bit into her heart. This was a hippopotamus. You don't argue with hippopotamuses, do you? And also this year, Paul MacDonald, 46, was mauled to death by his own pet deer, kept at an enclosure at his home in Melbourne. Such attacks are said to be very unusual. And a farmer, Betty Stobbs, in 1999 from County Durham, died when she plunged 100 foot over a cliff after being charged by a flock of 60 hungry animals. Wouldn't have thought it, would you? Sheep. A cassowary. I don't know if you've ever seen cassowaries. They're quite. It's a bird. It's well, obviously it's a bird. I mean, absolutely. These are 6 foot tall. By the time you've added all the extras on, only eats fruit, but they do possess long dagger-like claws on each foot. Marvin Hedges, who owned one, was killed when it attacked him in his backyard in Florida. And do you remember the dingo death? You must remember this one. 2-month-old Zaria Chamberlain vanished in 1980 in the outback of Australia. Initially, Mother Lindy was jailed for murder, but Azaria's clothing was later found near a dingo lair, and Lindy was acquitted. It's awful, isn't it? Awful, awful, awful. Fallen TV idol Michael Barrymore's planning a sensational screen return as a serious actor. He's been out of the limelight since 2007. Never been charged with anything. Tried to sue the Essex police. Didn't get very far there. But he's going to be talking about his tumultuous career on Piers Morgan's life stories. He's also taking regular classes at the Actors Crib in London, a school for serious actors with a desire to be the best in the business. So it's run by Daniel O'Meara. Michael wrote, I was acting when I was 19, winning a scholarship to the London Academy of Music and Dramatic Art. The Actors Crib is without doubt the best workshop experience I have ever done. That's good news, isn't it, for him? I mean, he's had a rough time. Somebody dies in your swimming pool in the house and you're nowhere near it, and then you get the father of the dead young man following you about and basically making as much trouble as possible. But I don't think... It'll be interesting when we see Piers' life story. I can't wait to see how they're going to work it out. How they're going to say... I mean, what are they going to be able to say? I don't know what you can say. So. Oh, look, Stacey Dooley again. Yawn. And Kevin Clifton, seen for the first time since moving in together. Apparently that's normally what he does. They move in together, then he marries them, and then he gets rid of them. So this could be marriage number 4, which is very sweet. Meanwhile, Good Morning Britain's Ben Shepherd has admitted his wife has banned him from appearing on Strictly because she fears he might have an affair. Oh, dear, a jealous wife. Ben's co-host, Susanna Reid, told him, it's time for you to get down to Strictly, but he said, you know why I can't do it. My wife doesn't want me to have an affair. What do you... I mean, is there a likelihood he could be having an affair? I don't know, actually. We'd like to see him on the Dancing on Ice programme, but if the wife said no, the wife said no. It's as simple as that. Ant McPartlin is in good spirits. He jets off on a romantic getaway with his lover, Anne-Marie Corbett. He's 43. Do you know, they don't look 40. They look so young. So long. So young. Line of Duty star Stephen Graham is coming back from the dead to play a ghost. This is in Charles Dickens's A Christmas Carol. So that'll be quite nice. And Will Smith's daughter Willow looks a far cry from the girl who starred alongside her dad in I Am Legend. She's 18. She's got a new punk look now, and she was at the Louis Vuitton fashion show, as of course everybody who is anybody. You don't seem to see Victoria Beckham at these places, do we? Which is a bit of a shame. And Zayn Malik has covered the Disney classic A Whole New World. That was the one that Paul Jordan annihilated. This is for a new live-action version of Aladdin with, is it Javier Ward? Javier said it's finally out. It was really hard to keep this a secret. The soundtrack, album and film drop on May 24th. Well, there you go. He'll be boosting his income for next year. He'll be saying, I've earned a little bit more this year. It must be quite competitive. If you're sort of whizzing around the world, and I think that's what somebody said, wasn't it what Arj said to Lydia Dim? She said, where have you been? He said, I've been flying around the world. She said, sort of hanging on to the coattails of GC. They haven't lost it, have they? I don't think it's a good idea to give a cup of tea to a dog. Tea has caffeine, says Grace. I don't know. Sean says, did you watch the TV show The Choir with Dementia? Very emotional. I didn't. I wanted to, but there's so much else that I need to see. Kangaroos can be dangerous, says Shane. I know, they used to have boxing kangaroos. Boxing kangaroos in circuses. They would put gloves on them and they would bounce around the ring. Karen in Chiswick says, the Americans criticising anybody's food. Now I've heard everything. Yes, I don't know, though. I mean, do you not think the American food's good? It's a bit fast, isn't it? It's fast food. They like their fast foods. But they have nice... oh, dear. Philip says, a nice tub of jelly deals. No, thank you. Have you ever eaten jelly deals, Thomas? Have you ever had jelly... No, obviously doesn't appeal to you. Roll mop? You ever had roll mop? No. See, I don't do anything like that. Can't bear that sort of stuff. So, sorry, Philip. Out on a limb... Kevin says, can't stand pasta or rice. Give me pie, mash and liquor any day. Proper food. Proper food. I love a pie. I love a minced beef pie. Suit me now. Cornish pasty, anything like that. I'm very good with those. I tuned in for the final dance in the all-new Monty. And I didn't find it at all sexy, says Jackie. White uniforms and slow, boring choreography and music. Should have been black outfits, fast music and sexy dancing. I didn't see it. How much did it raise for charity, or are they keeping that quiet again? They had to keep it quiet the other year because they didn't really make that much money on it, which was a bit of a shame. And football fans are facing travel chaos on the London Underground as they head for the FA Cup final. Rail Union members on the Tube are set to walk out for 3 days on May the 17th. That's the day before the game at Wembley between Manchester and Manchester City. You have been warned, as they say. And Comfort Eating has the opposite effect. I don't know where we got comfort eating from, but apparently comfort eating makes you depressed. Saturated fats from unhealthy grub affects the areas in the brain linked to sadness. They've done this at Glasgow University. The scientists also discovered that salads and healthy food can make you happy. I don't think I've ever had a salad that's made me happy. Have you had one of those? A salad that I always look at them and think, I think it needs loads of salad cream on there, some grated cheese and some ham or something. Yeah. Crayfish and avocado salad. Sounds disgusting. How much is that little bowl of luxury? About £6 or something? Fast food, I tell you. Exactly. He just has it once a month now, ladies and gentlemen, because he hasn't got the money for it, which is very cool. Morning, Jackie says, do you know, Steve, what part Aid is playing in EastEnders? I can tell you that. He's going to play Daniel Cook, who is a new love interest for cancer-stricken Jean Slater. First scenes in Albert Square will be shown this summer. Somebody said they think it's a clever signing. He's done loads of other things. They will become the new odd couple of Walford. He's married, of course, as you know, to Jennifer Saunders. So that'll be nice to see him in there. It'll be very nice. Very, very, very nice. Poached salmon salad in Frimley Park Hospital. I know Frimley Park Hospital very well. Shepherd's pie and veg for me later, says little Julie. Oh, that sounds nice. Oh, no, I can't do shepherd's pie. I've got to do cottage pie. Shepherd's pie's lamb. Don't want to be ill again, thank you. You can't get spaghetti bolognese in Italy, as we know. It's known as tagliatelle. Is it tagliatelle? Oh, ragu, says Rob the coach driver. Whatever it is, I could quite eat it now. Lots of pictures of Freddie Starr, the comedian who made millions chuckle, but the Sun hamster was his greatest piece of fame. He married 4 times. It shows you what a difficult person he must have been. The first one was Betty, 1961, and he spent 15 years with Sandy. Donna was his 3rd wife, and he split from Sophie, his 4th, in 2015. So 67, he was carrying a lot of weight. He was really carrying a lot of weight. He had crowds in stitches. He used to sing songs speeded up to make them sound like a tape on Fast Forward. And I think it was 1970 that it really took off. He'd been around, but it was that Royal Variety performance in 1970, which you can probably find, I should imagine, on YouTube. It'll probably be the first thing that pops up now that he's actually died. Looking very miserable, Dave, touching his phone. Shouldn't have been. And so he got nicked for it. £750 fine and a 6-month driving penalty. So he's been banned from driving, so it's bandit like Beckham, they say. Now we can see the hair a bit closer up. It's the most peculiar looking. I don't know what it is. I've really got no idea. But they had security out. There was only like half a dozen people there. Nobody's really interested, because it's not very good. Baby Archie was named after Meghan's pet cat and a vintage US comic she used to collect, her pals believe. And they've already got a little tiny romper suit saying Invictus Games on it. Never one to miss an opportunity. But already sites are cashing in on the new baby. Souvenirs have flooded retail websites. Biscuiteers have a £45 tin of Royal Baby Lux. A tin of biscuits. Mark, congratulations. eBay shoppers can buy a £2.50 keyring free of what do they call it? Free of the baby's face. Etsy is offering a series of commemorative coffee mugs, some emblazoned with detail. Honestly, how tacky already. Already they've flooded the market with... Who buys it? Who buys it? The site has a watercolour painting of him with his parents, Harry and Meghan, $2.99. That's obviously the market. I mean, there'll be mugs all over the place, I should imagine. When I say mugs, as in coffee mugs. Alexa gadgets eavesdrop on private chats and upload recordings, raising new privacy fears. It's a bit scary, isn't it, really? And an app for deaf people is tipped to become a hit with millennials who hate talking in person. It's called Live Relay. The software turns speech into text and vice versa. It's being designed by Google to help those with speech or hearing problems. Amazing. Danny Baker on all the pages. I don't think he is sort of aware of just why he was sacked. He didn't see it, but as I say, had he not put down Royal Baby Leaves Hospital and it turns out to be a monkey, then this would have been different. But unfortunately it wasn't, but he deleted it very, very quickly. Somebody says he has a habit of going off a bit without much of a filter. So he's obviously known for doing these things. You shouldn't really laugh, actually. But in 2012, he called bosses pin-headed weasels in an on-air rant after his show was axed on Radio London. Yesterday, a decision to axe him was made by the 5 Live boss, Jonathan Wall. The future of the Behind Closed Doors podcast he records with Gary Lineker via the ex-England Aces production company is unclear. Well, I'm assuming he'll still do it. If he's not working for the BBC, they can't stop him doing a podcast made by an outside company. Depends where they make it, doesn't it? Danny Baker's sacking has led to social media users to ask why Lord Sugar escaped the BBC boot over a tweet last summer that many branded racist. The Apprentice boss later apologised for his post, comparing Senegal footballers to beach traders in Marbella. Somebody said, why has Sugar faced no sanctions? The BBC, which said the post was seriously misjudged at the time, did not comment. So, Danny Baker said, he said to O'Brien, he said, I've been thrown under the bus. I think that's the way he actually described it. So I'm just waving at Nick Ferrari through the door. It's only because he goes past. If he sort of catches my eye, he has to come back and he has to wave. That's what we do. Front page of The Sun this morning, Archie named after Meghan's Moggy. The comic famed the greatest headline in the world, Freddie Starr ate my hamster. He didn't actually eat a hamster. I thought I'd point that out now in case there's hamster lovers here. 76, they've got another picture on the front of the Daily Star. B. Baker sacked for race jibe. Vivian to join EastEnders. I say Edmondson, because he was in, what was that, The Young Ones? I never got into that at all. I really didn't. It was way over my head. Daily Express have got comedy legend Freddie Starr dies at 76. Found in his chair at home. Next door neighbour didn't want to be identified. Just said, he died. He was definitely dead. The Mail has Meghan turned Harry 50 Shades of Grey. Baker fired in Baby Archie race storm. And also Charles damned over the pervert bishop. He's the first royal to be criticised by a public inquiry. British Food says Grace is great, but we need to talk about British food for at least an hour. Yeah. Little Judy says, oh yes, I forgot, cottage pie for you. Halinka says Polish pierogi. How do you know that? Oh, you're in Poland. Okay. Real good. What is it? Is it like dumplings? Oh, that's like Vienna. Can't move for dumplings. There are dumplings everywhere. I'm not a big fan of dumplings, actually. It depends what's in them. Are they floating in a soup or something? In which case, it sounds quite attractive. I've got haddock chowder today. Eventually. Not Marks and Spencer's. This is Waitrose's. I shall try it and let you know. I'm very critical of haddock chowder. Perhaps I should have tried Sandy's. I'm sure he's making haddock chowder. So here is a handful of people taking a picture of David Beckham going into court, and he was found guilty. It's as simple as that. He was using his phone, and he got banned for 6 months, but he had amassed 12 points. Doesn't seem to take the old Beckham boy too much. Charles, on the front page of the Times, Prince Charles was misguided in using his position and influence to support a sex offender bishop. And this is Bishop Peter Ball. Plus, wake up to air pollution. Doctors tell ministers. The Telegraph this morning. Harry wearing his pride on his pocket. The Invictus family. His has got daddy on it. I don't know if that means he's in charge. Fees for 101 police calls may be scrapped. And veterans' prosecutions a priority for Penny Mordaunt, who's insisted that addressing legacy killings in Northern Ireland is a personal priority. Plus, IKEA goes vegan. So no more meatballs, I suppose. They must have them sometime. And playtime is over. School breaks are vanishing. And the battle to halt illegal immigration is being undermined by a growing backlash against the authorities in the wake of the Windrush scandal, an official report says today. Holy Grail for heart attacks. This is the Eye. The rise of the young old. Life begins at 60. Yeah, right, whatever. I'll believe it. Presenter sacked over royal baby tweet. Prince Charles misguided for sex abuse bishop support. And James Blitz on why is Theresa May clinging to power. She smiles. She took her sunglasses off and she was smiling, and I thought, oh dear. Dave, of course, meanwhile goes out with his hair, which I think we've taken in a separate box. Also, Ian Beale to appear on Celebrity MasterChef, which is very exciting, with a load of people I've never even heard of. I don't know where they find them. Perhaps there must be some agency for people you've never heard of, and they say, I'm going to put them on the television. Anyway, I trust you had a lovely week. Trust you had a nice Saturday. and you're looking forward to today. I'm looking forward to today. I don't know why I'm looking forward to this. There's no logical reason. Go. You're going out that way. Okay, you know where you're going. We don't want to find you in about an hour's time wandering aimlessly throughout the building. We're having new changes done, and so we've all got to use the back part of the building. It's a bit confusing for people who've never been there. And Nick, hopelessly, I mean, he's going to get lost, isn't he? You can just tell. So I just said go straight down the back, down the staircase, and you pop out of the back of the building, which is fine. Anthea Turner in the Sunday magazine, that's kind of put my day off. You know, I wanted to die, but fame helped me. Most irritating person I've ever met. Not that I've ever met her, but still irritating. Still going on about blooming Tracy Island. I mean, how much longer? Goodness sake. Just ridiculous, isn't it? We take all your texts and emails on the programme this morning. And it's 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. No, I wasn't in Sandys yesterday. No, far too busy on a Saturday for me. I don't go busy places. I only go to places that aren't very busy. That way, I can't bear the idea. I get really depressed by sort of people shoving and pushing, and so not for me at all. Somebody's pictured Linda Robson. We've not seen Linda since. Well, we don't know what happened, but anyway, she looks okay. Looks a little bit frail, but she still looks okay. Also, Meghan's Instagram plug for a girls' retreat owned by a member of her family or a close friend. Not so good. Police have warned some monks at a very famous abbey to stop their campaign of intimidation. I thought monks were supposed to be religious. This lot seem a rather nasty little bunch of people. Line of Duty under fire for a lack of diversity. They printed a picture of all the crew who worked on Line of Duty. Nobody ethnic. There's nobody ethnic at all. The place is so white. It's almost they've got a pot of snow sem and blown it all over them. Dreadful. And it was still going on, wasn't it? Still going on over the last couple of days. Everybody getting mileage out of Danny Baker. I think Majid managed to get a load of time out of it. I think everybody managed to get loads of time out of it. And it was very interesting to see how divided you were, although I actually watched Loose Women, a little bit of it. And they had an actress on there, black actress, and they said, so have you accepted his apology? And back she came with, no, I haven't. No, I haven't. And the audience applauded her. Why should you just be able to dispense with something? I mean, I personally, I don't want to keep going on about it because it's become slightly tedious now because you've heard enough arguments on both sides. And I just thought to myself, you must have known what you were doing unless you were so drunk that you didn't know what you were doing. Somebody had to point out to him that this could be misinterpreted. I would think absolutely. What was even worse was the BBC, he who must be obeyed, you know, who fired him within a matter of seconds, basically, as he said, chucked him under the bus. Because they've had other people who've done things, but of course this wasn't on his programme. This was done separately. This was done on his Twitter feed. I don't believe he's racist either, which is in keeping with most people. I just think it was a huge, huge error of judgment. And he came over. So now, of course, the police have got involved. And they're going to be checking back on everything. But he's on tour. Did you know that? He's in Nottingham tonight at the Theatre Royal. I don't... What he's doing, I've got no idea. But it's going to be very interesting because the whole show will have to change. And he's going to have to start by saying, you may wonder, you know, why we didn't cancel this. So he's going to have to rewrite the first bit of the show. Very interesting, though. Did you not think that Gary Lineker... Nothing. And yet they do a podcast together. Not one word from Gary Lineker. I'd love to know what Gary Lineker thinks. On second thoughts, maybe I wouldn't want to know what Gary Lineker thinks. Fern Cotton is still battling mental health problems. Will Grace Jones live another day as a Bond girl? Gotta do hope so. God, what a ghastly old baggage she really is. Past her sell-by years and years ago. She was the one who attacked Paul Russell Harty on the television because he did an interview with her, and she's a bit of a prima donna, but nobody knows who she is. She had a couple of albums out. Slave to the Rhythm. Slave to the Rhythm. You know, and it was all very dreary. It's only because she sort of looked the way that she did. Anyway, she goes on the Russell Harty show, who was one of our top chat shows of the day. He was like the equivalent of Graham Norton, only bigger. And he does the interview with her, and then he has another guest on, and so he turns around to face the other guest, and she thinks he's turning his back on her because she was a bit thick. And so she lashed out at him. He had to try and protect himself. Ever since then, she went right down in my estimation. A little prima donna with no more talent than in my little finger. Got up 30 minutes ago, says Rob. to hear your live show. This is the live show, incidentally, for those people getting a bit panicky over it, and they're going, is it live? Is it live? Absolutely, it's live all the way. We can only do it live. On a Sunday morning, you have to do it live. I mean, I suppose in a strange way, you could probably pre-record, but it doesn't have the immediacy of it. It really doesn't. But I was very impressed with your In Conversation, says Rob, with Johnny Benjamin. Johnny Benjamin was the gay guy who... and I didn't know till halfway through the interview that he was gay. I mean, I must have completely missed this one. Normally my gaydar is working full on, but it appeared not to be with him at all. So not only was he gay, he was Jewish. So he said he had 2 handicaps, which he thought, and that's what kind of pushed him a little bit. Anyway, it gets to that stage where his religion kind of pushed him a little bit, and he wasn't, he didn't seem to get much support from anybody. And we had this great chat about he got to that stage in his life where he couldn't find anybody. He wanted to go out with people. I've got a producer like that. No, I'm being kind to you today because apparently Guernsey went quite well. It's back on again now till Christmas. And then somebody told, who was it was talking about? Somebody was talking about Henry the other day. Who was it? Somebody was saying, because I said it's very difficult to have these long-term relationships where somebody's far away. And they said, oh, don't worry, he's got FaceTime. It wasn't actually, no, it wasn't Thomas, it was somebody else. And they said he's got FaceTime. I said, well, I'm not sure he's got Have you got FaceTime? Oh, of course you have. You've got FaceTime. Okay. That makes it better, does it? Makes it easier? Okay, right. Oh, that's quite sweet, isn't it? Especially when you see somebody in the background, when you're talking to somebody and you go, who's that in the room with you? Oh, that's nobody. That's Demetrius or something. Oh, right, okay. Who's he? Oh, he's nobody. He's nobody. Very camp, apparently. But that's the act, isn't it? That's the act. You don't need to worry about your girlfriend sharing a flat with Demetrius. He's gay. And people fall for it every time. So anyway, Johnny and I started this conversation, and he got to such a state in his life that he couldn't find anybody. His religion didn't really help him at all, although now there are lots and lots of gay Jewish groups and stuff like that. So difficult for people to come to. He couldn't come out to anybody because he felt that they were going to treat him very badly. And he was at the end of his tether. And so he decided that the easy way out would be to take his own life. And we had a long discussion about taking your own life. And this man, he got as far as Waterloo Bridge. There was a police car the other side because apparently he'd done a note. And so they were almost looking out for him. But this stranger approached him and talked him out of throwing himself off Waterloo Bridge. Because had he thrown himself off Waterloo Bridge, he would have almost certainly died. And I said to him, there's always something worth fighting for. There's always something worth living for. And he didn't see it at the time. He was blind to it. He just had enough. He'd had enough. But he's very measured. Anyway, he decided after this man talked him out of taking his own life, he would spend quality time, trying to find him to say thank you. Well, cut a long story short, a few years down the line, he finds him. And they work together now. And I said, really, he would be the ideal person for you to go out with because he knows how you are. He knows how he can deal with it. And he said, yeah, well, look, there is the problem. He's married. I said, oh, you can always get rid of the wife. It was going so well. But he wrote a book. They did a television documentary. And because it's Mental Health Awareness Week, you need to hear the interview. And it goes out again this evening at 9:00. On LBC. I mean, really inspiring. For anybody who's felt that low over the years and you get to that step, we've all had it. I had it, tiny bit years and years ago in London, years and years ago, a long time ago. And no work, no job prospects to speak of. And you get to that stage where you think, I might have to go back home. But that's the admittance, isn't it? Having to go back home. And I didn't want to go back home because I thought if I do, I'm not going to forge ahead with a career. I didn't know what I wanted to do. That's the trouble. And I don't think Johnny knew what he wanted to do. He just wanted to be out of that dark place. I wasn't so much in a dark place as a case of, and I've got a friend of mine who's going through the same thing at the moment. He's lost his job. And he's really down. It's brought him down quite quite badly. And I said to him, I've had a couple of long chats. I've said, listen, it's never as bad as you think. You'll look back on this in 6 months to a year's time and you'll go, why did I let it get me down? You just need that one person to talk to you about it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In Johnny's case, it worked. This man was persuasive enough to make him not take his own life. And it's a story of inspiration. It really is, and and he enjoyed the chat. We had such a good chat, and I've got so much positive feedback on it. I mean, just absolutely unbelievable. Mainly because he's very articulate. He doesn't sound as though he's going through depression, because there is no hard and fast rules on what somebody looks like or sounds like if they're going through depression and they're in a dark place. You can see people on the television. They might be sitting there laughing and joking, but inside, they're just collapsing. They're just collapsing. It's an act. And I said to this friend of mine the other day who's lost his job, and I said, you need to put on the act. You need to, put on the happy face and force yourself. We can all do it. Everybody's done it at some point. It's very similar. I always likened it to after my father died. My mother was absolutely in pieces. And so she kept herself busy. She decided the best thing to do to try and get over somebody, I think it was only about the second boyfriend she's ever been out with. And I say that because at her funeral there was a bloke there who we knew from RAF days, and we think that he'd been out with my mum. But we weren't too sure, and I didn't like to say anything, because you don't know anything about your parents' life. But after my father died, she then busied herself. She got herself a part-time job. She worked for the police, and she made sure that every weekend she went and foisted herself on somebody in the family, which actually was quite inspired. It was a good idea. So every weekend I'd say, where are you going to? I'm going to so-and-so, so-and-so. Oh, right. How many weekends have you booked up, Mum? And she'd go, quite a few. And it was her way of dealing with it. If she sat at home, she could get herself very depressed, and the night times were the worst bit. And exactly the same for Johnny, when he would sit there and think about what he didn't have and what he wanted to have. So do check out the interview tonight. Actually, it's two completely different interviews. The other one's Timothy Spall, and both Timothy Spall and I have an abiding passion for London history. In fact, we were competing with what we both know about London. And that's also very good. He was lovely, absolutely lovely. Next week's another brilliant one. I don't know where we're finding them from. The conversation just keeps on a-flowing, as they say. So this evening, 9 o'clock, In Conversation. And Matt said the In Conversation had me in floods of tears yesterday morning. It's just so, I don't know, I wish I could put my finger on it. When you sit down in my little studio, and it's not exactly the biggest studio in the world, I mean, all right, there's room for a jacuzzi and a tennis court, but I mean, apart from that, we're sort of struggling with it. And you sit down with somebody, and it becomes like a one-to-one. It is a one-to-one, but you've got producers sitting next door, and you've got the PR for the person who's coming, sometimes 2 or 3. And you have this conversation, and for that moment, you forget everything else. You only concentrate on them. And so we get some really good conversations out of people, because otherwise people go, how long is it? They used 2 years ago, they used to say, and I used to say, it's an hour. And you see them going, an hour? Because an hour is too long for anything. As far as I'm concerned, half an hour is quite long enough for a podcast. An hour is stretching it out a little bit. It becomes a little bit tedious. Because if you don't like them within 10 minutes, you're not going to like the rest of the 80 minutes, which you're going to have to put up with or whatever it is. So that's what we did. Why is TV so awful at the weekends? Says Jackie. You know what it is? They think you're all out clubbing it. That's why they don't bother at weekends. They go, oh, don't worry, the weekend, everybody's out clubbing. Well, we're not out clubbing. All far too old for clubbing. I mean, when's the last time Henry went clubbing? I mean, years ago it must have been. Right? Within the last 6 months. Oh, you're working in a club or something. You're collecting glasses. You were dancing. Good Lord above. Do you dance? I've never seen any evidence of this slave to the rhythm thing. Oh, it's my bad uncle at a wedding, is it? It's like arms flailing and stuff like that. Lord above. What sort of clubs do you go to? Are they sort of couple of clubs in Kingston? The Kentucky Fried Chicken Club, the Viper Rooms. Where's that? I know where that is. The other one's near Wilco's, isn't it? Yeah. TK Maxx, yeah, that's right. TK Maxx is that one, which is just on the bridge. Then the other one is by Wilkinson's. I've been in there. I've not been as a customer. They invited me, I don't know why, they invited me down to have a look in it. So I went, yeah, I've seen clubs before. I've worked in clubs for years and years and years. And they all look the same. They look blooming dreadful with the lights on. The moment you turn the lights off, you suddenly realise you can get away with 1,000,001 things. Rubbish carpets, stains, and awful. We say happy. I'm not sure if we say happy Sunday anymore. I used to do that. I used to buy Dale presents because I read somewhere, and I can't remember which book it was in, that if you buy somebody a gift, like a plant or a box of chocolates, it's called a happy, because it makes them temporarily happy. And so I remember buying him a plant. When I think back at it, I don't know what I bought him a plant for. He wasn't remotely interested. He could kill them just by looking at them. And I bought him this plant, and he said, "What's that for?" I said, "It's a happy." He said, "Oh, thank you, Steve." Well, actually, he went, "Steve, thank you." And I said, "No, it's a happy." It's just like a little gift. It doesn't have to be expensive. And so today, if you're going to see relatives, you take a gift, don't you? Don't you? I thought everybody took a gift. If you're going round to somebody's for lunch, you take them a bunch of flowers, don't you? Or a bottle of pop or something like that, don't you? Apparently not. Apparently not. So, the big mystery is the Beckhams. Now, it was only a short while ago we were told that the Beckhams are now billionaires in dollars. And so I was quite surprised when I looked through the Sunday Times Magazine rich list to find that the Beckhams are 372 on it. They're way down. They might have gone up 15 million quid, but they're only at 355 million. Now, you might go, that's fine. That's nowhere near $1 billion, let me tell you. They say, little incentive for Victoria to join the Spice Girls. Why not? She can't sing. What's the point of putting her in the Spice Girls? She'll hate it. Then they were saying, oh, perhaps she'll make an appearance. What, like she's the star or something? No. They won't go anywhere near it. She'll just leave it. A bit like the Met Gala. Victoria, I'm totally convinced now, I might be wrong, but she would have moved heaven and earth to get to the Met Gala if she'd been invited. But I don't think she was, because if you're invited, you go. But her fashion label made another loss, 10.3 mil in 2017. So they've only got 355 million, which, you know, with the best will in the world, could be 500 and something million dollars. Nowhere near billion. Nowhere near. There's lies and then there's the Beckhams. But apparently Dave, you might not know this, so I'm telling you this, probably speaking out of turn, he has bought back from his manager, Simon Fuller, the rights to look after his own career. So now Dave, because he really thinks he's hot shot, you know, even though he's just been banned from driving because he was using his phone at the wheel, he thinks that he can actually manage himself. I don't know why. All he's famous for, really, is he used to kick a football around. He wore us to wrong. He's got no sense of fashion. He's now got somebody else's hair stuck on his head. And it's a case of, what does he do? He advertises pants or whiskey. I mean, to be honest with you, we've all seen him when he's had a couple of shows, a bit like her. She's terrible. She's all over the place. She has to be helped out of places by Brooklyn, who looks so he's in a worse state than she is. But anyway, he's now separated from Simon Fuller, and he paid Simon Fuller £38 million. 38 million quid to get himself out of this deal. Simon Fuller still looks after Victoria, and is just immensely clever. But obviously Beckham thinks that he can do it. So what does he want to do? He wants to venture into television. Not that he knows anything. I mean, when you watch his interviews, it's like watching a 5-year-old. Seriously, struggling. But he wants to do a reality show based on the family. He just has to persuade them. Well, every day of their life's a reality show. Every time they go out, there's a photographer with them, takes a picture of Victoria. There's a lovely picture in the paper, which you don't see very often. Victoria without the dark glasses on and smiling, looking happy. I mean, she does smile. I know this. I've got a picture of her smiling. It's, you know, and she knows that I've said this before because we mentioned it the last time we met. And so she's smiling. So she's with this other bloke. He's in fashion, so could be gay. I don't know. You know, because most people are in fashion, aren't they? Most of the men in there. It was so glorious. This is wonderful and a bit like Demetrios over in Guernsey. Bit of a shock to the social glitterati over there. I love it. So, Mum's blind date disaster. This is, I mean, when you see the picture, you will have to agree with me. She's in a couple of the papers. She's a bodybuilder, which always looks slightly strange on women. She's covered in tattoos, and she goes, I can't find a man, so she goes on blind dates. She's obviously an attention-seeking person. She has a child. She took them on the television as well, and she says, I can't find anybody. And I thought, well, look in the mirror. Look in the glass of shop fronts when you park. That's why. Nobody, put it this way, people don't want to sit. There was a line in something. What the hell was it? Torch Song Trilogy. One of the guys who said, every time I meet a guy, he said, all he wants to do is have sex with me. And the other person said, yeah, every time I meet a guy, he just wants conversation. And so that was the way it is. But this woman, it was such a non-story. It was such a silly story of, I can't find somebody. Well, of course you can. It's just that your sights are probably set a little bit lower than other people. And the sort of people you're attracting are those people who, I don't know, they're not the full ticket, are they? Well, they don't seem to be. Steve, I thought I'd get in. I saw a bit of This Morning on Friday with Jan Ravens and John Culshaw. Jan mentioned Stephen Allen's impression of Maggie Thatcher. No, she didn't say that at all. Get some new batteries. Because for the simple reason, it's Steve Nallen. I mean, surely with even half a brain cell, you would know who the Margaret Thatcher impressionist was, because he did it on Spitting Image. Steve Nallen. I don't do any impressions at all, as anybody will tell you if they've listened to this programme. No frost here. Forecast said early frost, says Dorothy. I think today might be a night. It wasn't yesterday. Cold in the morning, and then it brightened up, and then all of a sudden the sunshine came out. My Lynn's gone off on holiday with her friend Jo and another friend to Turkey for 2 weeks, so that'll be nice. That'll be very nice. Steve, definitely a chill in the air, but no frost, says little Julie. Do you know, I was thinking the other day, what did I want to eat today? And I know you might think that's a bit daft, but I kind of plan in advance. And so I went out and I bought mince, beef mince, and I've got a tin of beans and some ready-made mashed potato. Doesn't sound very exciting to you, but I promise you, for me, it's very, very exciting. And then I opened the fridge here. Somebody's got all their insulin in the fridge. My friend Mike is a diabetic, but his is up in the fridge upstairs. He keeps it because nobody else is going to use it. But this is like a whole packet full of syringes and all sorts of things. Very odd, isn't it? Yes, it didn't look new. I wasn't sure if somebody had found it on the floor and thought, oh, put it in the fridge. Because I keep mine in the fridge, but when I take it out, it stays with me. It doesn't matter after a while as long as you're using it. Steve, you mentioned Line of Duty lots, but there seems to be a better option with Shane Meadows directed, The Virtues, which starts on Wednesday. I've never seen Line of Duty. I've never seen that. Game of Thrones, all the big stuff that people are talking about. I haven't seen it. I'm way out on a limb on this kind of stuff. I'm terrible. And yet ask me if I saw a little bit of the X Factor where Simon did some more naff acting, and I'll go, yeah, I saw that. Don't think conversations, says Elaine from Where, were brilliant. You're so focused on the person you're with. I'm sure you're not aware of other people in the studio. For us, it's like we're overhearing a live conversation. They were both, and all the people that we actually get, which Thomas sort of runs all these names past me, and then he says, do you want to talk to this person? And I actually turn down more people than I say yes to, and sometimes, in a roundabout way, he manages to persuade me to do it, which I think is actually quite a clever trick. I used to have a producer years and years ago called Peter, and he was very good. I'd come in, and he'd say, how about we do, and the classic one I always do is feet, shoes. Because most people, like most women who are wearing the wrong size bra, because if you've always, I know, I learnt this from Rigby and Pella. You go in there, they measure people for their bras, because most women are wearing the bra that they've always worn, well, not the same one, obviously, but they've only ever worn one size. That's why when you take it off, apparently, it's got marks. I mean, I don't know, I don't wear a bra. Well, I mean, not the weekend. And, that's a sports bra, exactly, yes. And so, most women are wearing the wrong size bra. So when you go into a proper shop and they measure you, that's when you finally get the bra that is supposed to fit you. You don't know this, do you? I could tell you, just look at me blankly like you've never heard of this before. Later.
Bye-bye, darling.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye.
Don't talk to people, I've told you. Richard Spur talks to people. I say you mustn't talk to people, when you get on the train, especially at this time of the morning. If you're going to a train station, there's always the Looney Tunes. It's the people who sort of... for some reason, I attract beggars. I've got no idea why. I must have one of those faces where they go, do I look wealthy? I'm not wealthy. Well, I probably am compared to Nick Abbott. But anyway, and so I was sort of... And somebody would come up... I'll be standing at the bus stop, and somebody will come up, and I nearly gave money the other day. Occasionally, as you know, I'm moved by somebody, and the last time it happened was about 2 years ago, where it was raining outside, and there's a woman barefooted, and she's walking along, and she's looking for cigarette ends in the plant pots. And I'm looking at her, and I'm thinking, oh, that's wrong. That's so wrong. You know, she shouldn't have to be in that sort of state. And so I walked past her, and she was picking up... See, she didn't ask for any money or anything like that, which is quite rare, actually, in my case. And so she was picking up the cigarette ends, and I thought, do you know, that's not right. And so I turned round, and I went back, and I took a tenner out my wallet. By the time all the moths had cleared and everything else, it was, and I gave her £10. And then she told me, she said, they've taken all my clothes, all my bedding. People steal it. If you're on the streets, people steal things from you. And I thought, I don't know what she's going to do with the £10. I didn't really care. I could spare £10. It didn't make any difference. I just felt sorry for her. In the rain, she's having to go round and pick up dog ends. I mean, at least with this, perhaps she can go and buy, well, probably not, a packet of cigarettes or do something. I felt really awful about it. I thought perhaps I should have given her more. And then the other day, I'm walking back down here after the programme, and there's an elderly black gentleman who was quite old, and he was holding out a plastic cup for people to put money in, and I walked past him, and he'd asked me for money. I said, oh, sorry, I haven't got any. Which actually was a lie. I don't know why we lie to people. Why don't we tell the truth? I suppose it's because you don't want to be sort of an easy touch. You go, he's an easy touch. And I stood at the bus stop, and he was still going up to people, have you got some money? And I thought, I should have given him some money. So if I see him again, I'll give him money. But you can't make a habit of it, because it's so easy. It's like in Hong Kong and China and lots of places abroad, there's lots of poor people. I mean poor. Children go out begging. It's that bad, that bad. They did a lovely thing on YouTube. In America, they have a system whereby you can donate food to a local food bank, and it goes to people who can't afford. We have food banks here, and I thought I'd see that, but we have food banks. And so what they've done is they've made a promotional film where they've actually got a little girl, quite smart, but only about 7 or 8, and she goes up to people in a restaurant eating outside going, sorry, have you finished with your food? And they're very good. They're very good. And so the people go, no, why? Could I have it if you finished with it? And so on most of the people, most of them, in fact, no, nearly all of them, I think, they said, listen, you go and pick something off the menu and I'll buy it for you. I mean, they then explained, look, she's doing it because we're trying to draw attention to the fact that there are lots of people who don't eat all the time. Probably this poor girl with the cigarette, she probably didn't eat all the time and probably got little bits and pieces. But to be honest with you, the most pointless thing I ever saw was somebody was asleep under a pile of blankets, and somebody had left McDonald's there. Who in God's name wants to eat stone cold McDonald's? I mean, you know, at least plug a microwave in for them or something. So at least you've got something. In fact, you know, waking up, oh goody, you know, a double egg and sausage McMuffin, stone cold. How cool is that? And a hash brown or something. It was just awful. You can't eat cold food. But on the other hand, I mean, you really want to give somebody something hot, and the only thing I could think of was a pot noodle. And you know how awful they are. I can't bear pot noodles. I don't know why. And yet when I lived in London, when I first came up to London, I ate pot noodles. I thought they were quite nice, actually. It's only when you sort of, you've been out to restaurants that you suddenly realise that pot noodle is the kind of thing you find after you pull out the cooker to clean behind it, and it's all on the floor, and you scrape it up and put it in a pot. And that's what I used to get so excited by pot noodle. I can't begin to tell you. So Philip Green's no longer a billionaire. Good. There you go. Solves that one, doesn't it? And we found a charity cash cheat. She spent time in prison. We'll tell you all about her. Rod Stewart off on his biggest ever UK tour. There's a few of them sold out already. I don't know if I'd want to go and see. The trouble is, I remember the old Rod Stewart. Well, I say he's now the old Rod Stewart, but I mean he's over 70, I think. I just don't think I want to see somebody of 70 up on stage, because he's not going to be doing that We Are Sailing. I want to hear him singing Georgie Boy Was Gay, I Guess. That was the killing of Georgie, wasn't it, I think. Steve, my wife Sheila, says Tim, has become totally addicted to you, listens live and then to the podcast. There are now 3 of us in this marriage. I'm not sure what to do about it. Divorce? I mean, you know, that's the way we're heading. I don't like it when people say that. I do bump into a lot of people, mainly because I'm half blind and I can't see people. Seriously, and people say to me, "Sorry, did you not see me?" And I go, "I'm terribly sorry, recovering from cataracts." And then you get a bit of sympathy back. Not all the time, but I've now started being offered on the bus a seat. People have started offering me a seat. What's going on in the world? I'm young. I prefer to stand. Mainly because I creak a little bit when I sit down, and then when you get up, you have to sort of hang on to a pole or something like that. And the buses round my way, they're mad. Completely mad. They live on the brake. They're forward, brake. And one of these days, somebody's going to fall over. Me, I should imagine. The club in Kingston by the river has to be, it's called McCluskey's. That's actually a different one, actually. That's a different one. McCluskey's is different from this one that Henry only goes to ones that his parents approve of. You know, so he has to go down there. They have to sort of meet the manager, and then his parents say, "Listen, this is my son. He doesn't drink very much. Yeah, health and safety. Can you show him where the toilets are? Because he'll need to go at some point in the night time. And if you could make sure that there's a certain area by the bar where he can get served without having to push in with other people." Because you don't want... I always think... I used to love that. We used to have waitress service in the club I worked at, and there was a bit at the end of the bar which was just for the girls getting drinks and stuff like that. Sounds really posh, doesn't it? It wasn't. It was rubbish. It was absolute rubbish. But, yeah, it's got to be... exactly. Or failing that, you have to phone up your parents and go, "Daddy, is it possible you could come and collect me now? Thank you." My mother used to sit up waiting if I was out working. She'd sit there, pretend she'd only just got up. "Oh, just made you some cheese and pickle sandwiches." Just the kind of thing. And 83850, Pat says, "I bought a bra from Rigby and Peller. They don't measure with a tape measure, but judge your size by eye." Well, that's what they do. They do bras. What if they should do the same for men and pants? They just sort of look at you and try and work out what size... Because, seriously, I think I'm wearing the wrong pants. I've decided. It's ridiculous. I think I'm buying old man pants. But I quite like it because I always get a comment in Marks and Spencer's. Steve, must listen to Timothy Spall. Loved London history. Have you been in the cable car, says Jacket? No, I've not. People keep saying to me, "You won't like it." And I go, "No, I would. I promise you I would definitely like it." I like a cable car. I like that. Steve, great start listening to you show. I love it when people do that predictive text. To you show. Looking forward to 9 p.m. show before lights out, says James. P.S. 9 a.m. laundrette, Nice. Or is that nice? You've got to hear it tonight. You have to hear it. Graham says, in conversation, fascinated by your knowledge of the last hangman. I think he was from Yorkshire. He was. Mr. Pierpoint, Albert Pierpoint. His father was a hangman. He was a hangman. And he hanged lots of people. Lots and lots of people. And he used to subscribe to the fact he could get somebody down once they were actually standing on the scaffold in less than 10 seconds. I think his record was something like 6 seconds. Because he would have to look at the person. I mean, we don't do this now, but it's still in the prisons, is the equipment for hanging. It's still all there. And it was next to the condemned cell, but they didn't know that the execution cell was right next door. There was a brick wall, but it was on sliders. So they would sit in there, they'd be taken outside for the exercise, and that's when the executioner, in the case of Albert Pierpoint, would look at them and work out how much they weighed. And he would put a big bag of sand weighing the equivalent of the person he was about to hang, night before they'd do this, and it would hang on the rope to stretch the rope, because they had one mistake once where the person dropped, they hadn't measured for the sandbag, and the head came off. Because it's quite a drop. I think it's something like 13, 14 feet, whatever it was anyway. And so that's what he used to do. So the condemned cell was right next door to the execution cell. So they would walk in at 8 in the morning, the wall would slide away, and there was the noose, and he would get them down very quickly. But then in the end, he decided it didn't solve anything, which is what I've always said. Lovely to have a death penalty, but I mean, nobody takes a blind bit of notice. If you're somebody who's intent on committing damage to somebody, the idea that you could be hanged if you're found guilty doesn't pose any threat to them at all. In America, it doesn't seem to make any difference, does it? You get people who go, "No, I don't care," because that's the way it is. It's a shame, really. But you will definitely enjoy the In Conversation with Timothy Spall this evening at 9 o'clock on LBC, or you can download it as well. Shane says, "I've not been to the pictures for years. I buy the DVD. You see, I'm the same. You know why? Fall asleep. I fall asleep. We got big cinemas in Leicester Square. Well, we've got one big cinema, and it's very comfy. So you sit in the seats, the lights go down, I go to sleep. It's as simple as that. You know, you have to wake me up. I'm even the person who slept through a Quentin Tarantino film. Blood, guts, shootings, murders, and all the rest of it, and I slept through it. People say, how did you sleep through it? I said, I'm tired. I just assume if the lights go off, because I sleep with lights on. Now, whether or not that makes it difficult, I don't know, but I've never turned a bedroom light off in my life. Not since I was about 12 or 13. So I sleep with lights on, full lights. And I'm quite happy. Quite happy. I think basically it comes down to, you know, I'm sure when I was younger we had trees outside my bedroom window and you could see the shadow of them if you turned the lights off, and I didn't like that idea at all. I thought the tree was coming in to get me. It didn't, of course. I mean, it's far too big to get through the front door, and it didn't have a key. Just walking the last few miles of the moonwalk, says Sarah. Oh, you're moonwalking, are you? Oh, I wonder what the ladies were doing. Was it last night? She's still going. She's still going, poor soul. They've all finished, Sarah. It's finished. Okay, just get the bus. Don't worry, but just get on the bus. Take all the lights off. Hannah says, my parents brought me up to know that if somebody is kind enough to host a meal, you jolly well show up with a gift. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That was like there's an old joke, isn't there, where somebody says, oh, I live here, blah, blah, blah. And when you get there, push the doorbell with your nose. And the person said, with my nose. I went, well, you're not coming empty-handed, are you? So that was, you have to take something. Although I've noticed, even on those date programmes, they're odd, aren't they? Very odd. But when you have somebody round, and if they like the sound of you, you get to cook for them again or do something else. Hardly anybody turns up. Hardly anybody turns up with a gift of a bottle of wine. Some manky old flower arrangement, but I mean, that's a bit boring, isn't it? Why don't they just give you cash? You know, cash would be nicer. You turn up, I go, it's a 3-course meal with wine, okay, and your end is 16 quid. It's as simple as that. We're off to the Royal Albert Hall to see Verdi's Requiem. Oh, I hope he knows. In celebration of my brother-in-law's 80th birthday. Then on Tuesday, we go to Sardinia for a week. So early excited. Can't wait. You're coming with me, of course. I always get that. Funny how David Beckham wants to go into television, yet he looked like he'd almost killed James Corden over a simple prank. Yes, well, he's obviously decided. He doesn't think that Mr. Fuller is doing a good job. I think he's doing a brilliant job. Jim says, I found a £20 note in the street. It's mine. It's mine. I dropped it. Okay, you can drop it round here if you like. And I'll use it to buy food for the food banks. Just go and give it to them. Because they can actually get more food than you can, and they could use that for petrol money. Russ says, the roof of my car is frozen in Lichfield in Staffordshire. I've never been to Lichfield in Staffordshire. Ian says, it's really cold here in Folkestone, right by the harbour, the wind coming off the sea. Hot weather here soon. Do you think so? Do you think so? I'm not totally convinced by that. People are always saying to me, don't worry, Steve, around the corner there's some sunshine, and I go, I bet you're wrong. Bet you're wrong. In France, Martin and Lisa, Spikers from Guildford, gloriously sunny, which is 23 degrees expected today. Rigby and Pella, there's a branch in Guildford, and they don't actually measure using a tape measure. They can assess your size just by looking. I do remember your comments about the shoeless lady at the time. How lucky we are. Yes. It's Mother's Day in Australia, says Shane. Can you say hello to my mother, Carol? Of course. Of course. Why not? Mother's Day. Why do you have it differently from us? That's very strange, isn't it? Steve. Dave B turned up at a game with his hair in a box. Also, Victoria smiled, maybe because she might have done something, says Adrian. I like that. Listen, the fact she does smile. She just doesn't do it very often, but obviously this bloke makes her happy. Obviously, Beckham makes her feel thoroughly miserable. One of the best clubs from years ago was the Limelight in Shaftesbury Avenue, says Matthew. Wonder what it is now. It's an empty building, I think. I've done shows from the Limelight. We've used it for doing outside broadcasts. In fact, we did quite a few, actually. Quite a few. Still there. Best cable car. Oh, I'll tell you about the best cable car in a moment. Because I'm trying to be good about the time checks. But to be brutally honest with you, it is Sunday. You don't have to get up. You can just listen to the radio. It's free. It's easy. And what do you want to get up for? There's nothing to do. There's nothing open. Oh, it's McDonald's over the other side of the square. But I mean, who wants to eat that at this time of the morning? Loads of them out there. They love. I bet you eat a load, don't you? At McDonald's. Do you not? Henry had a breakfast yesterday. And what was in your breakfast the other day? Was it Oh, egg bacon. I think their bacon is rubbish. It's not proper bacon, I'm sure. I don't know what sort of bacon it is, but it's not Greggs. No. I quite like Greggs bacon. That's all right, actually. That's okay. Although I try not to go in there too often. Not my sort of thing at all. Right, short break. It's fake news, Steve. Fake news. Apparently, children begging in Hong Kong. Oh, you didn't? Well, no, we were talking about when I used to be in Hong Kong, when I lived in Hong Kong for 2 years. I've got. I was going to say video footage, but it wasn't video. It was cine film of children begging. Loads of them. Loads and loads and loads of people. Mind you, an awful problem with people spitting in the street as well, which I can't bear. It drives me mad. The Sun today, Archie named. I love the name Archie. I can't get enough of the name Archie. I really can't. I think it's such a great name. I wouldn't have thought of it, but I bet you anything, there's parents everywhere going, that is the name we're going to have for our Lex little Sprog. Archie, it just sounds... It could be anything, couldn't it? It could be somebody sort of very rich, somebody not very rich. Also, Paul Hollywood passionately and publicly kissing Summer Montes Fulham, whoever she is. As estranged wife Alex hit the roof over his lavish spending. He was seen at Chester, has yet to agree a divorce deal. I thought he was with somebody else, or is this the same one that we're talking about? They say he's blowing cash like it's going out of fashion. On what earth can he buy? So he's forked out cash here. He's taken her for a day at the races. Perhaps this is the one. Perhaps this is the one. Perhaps she likes old men. And they seem to be fairly happy. The worst thing is, if you fall out of love with somebody, you can't do anything about it. It's like that ridiculous poor Jordan who was sort of saying, oh, Pete and I adore each other. He can't stand you. He absolutely can't stand you. You're a nasty little piece of work. Some of the things you've said about him. And then she went, oh, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, you know, but we're all right now. He hates you. He hates you. There you go. Most children are wearing shoes up to 2 sizes too small because their parents guess wrongly. When we went into the shop, you know, you went into a shop and you put your foot on a thing and somebody measured your feet if you're a child. I've never heard of this. They asked 2,000 parents to say what size their children's feet were. What a stupid thing, honestly. Very silly. And film fans in one part of the country are charged twice as much for cinema tickets as those in another. This is one here. A ticket for Avengers Endgame can cost as little as £4.75 at View Cinema in Cardiff, but it can be in the Odeon in Mansfield Town, £13.25. That's a bit naughty, isn't it? That's the postcode lottery. 29 seats in the cinema in... Well, you've taken to the cinema already. You're only over there a week. Oh, right, you didn't go. Too expensive? Too expensive? It is quite, yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about Guernsey. I don't know what it's famous for. You going there, I should imagine. Tax avoidance. No, I'm sure it's all legal and above board. Is that Guernsey where they do that? Where you could sort of move all your money over there? Both places do it as well. I'm never going to be in that position, much as I'm sure Nick Abbott thinks I am. But I promise you I'm not. Freddie Starr may get a pauper's funeral because none of his family have claimed his body. Nice, isn't it? We had the ex-wife, they're not divorced, talking about him the other day. His companion, Nelly, said he's still in the hospital morgue in Malaga 3 days after his death. A basic Spanish funeral is £2,800. Well, yeah, you'd think they were. But he didn't have any money. He had no money, that's why I think it was rented. And speaking at the home she shared with him, she said there's a pile of unpaid bills. Yeah, I mean, fine for him, but somebody else might have to pick up the pieces afterwards, which is not so good, is it? For you, the marriage is now over. Mark Labatt has split from his wife of 5 years. That's never good, is it? When you have to do it publicly in front of everybody, and they go, oh, there, and then you look at a picture of people. So he's selling his home, and the missus has got a younger person. But there you go. That's they lasted 5 years. I don't know whether that's good, bad, or indifferent nowadays. Also, like young Archie, my daughter was the first mixed-race child born into our family. This is Tony Parsons. And although much has been written about diversity recently, what's most interesting is this. Nobody really cares. Oh, I don't know. I want to join some of the phone-ins on this station. A mixed-race royal baby is not a big deal because mixed-race relationships are so commonplace in my family. Maybe your family too, and now in the royal family, which is not the same as saying that racism no longer exists. Danny Baker was fired for posting a racist royal baby picture. When they showed it on the BBC News, they pixelated the chimpanzee. What was the point of the story then? God, blimey, everybody else managed to show it. Goodness sake, he was attempting to be funny about class. Tony Parsons says, I've known him for 43 years, he's no racist. Far more offensive was Strictly Pro Neil Jones posting a picture of his ginger head imposed on Proud Harry's body. The BBC should sack that moron. He said, what we need is a great big melting pot, went a song in my childhood. Yes, by Blue Mink. Madeleine Bell. Remember it very well indeed. Jerry Horner, refusing to dress like the brash 90s Ginger Spice and is threatening to ditch her famous Union Jack dress. Well, I shouldn't imagine it fits, would it? I mean, she hasn't actually increased in size that much. She's 45 now. She wants to wear more age-appropriate costumes. So like a shroud, I suppose, or something like that. I mean, does it matter? I mean, will they be singing live? I don't know. Oh, I'll tell you what I watched the other day on television. And I'll tell you why I didn't like it. Because I'm a big fan of the person who was hosting it, Bradley Walsh. And I like Bradley. I think he's very. I love him when he collapses on the thing, on the chase. And it's like a chat show thing, but it wasn't really. It didn't kind of go anywhere for me. They had a live band in the studio, which was done on The Last Resort when Jonathan Ross did it, and when other people have done it as well. Chris Evans did exactly the same thing, and then he went and here I do it again. Holly Willoughby. Oh, God, not again, please. Please leave her. Why don't you just leave her at home one day? And the other one was Maya Jama. Maya Jama has got a boyfriend called Stormzy. Stormzy was pictured the other day in the newspapers with a packet of powder. We don't really know what it was on the table. He lives in New Malden. Does he? Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, is that because property's cheaper out that way? Is it something like that, do you think, Henry? Henry trying to sort of cling on to the fact that Stormzy knows him. You know, hang around with Stormzy, my busy mate, and all this kind of stuff. Okay, you'll do anything, won't you? You'll do anything to tell, if Jordan moved in, be on the phone to me. Steve, Jordan's in. She's popping round for tea. We're having crumpet. But so Holly Willoughby, she's on everything. Please God, give us a rest from Holly Willoughby. And that was the thing that ruined it. Maya Jama, I wanted to say, so can you tell us what the white powder was, dear, on Stormzy's table? He was playing cards or something, and she took the picture. I mean, surely you'd have seen a packet of talcum powder sitting on the table, wouldn't you? I thought it just came in a plastic bottle, but there you go. Oh, what do I know about anything? But it was the fact that Holly Willoughby, who I like, was on another programme. Can't they, put somebody else on there? Don't put Pip Schofield on, for God's sake. We'll never hear the end of it, will we? Philip Schofield on yet another programme. What do they do? Just wander from studio to studio? Anyway, we've got the news coming up at 6, so we'll worry about other things. David Beckham has come under fire again for repeatedly taking first-class flights. All the rubbish that he comes up with about, I'm an eco-warrior and all this kind of stuff. What a pack of hogwash. Really is hogwash. All he does is take first-class flights and sit there looking miserable while his hair does a dance up and down the aisle, I should imagine. Everybody, no, Stormzy does live in New Malden, I'm afraid, Matt. I'm looking at the thing now. So he has bought a property. He has bought a property there. I mean, he might have 2 properties. I mean, perhaps he's far enough out of town to sort of not worry about it. Claire says it's Mother's Day here in Canada. Why you not know that? It's why you not know is K-N-O-W, by the way, unless you've learnt some new spelling in Canada. Well, unfortunately, I know everything. I tell you how much money you got in your bank account, Claire. Nothing at all. Okay, flat broke. Can't know everything, can you? Do you know when St George's Day is here in London? Peasant. There you go. Of course you don't know, do you? You've got no idea. Picking on somebody. Who cares about Canada? Who cares about Canada? So they have Mother's Day there. They have it all round the world. All round the world. Eddie Mayer has struck a vein of gold with your clip at the end of his first hour. I know, sometimes it's really short. I'd never heard it before, but I know that they do it now. Chris says, the best cable car I've ever been on is the one at Table Mountain in Cape Town. It's a circular car which rotates on its axis. Sounds like a funfair ride. As it ascends the mountain, so everybody gets a view over the city and the Atlantic Ocean beyond as the car ascends, so no need for the usual mad rush and associated elbowing on embarking. Stunning panoramic views. I've never been there, actually. I know all about it, but it's not Not my sort of thing, I'm afraid. I probably would enjoy a cable car. I don't want one that turns around, though. Thank you very much indeed. Richard says, clearly in the case of the condemned, the prospect of being hanged was unsuccessful, but to many others, surely it would be a deterrent. Well, you'll never know that. I was going to murder somebody, but then I thought about the death penalty. It doesn't work like that. People do something because of the moment. I was watching another one of those police camera action, whatever it was, thing swinging on a star, and they had somebody out on the streets who was drunk, and they'd conversed. They'd already told him before he'd been up on this before. And then another one. My favourite was a bloke who'd been caught shoplifting. So they said, "Well, you have been caught shoplifting," and he went, "No, I haven't." And they went, "Why not?" He said, "Because I'm Jesus Christ." He said, "I'm allowed to go in there and just pick up food." And they went, "I don't think you are, actually." Anyway, they put him in court and he went off to prison. So he seemed fairly happy because he'd only just come out of prison for doing a similar thing. But you do meet. How are we going to know? If somebody comes up and goes, "Oh, by the way, I'm Jesus Christ," and we go, "Of course you're not." How do we know? They might be. I mean, I don't know. He has said he'd come back. I just don't think he wants to come back round Leicester Square, really, at the moment. I mean, it's a bit busy, isn't it? So, $350 million. Sorry, £350 million. I wanted to know what it was for the Beckhams' sake. Because having told us that they are billionaires in dollars, they're not. $454,858,250. So nowhere near a billion. Nowhere near a billion. More lies from the Beckham camp. The best. Oh, so we've done that one, haven't we? Best cable car. I quite like that, actually. Quite like that. After nearly an hour of serious or depressing listening, says Jim, I suddenly hear you trying to get the other leg out of your jeans, falling and then falling over. Precisely the same as me. I now make sure that the socks are off first as the feet slide through a bit easier. I've had both feet in the same side of my pants before now, which of course, I mean, it's fatal. You just automatically fall over. Ridiculous, isn't it? It's Mother's Day in America, says Cindy. I mean, do I sound like I care? Do I sound like I'm remotely bothered by when you've got Mother's Day? Might as well tell me when your gyro arrives. I'm equally nonplussed by that. Steve, re-etiquette. If a dinner party guest brings a cheap bottle of wine, should you charge them corkage? I don't know, actually. Have you ever been to one of those restaurants where they say, bring your own wine? Who wants to eat in a place? It's only because they haven't got a licence, and so for selling, but you can bring your own. And then somebody, how dare you? Who do you think you are, saying pot noodles are rubbish? I had a turkey and stuffing pot noodle for Christmas dinner. Of course you did. Of course, we're not at all surprised by that. I've checked out all your other texts and emails, and of course, I mean, you and pot noodle, you're kind of married, aren't you, at the hip? Donnie says, give big shout out to nurses like my good self on this fine day, which happens to be International Nurses Day. God, blimey, if it's not Mother's Day, it's now International Nurses Day. It'll be pot noodle morning by the time we get through this show, won't it? Can just see that. Perhaps I should get out more, says Richard, but until last week I'd not heard of Danny Baker. What? How can you not have heard of Danny Baker? I mean, look, good Lord above, I mean, honestly. Mind you, Danny Baker said he really didn't know anything about Meghan Markle, which makes me wonder whether or not his intelligence is sort of very much misplaced. You should get out more, definitely. Dawn in Roehampton says it's Mother's Day in America and Bermuda. Oh, here we go. Let's just bring out all the Mother's Day stuff in Bermuda. Do I sound like I care? Of course I don't. Miriam in Jerusalem says, I wish I could sleep in on Sundays. In Israel, Sunday's a regular work day, and unfortunately my busiest day. I start work at 6 a.m, so get up at 4. At least I can tune into you while at work. Well, that's the good news, Miriam. That is the good news. Hope you have a nice... Oh, go on. I can't imagine what your weather's going to be like. Gary says, parents marching their 11-year-old kids through central London today, protesting again about climate change. What? Where are they marching from? I don't know anything about this. Are they marching? Are people marching in London? Can't think of any... Oh. I mean, what are they doing with them? You know, so we're going to take the kids out. Great, we're going to Thorpe Park, Chessington. No, we're going on a walk for climate change. I don't want to go on a walk for climate change. I want to go to Thorpe Park. Never get there, will you? Never get there. Steve, my gyro arrives Thursday. Well, there you go, you see. Never wrong. Psychic Steve. Kevin, the Warburton's driver, says, where's this frost meant to be? Nice and sunny out delivering in Essex. I don't know. I don't know. They've just been sort of saying it. Lee says the dingbats around Gatwick have closed the airport roads. How inconvenient. Is there not enough space in Sussex for the half marathon? Oh, not another half marathon. Oh, Lord. Now delayed my holes, but you are keeping me entertained. And then Nick Abbott said a few weeks ago, I'm not doing any Nick Abbott stories. Seriously, because they're all fake news. They're all made up. And I'm not having anything to do with it. Nick is a very close personal friend of mine. We go out for dinner all the time. And I think we're going swimming later on today, which is something to look forward to. He doesn't know this, of course. I'm going to have to tie him down to the Victorian bathing machine. And so you can tell him at 6:10 on Sunday morning, Steve Allen mentioned you were going swimming. You know, and you know what he'll do? He'll say, no, we're not going swimming, and he's not a close personal friend of mine. He just says that. He says that because otherwise people come up to him and they go, are you Steve Allen? And he go, no, I'm Nick Abbott. And they go, oh, do you know Steve Allen? And then he go, yeah, I know Steve Allen. So that's how it works. A beef and cheese gyro is the tastiest. Somebody says, I hope you get repeat fees when Eddie plays a clip of your show at 5 p.m. I couldn't possibly discuss the financial arrangements that I have between the Eddie Mayer show and the Steve Allen show. I leave it to the producer. Little Julie says, what about an International Steve Allen Day? Raise your mug of tea in appreciation and have a good slurp. There you go. There you go. That's what it's all about, isn't it? It's so cold in my studio this morning. I mean, when I say it's cold, I mean, it really is cold. It really is very cold. Right, quickly, let's go through. How posh are you? This is the Upwardly Mobile. Do you have a Dyson? A Dyson? If you have a Dyson, you've got a Henry, of course. Do you have a NutriBullet? I think yes. I think you've got a NutriBullet. Do you have a Samsonite suitcase? Oh, it's a suitcase up on wheels or something. I don't know. It's just Samsonite. Do you have a spiralizer? I don't even know what one was. I didn't know what one was. I don't know. It looks like it's something that does something funny with vegetables, I think. Do you have a hot tub? No. Do you have coasters? Yeah, drink. As opposed to what? For drinks here. I said, do you have coasters? He went, for drinks. I went, opposed to what? Surfing? For meals. Do you have an Arga? It's a very expensive oven. Very expensive. Do you have a boiling water tap? No. Do you have a wood burner? You'd like one, but no. Do you have a barbecue? Yeah. Do you have vinyl? I do, but not a vinyl player. Okay, but not a vinyl player. You can get one that plugs into the internet. Yes, you can. Yes, absolutely. Do you have a Mulberry bag? Oh, you don't. Okay, fine. Okay, you're not posh. You're just dead common, I'm afraid. I mean, you were nearly doing it. Oh, do you have a smart TV? No. Oh, well, not looking very promising, is it, really? And that's who wants to live in Morden? I mean, I ask you. I mean, God blimey. Don't even have Argas. Don't forget, Steve, it's also the 4th Sunday after Easter. Are you off to Holy Mass? Oh, I don't think I could stay awake for it. Some years ago in America, they had a restaurant where all the lights were put out. You had to eat in the dark. We have it in London, Shane. We have that. Colin says, why does anybody need to be a billionaire? Disgusting wealth when you see beggars on the street. Nothing to do with the billionaires, is it? What's it got to do with them? The fact there are beggars on the street. You can't blame it that. That's a very narrow-minded attitude. You can't have that. Definitely not. I mean, how are you supposed to know? You walk past something that might have been a failed business. Could be all sorts of things. Getting my morning bitch fix from Steve before getting up to teach a Zumba Gold class in Hatch End at 10 a.m. I'm addicted to the show, says Tricia. A gold class. I've seen Zumba. Have you ever done a Zumba club? No, obviously not, really. It's not your sort of thing, is it? Have you got golf clubs? I bet you've got golf clubs somewhere. I thought you had. Yeah, you got them from a charity shop. The charity shop is called Selfridges. And that's where he got them from. How much were they? Were they very expensive? About £200? No. £5 or £6? My God, your charity shops are cheap. Very cheap. Linda Robson spotted in public for the first time since the police raced to her home amid fears for her well-being. We need her back on the television. We just want to make sure she's okay. Thank you very much indeed, if that's okay with everybody else, which it should be. And what else we got? No alert to install barriers on bridge. Transport bosses say they weren't asked to put barriers on London Bridge. I'm glad to see they're all out there now, which is good news. Who's this a picture of? This is Charlotte McKinney. She's in Baywatch. Yeah, I never quite got into Baywatch at all. It was just Pamela Anderson running up a beach, and I couldn't even tell you the name of the character she played. Please don't write in. Please don't write in. David Beckham, under fire for repeatedly taking first-class flights. Well, he's a star, isn't he? But not a billionaire. Not a billionaire. Only sort of under $500 million, which is okay. You know, you can cope with that. You can cope with that. There's a dealer who was shot by his mother because he kept his drugs in her fridge. So, good for her. And also, who's super fit at 50? Jennifer Aniston. I bet she's super airbrushed at 50 as well. Wish I was airbrushed. I could quite happily be airbrushed. Sunday Express today, beleaguered Boss Green, no longer a billionaire. I suppose it must be, I mean, it's like me sort of saying, oh, I've no longer got savings and I've only got 220 quid in the bank. But actually, that's not bad. I mean, I haven't got 250 in the bank. That would mean I was very rich. But apparently, James O'Brien did a survey, or he read a survey once, and it said something along the lines of, most people don't even have £100 in savings. And you think, blimey, I've always had £100 in savings. That's with Andrew Castle. This morning, up for discussion, Eton offers woke-style empathy lessons to teach pupils how to express gratitude for acts of kindness, like holding a door open. What does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, I've been holding doors open for ages. Ages. It's called manners, isn't it? Ahead of the release of the Sunday Times Rich List, I've got it here. Millionaires flee the UK over fears of political chaos. Yes, the Beckhams, not the billionaires we thought they were. Only $500 million, which is okay. There's nothing to be sniffed at, but it's certainly not a billion. Also, who is the person to unite Remainers and Brexiteers, as the parties seem to be struggling to achieve it? Did you see the other day, even Farage couldn't come up with the answer to a fairly straightforward question on Question Time. I was sort of sitting there quite enjoying it, actually. A lot of shouting on the programme. It gets worse now. I don't think Fiona can actually keep it under control, because if you get some heavyweights, people start shouting and they just keep talking, and you feel like having a zapper, you know, bzzz. Get one of those cattle prods, that'll work. All that and more on the Weekend Breakfast Show with Andrew Castle from 7 this morning on LBC. Looks like life is going to imitate art, as Adam Woodyard, who plays Ian Beale, joins Celebrity MasterChef. Adam is 50 now, and he has a secret weapon in chef Marco Pierre White, because he and Ian are in business. Marco sells Adam's gin in his restaurant. I don't know, but Adam made gin. I think his wife has been making it since about 2017. But he's the only original cast member in the soap to have appeared continuously since 1985. I know, it's odd. He used to come into LBC. He came in on quite a few occasions to see me. But he's hoping to follow in the footsteps of Ade Edmondson, the Young Ones star, who's announced this week will play Jean Slater's love interest, won the show in 2013. This is Celebrity MasterChef. Other celebrities taking part. Go on, I defy you. Dom Parker. Oh, not a clue. Ex-boxing promoter Kelly Maloney. Oh, God. And heavyweight fighter Dylan White. No, not a clue, I'm afraid. They will join ex-footballer Neil Ruddock, reality star Vicky Patterson, and Greg Rutherford on the show. Oh, dear, honestly. They can't find anybody, can they? They can't find anybody. So they generally pick that one who's been in Chelsea. He seems to pop up on just about everybody's show. They would go, he's heir to a fortune. No, they're heir to nothing, these people. What do you think? He's the only person? Of course not. So ridiculous. So ridiculous. And here is the picture of such a rare one. Victoria Beckham takes her glasses off, and her hair was loose and draped over her shoulders, dressed down in trousers and a pink sweater. She was leaving Capo Massa, a Japanese restaurant, because she can probably just have a leaf or something. That'd be more than enough. Plus. A lottery winner has had her assets seized. Whatever happened to those two blokes and the 2.5 million? I don't know what happened to them with what they thought was a fake lotto card. Lotto winners not paid out by Camelot. I'd love to know why. Unless they actually thought oh, that's right, they thought the actual card was pinched that they bought them with, the actual credit card. Seems a bit odd, doesn't it, really? That one's disappeared completely. I don't know where that's gone to. I'm very disappointed. Thought that one was going to run and run and run. Steve, this is the harbour in Folkestone. Now the sea has just gone out. And this is Chummies, the best seafood bar I've tasted. Have a lovely day, says Ian. Oh. I think if somebody round my way or round here opened a shop that just sold bacon sandwiches, there used to be one over the road at Charing Cross. You'd walk down to the bottom. Before you hit Embankment Tube Station, on the right-hand side, there was a place that just did sausage baguettes and bacon baguettes. But they didn't call it Heinz ketchup. Do you want Heinz ketchup? It was either you want red sauce, brown sauce. That's all it came down to, red or brown. It was lovely. Trying to eat that on the train first thing in the morning, never a good look. Somebody says, Halinka says, will you be wearing your Speedos when you go swimming with Nick? No, I think he'll be wearing his, though. I mean, he's got a fairly jazzy pair, which he sort of brings out for special occasions. And this will be a special occasion, take my word for it. Darren, did you see the Series 5? I didn't, no. I don't even know what it is. I have no idea what it is. The victim who tells the story of her cricket rape left my fate paralysed. I was just a pawn in his sick game. And this is a man called Alex Hepburn, who's now gone to prison for 5 years. Never long enough, is it? Today, Madeleine McCann would be 16 years old. We are no nearer finding anything to do with her, not a German paedophile in prison, who they've already discounted, or anybody else at all, although loads of people have sent the police on a wild goose chase. Medical worker Kate and heart doctor Jerry will blow out candles on a cake along with their 14-year-old twins, Sean and Emily. Her parents have said it's one of the toughest days on the calendar. We should... she should be here and we should be celebrating with her, but they're never going to give up. I don't think... I mean, listen... If I was them, I'd probably say exactly the same. You have to keep looking. You don't just give up, do you? But they need some sort of closure. But they found nothing. There are no clues. Detectives believe she was stolen by child traffickers. They have no evidence of this whatsoever. Nothing at all. A sex fiend or a burglary gone wrong and understood to be closing in on a suspect. No, they're not. No, they're not. Take my word for it. Scotland Yard are chasing 2 final lines of inquiry. How many times have we heard this? Oh, this is the last time. We're definitely going to have this. She was seen here, so the police whiz off, and it turns out to be some couple with a child who happens to look like Madeleine McCann looked. But I wouldn't know. She might be working in this building already. I wouldn't have the faintest idea. It's just, it's very odd, isn't it? But they reckon they're going to get £300,000 from the Home Office to keep the probe going until March of next year. Then... do we finally go, enough is enough? Is that what we do? I don't know. I really don't know. Very worrying, isn't it? Very worrying. How much money is paid from the NHS... from the NHS to the Priory? You know, the Priory, you've heard of the Priory. How much? How much do you think? In the course of a year, how much money would you have to pay? Well, I didn't know this until I read it. The NHS pays £700 million a year to the Priory. They have had a catalogue of failures. 12 patients have taken their own lives after a shocking list of failures. And the mother of one called Evie, who died in the clinic, making millions out of the NHS, to them she was just a number. Well, I'm sure it's not just a number. It's not a very good track record, though, at the moment. I don't know. 700 million a year. Blimey. We do fancy a life of misery and bad sex. Don't know if there's any answer to things like that, is there? And what sort of good or bad is. And Chef Ramsay, no more buns in the oven after baby number 5. Thank you very much indeed. Plus, Elton John, the fantasy biopic Rocket Man, is set to be a festival highlight. The premiere is on Thursday, with Elton throwing one of his ultra-lavish parties. He's also expected to perform. That'll be nice, won't it? I think he's very clever. He's still going, for goodness sake. He's still going, which is absolutely amazing. Roger Daltrey is 75. Pete Townsend is 73. And David Walliams says becoming a father helped battle his crippling depression. As always, he said, I don't want to be a celebrity. Unfortunately, because he's so often on the television, he is a celebrity. David Beckham back in the game. He goes to watch a bit of footy the other day with his boys. They all get a name check, don't they? Not on this programme, not every time. We just say he's been out with the family. And what was the other thing they were talking about? Oh, yes, from right-hand man to Elton John to talking of his rise to fame. And this is a record producer called Stuart Epps. I bet he's got some stories to tell. He's known Elton since the early days, 1973. 1973. Doing very, very well, very well. What was this other one here? Not very good. It was a bloke here. He said, I was so unfit, I died for 3 minutes, and then I started a new life as a body coach. Well, he looks... I mean, he can't be the same person. He was 19 stone 5, 42-inch waist, exercise none, and that was at the age of 28. Now, 12 stone 9 pounds, so he's lost about 7.5 stone. 32-inch waist, oh, dreamer, 32-inch waist. Exercise 5 or 6 times a week, and he's 41. It does that. Well, Arj has been told he needs to lose, what do we say, 10 stone? 7... I don't know. He's enormous. I saw him on the television. He looks gross. I mean, absolutely gross. But there again, he isn't going out with her anymore, is he? I think him and Gemma have finished about the umpteenth time. I mean, they're just a pair of boring people. They're just sort of children. And I couldn't care less what happens to them. I mean, I really couldn't care less. Really couldn't care less. But they keep popping up on everything. There's going to be... Didn't he get... Oh, that's right. He's going to be one of the celebrities down on the farm, if you please. I can't even remember what that programme was. I'm sure it'll be interesting. I could definitely get behind an international Steve Allen Day. Yes. Amazon are selling Christmas lights half price, says Brenda. See, I'm not tempted by that. I want to pay full price. Dallas says, I've been on the cable car up Table Mountain several times, and it certainly doesn't spin around. When you get to the top, you have a view of the Indian Ocean on one side and the Atlantic on the other. When my father was stationed in West Germany, I also crossed the Rhine in one. The view wasn't nearly as good. Wow. And, Steve, do you know Alistair Appleton, says Alison? I think he's lovely. I don't think you're going to get anywhere with him. I don't know him, no. I watch him on the programme. Very good presenter. Very good presenter. Do magicians in the Magic Circle Club still use doves? Yes, they do. They still use doves. And if you're very lucky, you get a rabbit. Yeah, pretty nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Sunday. It's a bit chilly, but we might get sunshine later. Noreen says, great in conversations. Thank you very much. I've always been a big fan of Timothy Spall. I really enjoyed them both. Yeah, they're very powerful interviews this week. Very powerful interviews. And my friend John Warrington says, it's Mandy Siegel's birthday today, so many happy returns of the day. Mandy was my producer for a long time. We both gave up smoking at the same time, as regular listeners will know, and then I think she went back on them again, and then she got married to a man called Paul, who was a guest on the programme. He used to be the editor of Uncut magazine, and they sort of met, and the rest, as they say, is history. And they have a new baby. They have a new addition to the family, so happy birthday, Mandy. Adam says, what's Twickenham Town Centre like on match days? Fairly quiet. Fairly quiet. Hardly anything going on at all. We just have one or two fans turning up. I mean, 80,000 people. It's nothing, though, really, because they don't tend to actually all arrive in the town centre. They tend to go to Richmond. They tend to go down by the river. And then you have to sort of say to them, you need to go up to the stadium to watch the rugby. And some of them go, drinky poos. And so they have the other drinky poos and they miss it. Because if you're walking from the river up to the stadium, it's a good 40 minutes to get in. It's a easy good 40 minutes. We're off to Turkey today, Steve. It's going to be 28 degrees, say Noreen and Brenda. That's where my Lynn's gone, and Joe as well. Richard says, I feel truly sorry for people without savings, because apart from the other, counting one's money is the greatest pleasure known to man. I don't think you can actually count the money, can you? I don't think it physically comes. Off to Costco today for Will Guyett. Lovely Sunday. Do you know, I'm really cross. I bought my friend Jordan a present. Okay. I don't want to tell you what it is, because he might be listening. And I ordered it a couple of weeks ago, and they said, oh, don't worry, it's out for delivery yesterday. First it's going to be today, and then for some reason it was out for delivery yesterday. Anyway, it didn't arrive yesterday. And I'm now getting panicky, because if it doesn't arrive today, I'm going to have to start shouting at Amazon for going, I'm sorry, I think one of your drivers has nicked it. Because it has happened before. And all they do is they just credit you, because obviously you've got some light-fingered people. If you're delivering and this would be something you would want to nick. This would definitely be something. So I'm hoping, erring on the side of caution, that it's going to arrive today. Because I told him yesterday, I said, it's going to arrive today. Today is your day. And he went, oh, so excited. I'll get home at 6 o'clock. It'll be there for me. No, it wasn't. So I feel really awful. It makes it look as though I haven't sort of bought anything. But I have, I promise you. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Matt said shoplifting is rife in Twickenham. They don't bother charging people. You get all sorts of people who thieve. That's what they do. You know, especially, I mean, Waitrose is fairly popular. Can you believe Iceland? People were filling up trolleys and just walking out with them. Very embarrassing. Steve, you always make my day. Ramadan is hard, but getting used to it now. I always download the show. It's difficult, isn't it? It is difficult. I know that. Steve, you'll be driving to swimming. Nick Abbott was moaning last night that his new car had broken down on the way home from buying it. Did you hear the story? I thought it was a bit odd, actually. When I first read it, I thought, oh no. It said DJ sells woman's car for profit. So this bloke, he's a DJ in Scotland. I don't know whether he's a mobile DJ or a club. I don't know. I've got no idea. So he sees this car for sale on the internet. And so he phones up the woman and he says, I'm interested in buying the car. And she sends him all the details. And he then, I think she was looking for £2,600. And he says, listen, it's not worth that much. It's going to need this, it's going to need that, it's going to need this. And so she goes, well, how much are you offering for it? And he said, well, I can give you, I think it was something like 1,600 quid. So she gets her 1,600 quid. She goes back onto the site. He's put her car up for sale at £3,800. So she complains and he goes, listen, I buy and sell cars. That's what I do. I buy it from you. If I can get it from you for 1,600 quid and I can sell it for 3,800, that's a good bargain. She was fuming about it. I think he's ripped me off. I think he's done. And I thought, well, he hasn't really. You accepted the money there. This is the Audi. So 2,500 and then it goes for 3,850. I think he actually got it for about 1,100. Oh, he's a nightclub DJ. Mark McCallum. See, I didn't see anything the matter with it. But she actually claims he used a sob story to haggle her down. But you still sold it at that price, whether he sold us. Listen, I'm sorry, I'll give you the wording. Second-hand car salesman, okay? And you sound surprised. Despite informing him she needed the cash to buy a more practical car and pay off the debt, he bombarded her with messages pointing out issues with the vehicle. And she sold it to him for that low price. But then that's her. It looks quite good value, actually. She comes from Glasgow, Lanarkshire, and sold it. And then he puts it up for sale at the higher price. Why not? That's what they do. If I sold my car and I sold it for, I don't know, 40,000, and then somebody puts it up for sale for 50,000, well, that's down to me. Down to me. Good news, says Phil, for you yesterday, Steve. Congrats to your team, Aston Villa. Great result. Were we celebrating? Were we celebrating yesterday, Phil? I can't. Oh, honestly. When I saw it, the game, I remember thinking, now that's football. That's a game of football. The penalty was unbelievable. I was up there. Yeah. The cat shot out the room. Teddy was having a bit of a fit in the bedroom. It was fantastic. It really was. I was so pleased for everybody. So I wrote a letter to everybody on the team going, well done. Lots of love, Steve. And so far I've heard nothing. Bit embarrassing, isn't it? Somebody from Horsham District hasn't claimed their £10,000 a month for a year lottery. Somebody's won it, have they? Taken long enough to get round to it, so that's good. Very good. We like that. What's your favourite soap? I'm not telling you. Mind your own business. What sort of this isn't sort of, you ask me a question, I come back with an answer. Not interested. So, somebody from Horsham District. Oh, that's all right, isn't it? I don't mind. I don't have a problem with things like that. Don't have a problem with people winning. Do Thornton and Masons allow anybody in, says Jackie? No, absolutely not. No, there's a door policy. If you come from Watford, no chance. I didn't see The Magician on Britain's Got Talent last night, but I'm always up for a magician on the television. A couple of times a month we have shoplifters in our charity shop. Some people you know to keep an eye on, especially if they come in as a little group and one attempts to distract you. How very dare they? It's the same as people shoplifting from supermarkets. They've always got an empty shopping bag. And that's what they're putting stuff in. Or failing that, prams are very useful. Just put it under the pram hood, nobody will notice. You get a lot of that. That's quite common nowadays. It's got nothing to do with the fact that people don't have the money to buy this stuff. It's just they prefer to nick. I feel for you, Steve, living in Twickenham. I live in Ascot, and during Royal Ascot Week, the little town becomes full of those horrendous drunken types. Most residents actually move out for the week. Thank you, Nate. We don't have... I mean, it isn't that bad at all. And also, it brings much-needed money into the town. Starbucks are moving, but there again, they can afford to when you don't pay tax. And they're moving to the Carpetright shop. So they're effectively, I think, tripling the size of the shop that they had before. Oh, look, a Chad Valley teddy bear. How much are they worth? 75 to 100 quid. I've got a poor old teddy, honestly. He was stuffed with straw, I think. Whatever it is, he's gone to a happier place. Not my place. Freddie's pauper grave in Spain because he had no money, and his partner over there can't do anything about it, so he could have a pauper. It doesn't matter. Once you've gone, you've gone. I couldn't care less. Put me out with the rubbish as far as I'm concerned. He would want to be buried here as he felt people in Britain had deserted him. I think actually he had issues. We know he had mental issues and stuff like that. So, I mean, he was one of the biggest names on television. He was also an irritating little so-and-so. And as Anne Diamond said the other day, you know, with an interview, he didn't know which way it was going to go. He really didn't. His daughter said he was an evil, manipulative man, not capable of love. Some people are like that. You just have to accept the fact he was still your father. Still your father. And, all right, I don't know what went on. I can't possibly comment on things like that. But I always think it's sad when it's your father. It doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. It's your dad. It's as simple as that. Meghan Markle's sister has told how she was excluded from the royal birth. That was like a dagger through her dad's heart. Oh, shut up and go away, you boring family. God, blimey, the Markles. The father she doesn't want to see. Listen, if she'd wanted the father to see the baby, she'd send a picture. If she was remotely interested in Samantha Markle, you know, and her vile assault on Meghan, it's ridiculous. She says, in an exclusive interview, Samantha, 53, said, when I saw the photos, I called Dad and he was in traffic. He hadn't seen the pictures, but it was a sad and hurtful moment. She doesn't like him, okay? I can't do anything else about it. It's not my family. That's why none of them were there, apart from her mother, for the wedding, okay? They don't get on at all. He must have done something really quite bad. Whatever it is, nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us. What have we got here? Oh, David Walliams. There's something the matter. He's not the full ticket, is he really, David Walliams? Oh, it's quite sweet, actually. Quite sweet, but not the full ticket. Mum of 11, Mary Collins, has 26 grandchildren and 41 great-grandchildren. And the births of 2 more babies this summer will lift the 90-year-old widow's offspring total across the generations to 80. 80! Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Dutchman in custody last night. Cocaine worth $3 million was found hidden in a lorry. Oh, that would just be the tip of the iceberg. Tip of the iceberg. You'll never stop drugs coming in or anything. Rod Stewart's touring. So far, they've already sold out Aberdeen, York Racecourse, and the Lytham Festival. Plus Glasgow, the Hydro. And that's it. So there's still a load of dates, but he's not... It's May, isn't it? We're into May. Oh, he's actually got some May dates. 22nd, Bristol, Nottingham 28th, 31st, Southampton, St Mary's Stadium. I didn't know there was such a thing as St Mary's Stadium down there. But that'll be nice, won't it? That's the football ground, is it? Oh, right, okay. People know all sorts of things around here, right? Little bunch of know-alls, I'll tell you. You know, generally speaking. I'm a football... Yeah, but only for Aston Villa. Whee! Up the Aston. Is that what they say? I can't remember. Oh, look! Who's that? There's a pretty girl. Donald Trump paid 100,000 quid to shut her up, but Stormy Daniels can now hear her say whatever they want for a £200 fee. She'll whisper sweet nothings in your ear. Why? Well, because that's what she does for a living. So she'll send out comments for partners, but loads of people do it. Loads of people do it. She just charges a little bit more. A little bit more. So, you know, 1 minute the president, the next minute, you know, somebody else. I don't know. I don't like to think about it. It's too embarrassing. On Spain, apparently in Spain, Chris Lowry tells me, many shops don't allow you to take bags in a shop. You have to put them in a locker at the front of the store. Good Lord above. A lot of shoplifting. Well, people now, I told you I saw a woman years ago now. She was shoplifting with her other kids. And she was putting it in the in the hood of her pram. She was pushing around. Dreadful, honestly. I saw her father lift a chicken off the shelf, give it to his little daughter, and she walked straight out the shop. Who's going to stop a little 5-year-old? You know, she's a professional knicker. That's what she does. Everybody fighting over the Sunday Times rich list. Am I in it? Which page? Which page am I in? I'm not in any of the pages, which is a shame. Matt says, in Stitches of Laughter, did you just say you're an Aston Villa fan? Up the Aston? Up the... Yeah, for years I've followed them. And their team, and some really good footballers playing for them now. I think they're possibly at the best time that they've ever been in their career. Are they a football club? The football club, okay. Based where? Near Birmingham. Oh, right, near Birmingham. Is there a place called Aston, then? Oh, there is a... Oh, right. So, Aston... What do I know? So there is a place called Aston, which is where Aston Villa are from. That's nice, isn't it? Where are we in the league table? Are we doing quite well? Here we go. Nickname, Villa. The Villa. The Villains and the Lions. I knew that. I mean, everybody knows that the colours, claret shirts, sky blue sleeves, white shorts, and... Oh, really? The one downstairs, a Birmingham fan? Who's the one downstairs? Callum? Oh, who cares what Callum thinks? Oh, goodness sake, honestly. He's a Birmingham fan. Loser. We are the Aston. I think it's quite... Actually, I've just realised I looked at the time, actually. Steve, I get fed up, says James, when I hear youngsters say, I can't find a job this week. I got myself a job working in a kitchen. Not everyone's cup of tea, but it's a job I think because it's younger ones who are a little bit fussy about what they do. They're very fussy. People are very fussy now. Very fussy. Just going back to my favourite... AVFC, that's what we call them, AVFC in the business. And I think the capacity is, 42,785, which is lovely, isn't it? Steve, how come all citrus fruits, oranges, lemons and grapefruit, have pips, which need to be removed when juicing, whereas limes seem not to? Well, I've seen limes with pips in. Have you not seen lime? Oh, yeah, definitely. And a Curve fan... 4 a.m, thank you. When you say Nick Abbott's taking you out for dinner, does that mean sharing a pot noodle outdoors? For your information, Mr. Abbott is still pleading poverty, and yet he frequents the likes of Necker Island, his own sandbank off Eastbourne. I rest my case, which I don't believe that. I've seen his bank statement. He was actually a professor. I don't know anything about it. I know everything about it. Tickly throat just right at the end of the programme. It's good. And Noreen says, I've just seen it's Mandy Lester's birthday. I've done it. I did wish her a very, very happy birthday. See, for me, she was Mandy Siegel. She'll always be Mandy Siegel. I know she's Mandy Lester now. Are you backing Liverpool or Manchester this afternoon, says Ian? For what? As football, is there? Good Lord. What, they play on a Sunday? I think probably I'm backing... probably Liverpool for that one, I would think, actually. Liverpool, I think that's a fairly safe bet. I've got 100 quid on them winning. 2-1. Be funny if it does come in 2-1, won't it? They'll start going, Steve Allen's a very good tips at Birmingham, honestly. Can you imagine somebody downstairs criticising me and talking about such a deadbeat team as Birmingham, for example? That's like Accrington Stanley, isn't it? It's just about as exciting, or not. So more on Freddie Starr's daughter. Ashamed to be his daughter. I think it's sad when it goes like that. The David Walliams story about he doesn't like being famous. Okay, you're not famous. There you go. Take it all away from you. And Roxanne Pallett, nasty little piece of work, has landed her first job since the Ryan Thomas scandal. She lied. She's done it on numerous occasions. She's speaking at a mental health benefit gig, so I suppose that could be useful. She was forced to quit her radio show and lost a panto after accusing Ryan of hitting her. She's not worked since. Good. I think there should have been a penalty for that. I'd go and find yourself a proper job. So she's going to appear on stage tomorrow at the Music for Your Mind event, which is £6 a ticket. It's all very embarrassing, isn't it, really? What was this one here? This is Katya Jones wants Len Goodman back on the show. Don't we all? We love Len Goodman. Can't beat Len Goodman. Nice man. Nick Ferrari's doing the column in the Daily Star today. He talks about the censoring of the news on the BBC, plus another picture of Madonna wearing the full burqa. More stupid thing you'd be hard pushed to find. And Danny Baker's refused to cancel his UK tour after his racist tweet, so he's on stage in Nottingham tonight. Nothing from Gary Lineker. Adrian Childs also claimed he was bemused by his thought process, saying, I know Danny, not well, and I think he's a remarkable broadcaster, but this thing was on Twitter. It wasn't a conversation with your mates down the pub. It doesn't even pass that test. Yes, I mean, I didn't quite understand it. People sort of think he did it on air, but he was not doing it on air. Gabby Allen, no idea who she is, but she's obviously desperate. She's, her ex-boyfriend was Marcel, you know, from Blazing Squad. Those are the ones, there were so many of them, that they were doomed to failure. Here, she's a personal trainer and dance teacher. Oh, God, I don't know, where does it all go to? Why can't people find proper jobs? Make it so much easier, wouldn't it, really? Diana's naughty niece. This is Lady Kitty Spencer. She's pictured with her boyfriend. He's walking behind her, trying to pretend he's not the boyfriend, but they all think it is. And the Ethiopians' anger as the Queen rejects the demand for the return of its lost king, buried 140 years ago at Windsor Castle. They're normally quite good, the royal family, with things like that, but you never know. The Foreign Office declined to comment. Nobody comments now. And here they are, monks. Nasty little piece of work these ones are. These are Benedictine monks at the Prinknash Abbey in the Cotswolds. And they've been warned by the police to stop this campaign of intimidation. There's one of them staring at this poor woman who runs a sanctuary for half an hour. Nasty little piece of work, you. You're in the papers today, sonny boy. I don't think just being a monk, you know, makes any difference to you. You're either nasty or you're not nasty. Ozzy Osbourne was born in Aston. There you go. I knew that. I didn't know that at all. Is it a nice place? I don't know. Birmingham. Can you imagine, actually? And the manager of... the manager of Birmingham is Monk. Gary Monk. Yeah. I mean, his managerial career, of course, I mean, you remember him from Swansea City and a few other places. I think he trained with Torquay United. Torquay United! As if there was such a team. Honestly, do me a favour. You know what people are like nowadays? Oh, he was the manager of Torquay United. Steve, my son went to Aston University to do his maths degree, says Mary in Lichfield. Enjoy your swim. Certainly will. Should I take pictures of Nick sort of, you know, gracefully entering the water? Perhaps I should. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Aston is where BRMB and your old mate Les Ross used to be. I assume you know him? No. I don't know anybody in the business. I'm serious, I'm a stranger in it. I know nothing at all. I'm really hopeless. I'm not an anorak. Does Harvey Nicks have a door policy, says Jackie? Possibly. Nick Abbott claims he can't afford to insure his Aston Martin. And Happy Nurses Day today to all fellow nurses out there, says Joe. Yeah, Happy Nurses Day. Happy Nurses Day. So, 9 o'clock this evening, you will join me for In Conversation, will you not? Timothy Spall and a gentleman... As we talk about Mental Health Awareness Week, who has a story to tell, the like of which you will not maybe be familiar with. I knew what the story was, but we'll explain it all to you fully this evening. Okay, and what else are we going to do today? I don't know, I'm looking out the window. I don't think it's only too exciting, does it? Not really the most exciting place. I don't know. I might go and say hello to a few people. Yeah, but watching the old Villa. Aston. That's what we do. I should be wearing my football. My brother used to support Southampton. Again, another losing side. But anyway, he used to sit there with his scarf on and his rattle and went, I used to think, you're quite mad, you know, quite mad. Then I started doing it for Aston. And it went a bit pear-shaped after that, I'm afraid.